Here's the thing. So I'm kind of joking about the ChatGPT stuff, but I do think you need to try a couple of patterns that you think might be it. Because I'm looking at this little icon on the website, and I'm looking at the pattern screen, which was very prominent on Android for a very long time. And I can remember like some of the patterns that I used to use. Like when I visualize it, I'm like, oh yeah, I used to use this kind of like pattern. So stare at the screen, see if you can come up with something, and try a couple. And just when that thing unlocks, you're going to have a very interesting reaction. So make sure you have a camera recording yourself. But
you know what? I think there's got to be a way because I know like the government or the police department, the FBI, they have to have a way to buy that.
Well, so there is a device. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember what it's called. The gray, is it grayscale? Oh my gosh, hold on. It's a device that they use to unlock phones. Hold on. So yes, there is something. Oh my gosh, they used it. Gosh, I gotta remember what the name is. It's not called me, but it's something gray. It's like either gray lock or gray device to unlock phones. I've got it. Gray key. There you go. So there you go. Gray key. And you may be able to find one of these things or somehow. Now these are sold, I think, to law enforcement, but this is, that's just. Have you heard of that before?
Never.
Okay. All right. So Tom, you got to do your homework. Check out Gray Key. I'm gonna make some friends with the law enforcement area. See if they have one of these things and give them a cut if they can unlock this. I don't know if that's how it works, but look up Gray Key. Try the codes. But I feel for you in having this on the show. Maybe someone will email me and be like, Rich, this is how you do it, and I will pass it on to you. So Tom, good luck with this, and I feel for you. But you had good taste in phones. Thanks for the call today. Appreciate it, and please keep us updated because that's one of the wildest things I've heard. But the takeaway. When you set up an account, and I know that Tom mentioned that there is no sort of way to save this, but there are things called recovery keys, and especially if you're setting up crypto. Here's what we all do, and I've been guilty of this. You set something up really fast, and you just flow. You fly through all those screens, and they're like, hey, do you want to do this? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? Here's your recovery code, and you just say, whatever, I'm never going to need that. But when you see something that says, do you want to, especially when you set up like two-factor authentication or a password, password resets are pretty easy to do, but some of these accounts have a little bit stronger protection, especially when you set up that two-factor authentication. And the only way to get access to that account, if you forget your two-factor or you lose that device or you somehow lose access to that code, is something called a recovery code. So if you're ever presented a recovery code, sometimes it'll even give you like a PDF printout. It's like, print this out, keep it in a safe place. That is the only way you'll be able to get back into your accounts. 888-RICH-101, 888-742-4101. Coming up, I'll tell you about this social media investment scam. I'll tell you how Google Chrome is stepping up security. And we're going to talk about Wi-Fi 7. You're probably going to be hearing more about it. We've got great guests to explain what we need to know about Wi-Fi 7. You are listening to Rich on Tech. Rich DeMuro, Rich on Tech on KFI, AM 640. Time now for a news update.
The Supreme Court has ruled that public officials can block social media followers under certain situations, and Orange County animal control officials have said they need your help with 83 cats and 2 dogs that were living in deplorable conditions in one small house. And the tiniest baby born at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center has graduated from the hospital 10 months after being born. Little Eliana Lopez weighed less than 13 ounces. She now weighs 17 pounds. Let's take a look at your traffic this afternoon. Right now, we've got an accident that was cleared on Elysian Park on 5.
Southbound at Stadium Way, a 3-vehicle wreck has been pulled out of the 2 left-hand lanes. There's still time to go, though, on the South 5 from Burbank Boulevard to the East LA interchange. More good news, 210 eastbound at Lowell Avenue, an accident cleared from the right-hand lane. You still have a backup for Wheatland Avenue, but that's slowing to disappear now that the crash is gone. More good news, 118 westbound at Stern Street, a vehicle fire clear from the right-hand lane. No more delays through Simi Valley. KFI in the sky, folks, get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
Hi, Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Please, you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple?
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, have Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get nutrients of 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is healthy, health-free, no pipes, no Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new mist. The all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Under control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Features a little resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Yo, just want to say what's up, man. Really resonating with a lot of the conversation in here. And I think one thing that you said that kind of hit the hardest was the fact that people are exiting their like conviction positions over like kind of the next shiny object. And I feel like just even for myself, who made probably every crypto mistake in the book, you know, the number one mistake that has followed for years is like exiting your conviction positions. It's something that you know is going to blow up, and it's just a matter of sitting on your hands and you focus on everything like, oh, I need to shut the fuck up and sit down and just like, you know, touch the ground on a hot day like today, just worrying about the charge. You're good. It just literally falls in place. It's like crypto is you're going to be right. You know, I know a lot of people say that, but it's literally true. You just have to be right once. You just bet on yourself and bet on your conviction. Play. But another thing I just wanted to touch on too was
like I learned from. Like that's it. There's no magic.
But I was gonna say that like everything's so bullshit. Like the weekly chart, and then when I was looking at like the 15-minute, hourly, or even the 4-hourly, or even like in some cases the daily, but just go on whatever direction you're looking at, or your position that you're in, you just want to get the weekly and just see like how irrelevant for example, like Mofo, for example, I went to the weekly chart, it was just like biggest seller relief. I was like, wow, this is like a number in. This is the easiest thing to hold through and fucking shake it out because they see this project $1 billion and this project's getting a lot of love on the timeline, but like, you know, just like literally just run your plan and just, you know what I mean, stick with it. It's great. Like you bring up all of that, like if you really zoom out, you would see it was like, it's not even
Are you using what's the email program? Is it like a proprietary program? Okay, so is it a web mail program then?
It's really weird. Like,
Okay, so
there's no conviction.
what I would do is I would get this. So I don't know if Cox has the ability to sort by attachments. Like you basically need to do a search by anything that has an attachment. So, for instance, on Gmail, if you go into the search bar, you click has attachment, then it will start to show you all of the emails that have an attachment. Now, are these emails from a specific person? I mean, this is not very tough to do. It's just incredibly time consuming, but it's pretty simple. So I would first off go to the website, go to the webmail site, and find, get the 6 people's email addresses, put it in a little notepad document. And then what you want to do is you want to paste their email into the search bar. And so once you paste it in there, that should give you a list of all of the emails that they've sent you out, hundreds, thousands, whatever. But then you want to narrow down by a search filter, and you want to filter by has attachment. And if they allow you to just narrow down even more by just PDF or something like that, you can go that route. And then once you do that, you should, if you say there's 6 documents or 8 documents that you need, you can just go ahead and manually download those. So that's one way, that's the easiest way, that's going to be kind of like the most straightforward using the tools you already have. Now, you can also use external tools. So, for instance, you can get like a program that downloads all of these email attachments. And there are some programs that will download all of these email attachments for you, and you may have to pay for them. But you know, I would look for something like mail attachment downloader. Okay, so that's one option. And so you go in there, you put your email in there, and it will help you download all of the attachments from that email channel. Okay, now what I'm looking at here is free for personal use. It's completely free. So this is, I'll put this in the show notes, but it's called Gear Mage Mail Attachment Downloader Free Edition. And you basically put in your email address, and it will go and find all the attachments, and it will download them. And it looks like there are filters as well, so you can put in the filters for the email addresses that you want to get those attachments from. And then there's also email attachment extractor software. And so that's similar to what I just mentioned, but that's separate software, or it may be a plugin, but I think plug into work for you. So I think it's going to be either a manual job or use programs to help you do it. I personally would look at this attachment download program. This looks like it works pretty well. The only main thing you have to be concerned about is privacy, because you have to hand over your credentials to this email to this downloader. So just make sure that it's legit. But other than that, the show notes, I think it's possible to do. It's taking care of a side project, but I think these programs will make it pretty easy. But this is a healthy reminder, dude. This is a healthy reminder. A lot of people don't know great full-time positions, solid points and positions, maybe even at a loss. Okay, yeah, let's chase that game. That heavy match we got wrecked. Now it does settling, but I would feel that. Yeah, I would switch. If you can, I would recommend that you use like a third-party service. So if you can, since you're going to be switching this, you might want to just download all these emails like that, switch to something like a Gmail or Outlook or something like that. Because what you can do, if you want to website, pay $20 and make your own email address. But I might just go with Gmail because it's a lot easier. You can have Gmail go in and fetch all these emails from there as well. So it might just be easier to get rid of this. Because the problem with even having a Cox email is that, what happens when you get rid of this? Like, using that email done with their service. But it sounds like you've got quite the job ahead. I think focus on the email attachments first, and then when they do a switch over, maybe an opportunity to say, hey, here's how you download one of your emails from this service, and then you just download it. If you don't, switch to something on Gmail. Great question, Gary. I'll link up the tools I mentioned on the website, which is tech.tv. This is show 63, so just for three notes for show 63. All right, real quick before we go to break here, Google Chrome has a new, they're stepping up their real-time privacy protection. So you click a URL on Google Chrome, instead of checking the site every half an hour, you're now checking it in real time. So they say this is going to block 25% more phishing attempts. Basically, if you're using Google Chrome, that's a good thing. All right, coming up, we're going to talk 557, what you need to know. You're listening to Rich on Tech. Rich DeMuro, Rich on Tech on KFI, AM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from the 24-hour newsroom. A woman has been killed in a crash in North Hollywood. LAPD officer Jeff Smith says the truck was going east on Sherman Way and was taking over Chicago when the crash
The maximum limits for transactions is getting utilities, but to as many transactions as it like. We have bounties sent to the government to process lots of amazing prizes. Over 5 and one of those prizes. We get $650 last night, so we're going to be getting a by the leaders of founded at 0.06
allegedly associated with
at 750, we're going to be giving
violent attack running a truck
every
in
100
jail.
minutes.
Officials
So
say
every 50 minutes we're giving $400,
relayed
and
orders to
every 20
associates
minutes
on the
we're
outside.
giving
They set up an attack on an inmate who was claiming he was a member of the Mexican mafia. Experts also served a search warrant at the alleged mafia leader's home, where they say they found a gun announced
You'll notice that there's a lot of question marks in the room.
Two men were arrested Thursday. One was arrested yesterday. Many were already in prison. Two are on
We
the
do
run.
have
Taco Bell has an menu item. The new Cantina Chicken Menu features new items like soft tacos, crispy taco, burrito, quesadilla, and bowl. The items will have new ingredients like shredded purple cabbage, avocado, sauce verde, and mayo. Some items are available now for Taco Bell rewards members. Let's take a look in and drive this afternoon. We're going to see the vehicle full tip on the city side. Southland weather from the high. There's supposed to be, I'm being told there's a slight chance of rain this afternoon. Metro LA and coast highs in the low 70s, but it'll look pretty sunny when I get in today. Highs will be around 70 on Sunday. Right now it's 68 in Seal Beach, 67 in Sherman Oaks. Lee Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Brooker.
I'm decorating. It's going to be I'm covering central plastic sheet with a terracotta
If you haven't listed on Open TV, just qualifying for
free one-day delivery at home decor. Millions of items.
College fans, it's tournament time. We're excited about March Mania is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most competitive time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Bonus bets expire 168 hours at issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Sportsbook.DraftKings.com. Problem, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV.
But there is something you there's no cure for HIV, but there are different treatments.
Hey, what's going on? This is Rabbi Rothschild. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. I'm a BTFD holder, and I'd like to tell you the story of how I came to BTFD. Is that okay? Excellent. So this was more than a year ago, and I was going into random spaces, very new to NFTs, and I started telling people my story. I've been streaming my life live now on YouTube for more than 3 years. It's the biggest event in global history. It's essentially a time capsule of human events going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. And one of the really, I would say, just quite beautiful members of the community heard this, and out of the graciousness of their heart, gifted me my first, not just BTFD, but it was my first NFT of any kind. And from there, started me into some collecting, and I know that BTFD always has held a really important place in my heart. It's a really great community, and I can tell you that this community, it has been around. I've seen a lot of memes come and go. This one is here, and I really think the question mark and the unique PFT of the NFT really makes it identifiable. I see these question marks all the time, and I didn't always know what they were, but they're very powerful in advertising who we are as a community. And I just want you to know that I really appreciate the community of BTSD and allow me to share my story. Thank you.
So how are things going?
Things are going great. I'm still doing that same column. I left for about 20 minutes to work for Forbes and decided not to want to do that. So I retired and I'm doing this weekly still. My editors would still tell you that I have a pretty strong deadline. And this particular piece on Wi-Fi 7 actually ran in Jared Newman's Advisor newsletter.
Oh, okay.
I had done a version of it for the Chronicle, but this one is much more detailed. It's a paid newsletter, but I paid for it. To me, it's worth it, and it's the kind of newsletter I would do if I was doing one myself.
Yeah, Jared does a great job. He's been on the show. I think he's actually been on the show the most of anyone. So let's talk about Wi-Fi. So what is Wi-Fi 7, first off?
So Wi-Fi 7 is the next generation of the Wi-Fi protocol. It's what most people who have internet in their homes allows them to come to their devices wirelessly. It has been for the past several years. It has gotten much more robust, much faster. In the newsletter piece I wrote, I started out talking about Wi-Fi 5, and then 6, and then 6E. And the important thing about Wi-Fi 6 to 6E is that Wi-Fi 6 boosted speeds and made things much more reliable. Wi-Fi 6E tapped onto, kind of bolted onto Wi-Fi 6, a whole new frequency, the 6 gigahertz frequency. And this allows for much faster speeds, much faster connections, but the one problem with it is that both the 5 gigahertz and the 6 gigahertz bands don't have much range. So modern Wi-Fi today still keeps that old 2.4 gigahertz frequency around. It travels far, but isn't as fast. Wi-Fi 7 takes everything that's in 6 and 6E and then makes it just that much better. It has 2 particular features that make it much more reliable, that make it better when you have a lot of devices in your home, and makes it easier for you to roam from one part of your house or your business to another.
So you do think there will be a noticeable difference? Because I feel like we hear how Wi-Fi just keeps getting better, and then people still have dead zones and dropouts.
Well, and it's for those people who have dead zones and dropouts, probably have not example, mesh network routers such as Amazon's Eero or TP-Link's Deco setup pretty much eliminate dead spots when you set them up properly. In the case of Wi-Fi 7, yes, there are still these multiple router mesh network systems, but what's interesting about Wi-Fi 7 is because of its new features, standalone routers will actually work pretty good, and you may not even need these more expensive mesh networks.
So that's good to hear. So even if you just, like, if you have a smaller house, like let's say like 1,000 square feet or something like that, you may not need to get the mesh network to get to those access points, which is kind of nice. That'll save some money.
Yes.
Okay, so Wi-Fi 7. So when you were doing your kind of investigation of this, what did you notice? Did you notice that this was better? Like, did you notice you get faster speeds and things? And do people need to rush out to upgrade to this, or is it something to kind of be aware of?
At this point, I would say you don't have to rush out to get Wi-Fi 7 right now, unless you're in a particular, unless you have a particular scenario. Most people can get along just fine with Wi-Fi 6 at the moment. Wi-Fi 6E is great if you have a lot of devices in your house and they support Wi-Fi 6E. This is always critical. And you have the need for a lot of speed, for gamers and for people who do, multiple video streams at the same time. That's where Wi-Fi 6E and with 6 gigahertz band comes in. With Wi-Fi 7, what happens is it has this key feature called multi-link operation, or MLO, if I can throw an acronym out there. And what this does, as I mentioned earlier, you have these 3 bands, 2.4, 5, and 6 gigahertz, and they typically have acted separately. Your device connects to one of them. With Wi-Fi 7, it can connect to multiple bands at once. Yes, and so what happens is, if you are, let's say that you are, you're in a particular spot and you've got a really good signal and you have a Wi-Fi compatible device, like a laptop computer or a smartphone, and you're doing something really bandwidth intensive, you may be using more than one frequency.
It almost like bonds those together almost.
Yes, and so what also happens is if you get it and you move it to another room, it easily decides, well, I think 5 would be better here than 6, and so it will switch you over to 6, and is much more intelligent about doing that. So it makes the router a lot smarter. Another thing that helps with it is that it has the channels that your phone talks on in each of these frequencies. A channel is like a little section of the frequency that you get to use with your device. The channel is twice as big with Wi-Fi 7. So, like in Jaws where they said we're going to need a bigger boat for Wi-Fi, this is the bigger boat.
Okay, so it sounds like it's promising. But here's the thing. I feel like people are just hearing about Wi-Fi 6E, and now we have Wi-Fi 7, so do we just skip Wi-Fi 6E, or, what supports Wi-Fi 7? Is there any device that even supports this, like a laptop or, phone?
Yes. The most recent Samsung Galaxy phones support it, as well as the S23 support it. They'll support it with an update. The OnePlus 12 that just came out, it supports Wi-Fi 7. There are a handful of laptops, mostly gamer laptops, that support it right now. The iPhone does not. The iPhone 15 Pro and Pro Max support 6E, and probably with the iPhone 60, they'll also support 6E. It's not clear, of course, with Apple in the future. It's always murky what they'll do, but it's possible that you may see Wi-Fi 7 in the Pros, but I suspect what will happen is that all of them will get 6E. The thing to keep in mind about Wi-Fi 7 is that, just as is always the case with brand new Wi-Fi protocol, the routers are really expensive. They first started appearing last year after CES, and the early ones, approached $1,000 or more. Now they are much more reasonable. I mean, you can find some that run around the $300 range, but that means, of course, Wi-Fi 6 is now less expensive. Wi-Fi 6E routers are coming down. Personally, I knew that 7 was coming. I wanted to get a mesh network system for my home, and I chose Amazon's Eero 6E Pro routers and have 2 of those, and they're great, and I probably will be completely happy with those, for years to come. And so, it fit the price point for me. It's fast enough. It covers my house well, so I don't need Wi-Fi 7 yet. I probably won't. But the good news is that if you are the type of person who prefers to rent your router and modem, or a combination as a gateway from your internet provider, there's a good chance within the next year or so, Wi-Fi 7 will come to you from there.
Okay. All right, Dwight, we're going to leave it there. Dwight Silverman, tech columnist at the Houston Chronicle. What's the best way for folks to follow you these days?
Best place is probably on Threads. That's threads.dt/@dsilverman. If you just search for D Silverman on any social network, I'm there except for X.
All right, excellent. Thanks so much for joining me today. Appreciate it. So
Thank you, Brett.
if you see Wi-Fi 7, it depends what you need, but it's something to know about for the future. All right, coming up, we're going to do the feedback segment, and I'm going to tell you about this social media investment scam, plus some other things I still need to get to before the show ends. So we'll come right back. You're listening to Rich on Tech. Rich DeMiro, Rich on Tech on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man in LA has been charged with allegedly killing his girlfriend's 3-year-old son in Lancaster. The LA City Council has approved millions of dollars for enhanced protest training at the LAPD. And the 39th LA Marathon will be up and running this weekend. The 26.2 mile route starts tomorrow at Dodger Stadium. Let's take a look at your drive this afternoon. Right now, we've got an accident in Norwalk on the 105.
105 eastbound transition to 605 northbound. An accident's blocking the left-hand lane of this transition road. Expect on-for-on reduced speeds leaving LAX coming east 105. The entire span of the freeway from the 405 down to the 605. Caltrans has the 405 southbound transition with the 55 northbound closed for repairs until Monday at 5 a.m. Keep that in mind if you're heading to Costa Mesa. And more Caltrans in Malibu, northbound side of PCH, right-hand lane is closed for rock slide removal and paved rock drive. KMI in the sky will get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
Lake College Hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome back to Rich on Tech. Rich DeMiro here, hanging out with you, talking technology. RichOnTech.tv is the website. You can find it online at Rich on Tech. So there's this new social media investment scam. I don't think you're going to fall for it, but I want to tell you about it just so you're aware. So this pops up as, looks like ads on Facebook and other social media networks. Shows billionaire investors like Bill Ackman, Kathy Wood, Steve Cohen. And the ads lure you into a WhatsApp group where you're encouraged to invest in penny stocks. Now, I get it. People want to make money. People want to invest in things, but don't do this. And don't fall for this. Of course, these are pump and dump schemes. Now, these real investors have told Facebook about this. They report the scam ads. Facebook takes them down, and what do you think happens? New ones pop up immediately. Victims, this is why I'm telling you this, because you would think that nobody would fall for this, but they do. Victims have lost an estimated $3.2 million. 29 victims, $3.2 million. And the reason why they're falling for it is, I guess they use deep fake videos and personal touches. And so that's why I'm telling you this, because these scams are going to get tougher to understand because of AI. So be aware of this stuff. And again, if it's something that gets you money really fast, it's probably too good to be true. The Apple Sports app got its first update. Remember this app? This is Apple's very simple sports app. You pop in the teams that you like, and it tells you when they're playing, gives you scores. And a lot of people, when it first came out last month, were like, Rich, where's basketball? Where's baseball? Where's NFL? And Apple said, look, we're going to add these sports as the season starts. So baseball is now on there. March Madness is on there. And so if you haven't downloaded this Apple Sports app, it's just called Apple Sports. It's very simple. It's free. If you have an iPhone, it's a nice way of kind of keeping track of your favorite teams. And it tells you when they're playing in the upcoming games, and past games. And there is betting information on it, but you can't bet through the app, but you can see what the odds are. You can turn it off in the settings if you disagree with that. Google I.O. Is happening. They announced the date for their I.O. 2024. This is their big developers conference. It's happening May 14th through 15th. And this usually happens at the Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View, California, which is where it's happening this year. I've been, I think, to almost all of these the past years, except for the years they didn't have them with the pandemic. It's always a great time. They do a good job. I think that Google is in a very precarious place, which is a funny thing to say for a company of its size. But I'm telling you, the AI stuff, it didn't take them by surprise, but I think it might have surprised them with just how fast these AI tools from other companies have taken off. Now, Google has their own flavor of AI called Gemini, and I think that's probably the least known AI out of any of these. If you ask someone, hey, what's an AI tool? They're probably going to say ChatGPT. Now, that's a company that came out of nowhere.
and this is a huge company now. So what do we expect from Google I/O? Android 15 updates, new Pixel devices, Pixel 8a, that is their budget Pixel device, maybe a new foldable phone, the Pixel Fold 2, and maybe a new tablet. They announced all those three things last year at the event, and we saw new ones last year, so we'll probably see new ones this year as well. And I thought this was interesting. This new Pew Research study about how teens and parents view screen time. So, the main takeaway, 72% of teens feel peaceful without their phones.
What up, V?
44% feel anxious.
How you living, baby? V, can you hear me?
That's just teens, that's probably adults too.
V, I'm talking to you.
Have you ever gotten that ghost vibration where you think your phone is giving you a notification?
What's new?
You kind of feel your pants pocket or whatever, you look at your phone and there's nothing there. It's like we're all like, oh, wait for that next notification. None of our parents have looked through their teens' phones. About 40% of parents and teens regularly argue about phone time. I don't even have a teen and we're arguing about screen time. This is the best part. 46% of teens say their parent is sometimes distracted by their phone during conversations. Yes, this has happened to all of us. You're at dinner, their watch gets a notification, or their phone gets a notification, and that slide kind of look to the side while you're talking to someone. Yeah, it's annoying. It's annoying for teens. They're trying to talk to their parents, and they actually do take the time to talk to them. 38% of teens say they spend too much time on their phone, and 70% of teens believe smartphones provide more benefits than harms to their age. 42% say it makes it harder to learn good skills. Now, this is interesting. My wife was telling me yesterday, she works with teenagers, and the smartphone is the connector. And I know that sounds strange, but when these teens that didn't know each other got together, what do they want to do? They want to swap socials. And they want to say, hey, what do you want? You want Instagram? You want TikTok? You want Snapchat? And that's how they keep up with each other. When I meet someone out and about, like someone at a conference or whatever, I will basically say, hey, what do you want Instagram? And I'll follow them on Instagram because guess what? I'm going to keep up with them. And I'm going to remember that I met them because I keep seeing their pictures pop up. This is the way things happen. So if you don't have a phone, you're kind of at a disadvantage. And finally, Keurig is introducing compostable K-cups. So, K-cups get a lot of grief because they're convenient, but you throw out a lot of plastic, and they're tough to recycle. So they have developed a new compostable coffee pot called the K-Round. It's made from things that break down when you throw them in the ground. The problem is they're only compatible with the new Keurig Alta coffee maker. I'm assuming Alta because of ground. But the good news is this new coffee maker is backwards compatible with traditional K-cups. So these are coming out later this year. They're going to test them. I think this is a great thing because I always feel a little bit guilty when I'm using that K-cup, even though I love the K-cups. I mean, think about the first time you discovered the K-cup, the convenience of just popping this thing into a coffee maker and making fresh coffee. And, I go back and forth. On the weekends, I will brew full pot with coffee grounds. And then during the week, I will use the K-cups because they're convenient and they're quick. So I think it works both ways. And I'm not one of those people that peels off the thing and recycles it. I know people like plants them and stuff. But now it'll get a lot easier. All right, little feedback here. Jeff says, I have a couple suggestions for the callers that said they're going overseas and needed an international hotspot. How about Google Fi? You can work for free in 100 countries, free for 7 days. Thanks, Rich. Such a great show, Jeff. All right, Jeff, I like that. All right, that music means that's going to do it for the end of the show. You can find links to everything I mentioned on the website. Go to richontech.tv for the show notes. Find me at Rich on Tech. Thanks so much for listening. Thanks to everyone who makes this show possible. My name is Rich DeVero. I'll talk to you real soon.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
My child has diabetes and I am overwhelmed. She's so afraid that those needles hurt. I would do anything to help.
Now your child and you can avoid pain and fear of needlessness with Numbstat Prep Pads. Apply after 60 seconds in advance. Numbstat relieves needle pain. Our name says it all. Numbstat anesthetic and fast acting. NUMSTAT. Available at Walgreens.
Numbstat did work.
If you find yourself agreeing with everything we say, we're doing it wrong.
KFI.
And KLST HD2.
Los Angeles County.
Live from everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Mexican Mafia arrests Alejandro Broker live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County DA has charged 13 people allegedly connected to the Mexican Mafia for a violent attack and smuggling drugs in jail. Investigators allege a member of the Mexican Mafia in state prison sent orders to his associates outside of prison to coordinate an attack on an inmate who was claiming he was a member of the Mafia. Police also searched the Mafia leader's home and say they found 10 ounces of meth, a gun, and $16,000 from his associates. The FBI and the LA County Sheriff's Department started investigating reports of drugs being smuggled into the jail 2 years ago. 2 people were arrested Thursday, 1 was arrested yesterday, 8 were already in prison, and 2 others are on the run. Chris at KFI News. The news is brought to you by American Vision Windows. A Metro train has hit a person in downtown LA. The pedestrian was hit by the Metro Red Line train around 9:45 this morning on South Hill Street. That person was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. Investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Operation have recovered 320 ghost guns. Sheriff Shannon Dykes says the majority of the guns were built using parts bought at gun stores and online.
There are some 3D printing operations, certainly that we've come across.
Operation Consequences started in 2022 to fight crime across San Bernardino County. Dykes says investigators became interested in targeting ghost guns because more criminals were firing them at deputies. 3 people are dead after 2 shootings in Falls Township, Pennsylvania. Police say 26-year-old Andrew Gordon is the person responsible. They say he then barricaded himself with hostages at a home in Trent, New Jersey, but the residents have since been evacuated.
We know initially he was armed with a long gun. He may be armed with other weapons. I don't have specific information. He was armed, my information is that he was armed with an AR-15 style assault rifle.
The Bucks County DA says Gordon allegedly shot and killed his stepmother, 13-year-old sister, and the mother of his 2 children. 14 tornadoes have touched down in Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Illinois, Arkansas, Missouri, and Texas. ABC's Alex Persia says more than 100 homes have been damaged or destroyed in these storms.
Southern Arkansas, more than half a foot of rain sparking life-threatening flash flooding. In Ohio, authorities say rebuilding here will take time.
Officials in Lakeview, Ohio say 3 people have been killed and dozens have been hurt. Rescue crews are still searching for survivors. Rams defensive lineman Aaron Donald says he's retiring. He's been with the same team since he was drafted in the first round in 2014. Donald was selected for 10 Pro Bowls and 8 All-Pro first teams. He posted on social media that he's given his everything to football, both mentally and physically, and that he is blessed.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, don't wait. Call me now. Toll free, 1-800-333-0000. I'm Larry H. Parker. I'm nearby and ready to fight for you. You won't have to worry about medical bills, suffering, or loss of wages. Larry Parker.
you just heard there, has died. Parker was a personal injury attorney who was seen on TV, radio, billboards, and bus benches across Southern California for decades. The law firm announced Parker's death yesterday. He was 75. Let's take a look at your drive this afternoon. Right now, there's an accident in Diamond Bar on the 57.
Northbound 57, right at the 60, that's the Pomona Freeway. An accident involving a flipped-over vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. North 57, nothing but great place from Brea Canyon Road up to the 60. Heading the other direction on the Orange Freeway, 57 south at Nutwood. The broken-down vehicle has cleared out of lane. South 57 starting to recover. Now it's just reduced speeds from Lambert Road to 91. 105 eastbound to the 605 northbound. An earlier crash cleared up this connector road. KO5 in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at, and olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings on the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, North Carolina.
Yeah, I can move this dresser by myself, no problem. 3 times stronger. What's the difference between hiring one whoops versus hiring 3? I got it. Let me take this side. I got this side. I got the door coming through. Wow, this is way better. Castrol Edge motor oil is 3 times stronger than the leading force of bag, so you can unlock maximum performance with every drive. Claim-based viscosity breakdown is measured in critical bond. Test on 5 grade. Stronger oil for maximum performance. Shop for Castrol Edge motor oil on Amazon.
Southland weather from KFI. Slight chance of rain this afternoon with highs in the low 70s in Metro LA and OC. Highs around 70 on Sunday. Those highs will be in the mid-60s at the beaches today with highs in the mid to low 60s in Riverside and the IE. Highs will be in the upper 50s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 65 in Redondo Beach, 66 in Pasadena, 62 in La Habra, and 67 in Orange. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Hey, Kayla.
Yeah, now,
How do you make friends with a squirrel? Act like a nut.
China's trying hard, very, very hard to pretend like it doesn't have fans or execution fans. These cars that just show up and execute you. First stuff that I'll explain to you later. And they take you away forever. They're real. They're very, very real. Listen, because of what I just found, I now know what they look like. I now know how they work. And I now know how dark this really gets. And I also now know that I have seen them in real life. The thing is, China doesn't want you to know about this at all. The Chinese government constantly denies death bans and executions in general. But the crazy thing is that they want their citizens to know about the bans. They really, really want them to feel scared. I'm not kidding. Not only does this death ban pull up and take your life, it's being promoted, advertised, and explained on the Chinese internet. In fact, I just found a video that the Chinese government wants their own people to see so that they can be absolutely terrified of doing anything wrong. You, as a person outside of China, are definitely not allowed to see this. So what did I do? Well, I translated it into English just to show you. This video is brought to you by Incognito. You know, there's some absolutely disgusting, despicable, and horrible people out there. In fact, let me make it simple for you. Thousands of companies are collecting, aggregating this. Incognito can do the best everybody's into. Once you get the.com/video, puts you in the perspective of somebody that's about to be executed via death penalty. Now, it's kind of framed in that way, I think, on purpose, because it's supposed to make you feel like you might be guilty of doing something. But here's the deal. They put these videos out there as sort of a spectacle of public execution. And in fact, just back in 2001, they were still bringing people to stadiums to execute them in public to make people feel like, wow, the government does stuff about criminals, and I better not be like that. It was almost like a way of crime prevention rather than a celebration, right? The thing is, I thought this kind of died down around 2001, but they still kept doing this. They do public sentencing rallies. They've been doing it in 2004, and then in 2007, I was fighting some from the early 2012, 2013 time. They're still bringing people into public sectors, public sphere to show them off while they're executed. And again, this is not so much as a celebration as a deterrent for doing crime. Very Roman style. It's almost like being thrown in the Colosseum, basically. But today, we have the exact same thing. It's the internet, right? So the government puts these videos out so that people can be scared of doing crimes and also show off the prowess of how they get rid of criminals. Here's a CD representation of the death man.
So when that gets to 165, it's done. Done. It's not only have to build station, but outside of the reaction with refer to as the PR reaction.
That's actually true. You will be taken out to be cremated, but you'll just be put into another van. I kid you not, they have cremation vans.
Different in a state, for instance, they have.
They really love this whole mobile tech thing in China.
5 reasons you're having a rare complete because
you see how this is framed? It's like, how would you be executed? This is going to happen to you. You're supposed to enter this as like a POV. This is from your perspective. How are you going to be taken out by the government?
when it comes to control, it's usually outside of the duty inside. It's not functional. They don't really give you options. You did bring her because it's just as you tell you or it's not. You could help.
So it's actually interesting. There are two main ways of executing prisoners in China, and that is through lethal injection. It's also through shooting. Right? The thing is, they're trying to justify this execution method because it's more humane. This is something they try to do all the time. It's like, look how nice we are as a government. We execute our prisoners with the most humane methods. But the thing is, like, they haven't gotten rid of shooting people in a ditch. I mean, I'm not going to show this to you, but there's plenty of YouTube videos out there of the police that basically pull over on the side of the road, throw someone in a ditch, and shoot them. That's just how it is. Like, there's plenty of evidence out there for this still happening. So this is not some sort of like replacement for that. This is just simply how it works, especially in a lot of areas.
Doing interesting in the province, you've got whatever it is, it's pushing that heat. The temperature of the protein.
You see how this works, though? They're basically trying to justify having a mobile execution van by saying it's much cheaper as opposed to a couple $100,000 to build this facility within a hospital. Hey, now we can actually just drive a van around. It only costs us about $90,000. So this is like a justification of the public about, yeah, this is really good. It's a cost-saving method, but we need to go murder all those people. And by the way, it's interesting that they use another justification by saying not many people are executed every year. So by having a cheaper method of doing so, it's easier to sell to the public, right? It's easier to say, well, that's why you're seeing these death vans driving around, because it's cheaper and there's not that many executions. That's simply just not the case. In fact, China, even per capita, executes more people every year than every single country combined. And that's just the people that they count, right? Look at this graph. Every year, China's executing thousands and thousands of people. And unfortunately, we don't even know the official statistics. We try to make that classified information, whereas other countries will actually put it out there. Like, for example, Iran likes to brag about the fact that they kill about 500 people every year. That being said, it's way worse than this graph lets on. If you look at some estimates from human rights groups, it's estimated that people are getting murdered at around about 8,000 people per year, and that was supposed to come down year on year. In fact, it's just not happening. If you compare that to the U.S., which also has the death penalty, in 2022, 18 death row inmates were executed. 18 versus 8,000. Right? Makes you start to wonder what sort of crimes they're actually punishing here. By the way, there's a major caveat here. You can have estimations of 8,000 people per year, but that's probably the people that are being counted by the fact that maybe they had some sort of public trial or some sort of
public arrest. There are so many people in China that just completely get disappeared. If the government doesn't want you there, they literally just make you go away, right? You're not going to be counted even in the same thousand figure.
警车还可以对地量及两元制作出来。这个呢，是车上注册过车底盘车改造成为我包常在7到8米，内部警告约为1.7的以这种车人民无论驾驶区、观察指挥区、执行区3种足够。驾驶舱内和驾驶舱建立在被高度精密的监控设备和对其空力上的执行区是行进的地点，这边区被
Residents in underserved communities across India hate how
political this is. Like, this is put out in the beginning of the report. It's absolutely disgusting and dark. In the beginning, at least, it's put out there almost like an educational video. People don't understand about these death bans, and it's exactly what the Chinese government doesn't want you to see. But it's exactly what they showed their citizens. In fact, you can confirm, with these patents and these documents, if you look at some of the real footage and the real pictures, it is in fact curtained off. So at least they give you that semblance of privacy as you are executed on the back of the van. It's really grim and also very dystopian. The fact that you have to, when you're strapped down and laying there, you're looking up at the Communist Party of China's insignia, and right above that is a security camera.
It's tournament time. The thrill of excitement of March is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. DraftKings Sportsbook app. Customers bet on any college basketball, national tournament, and turn $5 into to celebrate college basketball with plenty of DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to knock up some draws. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHOP. Customers can bet $5 instantly on bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHOP. That's promo code IHOP. Must be 21 or older.
You see what this is? This is like trying to create psychological trauma. It's like, first starts as an educational video about how this death ban actually works, why it's justified, why it's convenient, why it's cost savings. And then it goes into what is going on in your head as someone that's being executed into this death ban. That your memories will attack you. During this period of consciousness, when you get your first injection, you're still in it. You're still thinking about your regrets and your family's expectations. This is supposed to get in your head to make you go, I better never do anything that will put me in this situation. I think this is a really important point to highlight as well. During the first injection, you're going to feel the regret as you stood in front of the judge. What you have to understand is that China does not have a rules or law-based system. It is the complete supreme decision of the People's Court, which is run by the Communist Party of China. If someone is guilty or innocent, there is not a panel of jurors, there are not independent people that have opinions. Your lawyer, if you have one, does not represent your innocence until proven guilty. If anything in China with a 99.9% conviction rate, you are guilty until you are proven guilty because you're almost never innocent. If you are caught by the government for doing something that they don't want you to do, and that can be anything really, then you are put on a faux trial in front of the People's Court, which is far over months time. So this is a fallacy that you're going to feel this regret that you stood in front of the judge because of what you've done. You might not have done anything. I want to go over some of the crimes where you could get the death penalty in China for. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, you have normal stuff like arson and flooding and manslaughter and bombing and treason and separatism and all that kind of stuff, right? But you also have things like robbery. You also have things that could be completely fabricated or twisted or manipulated by the government to get you the death penalty. If somebody wants who's gone, you can get the death penalty for really anything. For example, providing material support to the enemy, right?
you could be tried for some of these treasonous crimes in China. And there have been some public cases fairly recently, around 2019 in fact, where they go after someone that was simply on the foreign internet, meaning that they use the VPN or whatever to hop over the Great Firewall of China. We're having dialogue with people in different countries. If they think you're a political dissident, you can be a treasonous traitor that they execute for that. You see how slippery this is, and you can understand why there's so many people executed in China every year. If China was only executing people for these crimes, like murder or arson or something, you'd say, wow, China has a massively high crime rate. It's going to be like the highest crime rate in the world. Well, China does have an unofficially high crime rate. That's how I know. I lived there for 10 years. And really what's happening here is China's executing people, but they don't want to.
We all need help understanding God's word sometimes. Get in touch Radio Network, iHeartRadio, our biblical teaching podcast. Join in worship, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish speakers. In Touch Radio Network will lift you up throughout the week and help you gain deeper understanding of God's word.
Seeing how this goes through these stages of death, like some sort of science book mixed with like psychological trauma about how everything that you did was bad and wrong, and you feel all those regrets until you lose consciousness. And it's like it takes the spiritual element out of it. It takes hold of the kind of the complicated process of someone going through the stages of death, and reduces them to this inhumane, biological video about how to justify this horrible practice.
Select Gold 50% on term life insurance. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. We shop. SelectQuote.com.
加彩票，提名奖券，想大头条。That's the way that they portray your organ struggling to the very last second. This is made to instill fear. This is not necessarily a educational piece anymore. They've already done the justification of the video. This is grim. I mean, this is like watching you're supposed to be in this perspective of your body and your organs shutting down and working as hard as they can to stay alive. And it puts you in this perspective of how hard your body will try to fight to stay alive if something like this happens to you. And ready to take on the大剂量的加入是心肌的电传导，发生后端，心脏被拉压断裂，出人铁水跳动。至此 ，MP 自身的血氧经济手段将被血管中断，大脑迅速死亡，脑电图开始呈现一条直线，最后发育在心冠动止机体。双侧三大心电各条抗流让电力电池
If you love sports and scandals, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jamie, each week for Planet Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer The current scandal of NBA champion Velasquez on chase to a story showing the biggest incident during sports scandals.
I don't know how I would have put this to you, but this is one of those videos of really taking back to the evils of how China operates, at least in terms of the government. You get separated from it, like I lived there for a decade, right? But you somehow start to think of things as rose-tinted glasses. You start to think of your memories and friends and all the things that were great about your life. Those are memories I want to hold on to. At the same time, you start to lose touch with how cheap life is and how grim things can be from the perspective of how the government treats citizens. You can get daily updates about, them going after dissidents or them persecuting the Uyghur Muslims in Western China. And you get all these pieces of isolated data that do, shape your perception about how evil China can be. But then it's something like this that really reminds you at a clinical level of how unbelievably disassociated people have to be from human life to be able to carry on living there. This kind of video, the amount of executions there are, the arbitrary nature of how they treat people in China does show you that there is a massive disconnect from maybe the country that you live in or where you are from to how human life is treated on a political level in China. And I think this is one of those those videos that really just brought me back to that. I think it's important for people to understand because, like I said, China's trying hard, very, very hard to pretend like it doesn't execute its citizens, especially arbitrarily. But at the same time, using the language barrier, using this kind of shield they have, the fact that most people are not like me, they don't speak Chinese outside of China, and they're not going to understand what this stuff is. They're not going to be searching this stuff. But I think this gives you a perspective on how hard Chinese citizens have it in China, probably compared to where you're from, unless you're from North Korea or something. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. I know it was a super, super dark one, but you can expect some more lighthearted stuff if you go over to The China Show, which is a show that I do sermons at every single Friday. We talk about the live current events happening in China. It's the best place to get your China news. Definitely go check it out. Make sure you're subscribed there. Thank you very much. We'll catch you on the next one.
Cooking skills are important because this heat will actually kill nasty bacteria, makes food easier to digest. I know there's a movement of raw food and all of that, but there's a purpose to this. And that bacteria, digestion, all of that is helpful. It comes from this heat transfer of cooking. Even changes how some food tastes, right? Brown food is good food. So you turn onions from that sharp, acidy response that you get on your tongue to sweet, to even more savory. Just that hint of sweetness on there. So heat transfer at its core is really how we get that heat from our stove, or oven, grill, whatever you're cooking on, to your food. That's what makes the cooking process work. It's what makes your burgers juicy, your fries crispy. And there's three basic types. There's three main types of heat transfer. There's conduction, there's convection, and there's radiation or radiant heat. And each one has its own way of doing it. That's why we have different processes. Is trial and error. Really, you're battling to transfer heat all the while trying not to dry things out. Or as a chef said on the program one time, and I love this, the battle of moisture. Trying to get moisture out where you don't want it and keep moisture in where you do want it. So for instance, when you use a process like deep frying or even convection, where the air is twirling around like those so-called air fryers, that is dehydrating, getting water out. So those things all have their own purpose. Conduction is all about direct contact, pans, right, on burners, food in a fryer, direct contact. Convection, about moving more air or even liquid around like an oven or an air fryer. And radiation, radiant heat, that's when heat basically zaps your food without touching it. Microwave, ovens, things like that. So once you break down these methods and understand, that helps you be a better cook and appreciate the science behind your meals, and quite honestly, helps you understand why when you push heat in an oven into that chicken breast that we talked about in the first segment, that it continues to heat up that chicken breast even after pulling it out of the oven, which is why you want to slightly undercook it, because it will get up there to that proper temp. With the poultry at 165, now you're dealing with pork. Growing up, that was also 165. But do you know within the last 10 years or so, maybe 15 years, that was changed by the FDA, and now you can cook pork to 145 instead of 165. And back in the day, that's why we all had dry pork chops and stuff. You overcook things because they were worried about it having bacteria, because it's similar, more similar to poultry than it is to beef. So there you know, that's a basic breakdown of heat and why certain things are better to undercook a little bit and let that heat transfer continue to cook them rather than bringing up to that temp and drying them out. All right, the $20 per hour minimum in Los Angeles for your minimum wage and the bread exemption. What's going on? News and response.
We'll break that down. Also, my insights as to why I think that is not a wage hike just for fast food. It will go everywhere. Coming up a little later, some news about yogurt and the possibility of it helping prevent type 2 diabetes. So go nowhere. This is Fort Report. I'm Neil Spaker, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with the KFI 24-hour news.
I'm Heather Brooker, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. OC Animal Care is calling for volunteers to give some love and patience to 83 cats that were rescued from deployed
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Santa Clarita go-to spot for tasty meals. Tender mesquite tri-tip, succulent chicken, meaty ribs, all served up with a smile, surrounded by family-friendly vibes. Don't even get me started on their famous shredded onions, mac and cheese, and those fresh baked garlic butter rolls. If you're craving fresh, delicious salads, they got you covered too. Radler's Barbecue offers dine-in, takeout, and catering, and checking out their killer happy hour every weekday from 3 to 6:30 p.m. is a must. 3.5 hours of food and drink deals and craft beers and full bar. Santa Clarita, listen up. If you want authentic barbecue, go to Rattlers. They're located at 26495 Golden Valley Road in Santa Clarita. Taste them today or go to rattlersbbq.com.
Southland weather from KFI. There is a slight chance of rain this afternoon with highs in the low 70s in Metro LA and OC. Highs will be around 70 on the Sunday. Right now it's 63 in Santa Monica, 65 in Corona. We lead local. Live from KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bugman. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now is swarming season. Most likely, termites termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without tinting and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspections. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it is the fourth report. I'm Neil Baker. Thanks for hanging out today. We just basically celebrate food every Saturday. The people that make it, the culture behind it, all of those things. Cooking at home, going out to eat, and everything in between. So thanks for hanging out with us today. We got into cooking chicken in Technique of the Week and then into heat transfer on its own. What you're doing when you're cooking and why you can undercook certain things. They will raise the temperature if you do it right and do it safely. So go back and listen to that if you didn't get a chance to hear it by way of KFIAM640.com. It will be on demand. Don't forget to stick around at 5 o'clock for 12 sharp and SoCal Saturdays, and then he'll toss it over, of course, to Steve Gregory and Unsolved. So go nowhere. All right, Newsom dealing with pushback. We talked about this before. When the original article came out and everybody was going, what's going on? So let me break it down. Here's the lowdown on what is happening in California and the $20 an hour raise for minimum wage. Governor Newsom, he signed this law. It says fast food workers, you got to get paid at least $20 an hour. Right now it's about 16 something. So about $4 or $5 raise, right? $4 and change. But here's the twist. Bloomberg put out an article saying that places like Panera Bread got an exemption from that. Raised a whole bunch of eyebrows. People started looking into it, including some news outlets. And it turns out that this Panera Bread bigwig, Greg Flynn, has donated what some refer to as loads of cash to Newsom's campaign and also to back him up during the recall. It comes out to less than $200,000. So as far as the first thing I thought was that's all it takes to grease a politician, which seemed kind of small, right? He's donated some money to Newsom's campaign, and that people thought this might have had a hand in it. So at this point, after the backlash came after the Bloomberg article, you had both Flynn and Newsom's team coming out saying, no, it's not like that at all. So now the governor's office is saying that, hey, if you even look at it, Panera Bread isn't really off the hook because they don't make their bread on site like they would have to qualify for this particular exemption. It's this weird exemption that came at the end of all of this $20 an hour raise for minimum wage for fast food restaurants. And it's kind of strange because everybody thinks, well, why this? Why bread? Why is this an exemption? But Panera hasn't exactly clarified their baking process yet. Meaning, if they probably want you to believe that it's fresh in-house, right? So maybe they didn't want to come out and say, well, we get it brought in every day or something like that, or whatever the process is. They're not clarifying, so this might still be up in the air as to where it's going to land ultimately. Meanwhile, you've got Republican leaders, they're shouting foul play, calling for an investigation, as sides tend to do when there's something that they smell might be rotten, or a little yeasty, I guess in this case, saying that campaign donations shouldn't sway legislation. Okay, let's all get a good chuckle about that because we all know that it does. They just maybe don't always get caught. So on the flip side, you look at the law, and the law was supposed to help out all these people, right? 500,000 fast food workers. But now that's caught up in what is this really about? Who is actually helping? And in this case, is it actually helping out friends of the government? Now, this isn't just about Panera, though. Look at it. So you've got lawmakers now mulling over exemptions, like for fast food joints in airports, theme parks, and they think that this is worrisome, that including them might mess up wage negotiations. So they're looking at some places shouldn't be seen as fast food. So it's a mess, which means that the law wasn't written very well, or it was written in haste, and the big underlying headline is going to be, hey, look at $20 an hour minimum wage, but there should be all this stuff. So while the law was meant to be a big win for workers, at this point it's looking like it might have some bumps in the road. You got to figure these things out. Newsom might be facing some heat over it. Not that he's not used to that. If you remember the time you got a little flack for dining at that fancy French laundry restaurant during the pandemic. So we'll keep an eye on this and where it goes. It is interesting, though. I don't know the letter of the law because it is kind of vague. But if it's about whether you bake the bread, is it about making the bread from scratch? Is it about baking the bread? Because if it's just baking the bread, what about Subway? They make their bread fresh there daily, right? You smell it. It's very normal. It's fresh bread. So who will be exempt? And why was it put there in the first place? I would imagine it was to protect or help bakeries for some reason, which is great. I love bakeries. I know many people that own them. I know a lot of bakeries. Great. But why? For what reason and to what end? We come back, I'm going to explain a little something about this $20 minimum wage and why I think that it was a way to kind of underhandedly raise the minimum wage everywhere. Why I think that's the case when we return. It is the Fourth Report. I'm Neil Spader, KFI M640. Let's get the latest moves now in the KFI 24-hour news.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County DA has charged 13 people allegedly associated with the Mexican mafia for a violent attack when running a drug ring in jail. A man from Westminster is being hailed as a hero after he was stabbed to death while trying to protect a neighbor from an attack by his roommate. And Oscar nominee Coleman Domingo has a leading 3 individual acting nominations heading into tonight's presentation of the 55th NAACP Image Awards, including one for Entertainer of the Year. Southland weather from KFI's light chance rain this afternoon with highs in the low 70s in Metro LA and OC. Highs will be around 70 on Sunday. The weather is brought to you by Lowe's. We are going to check on the 405 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See it for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Providing for your family is a top priority. We're having to move forward with healthcare. Christian Healthcare Ministries can save you up to 40% today. As a member, you can choose your provider without approved restrictions. Sign up at your convenience without anytime appointment. Join the Christian community that supports each other's medical expenses, offering peace of mind as you prioritize what's most important. Enroll now or CHM.org.
My child has diabetes, and I am overwhelmed. She's so afraid that those needles hurt. I would do anything to help her.
Now your child and you can avoid being needlessness with Numbstat Cut Pads. Apply for 60 seconds in advance. Numbstat relieves needle pain. Our name says it all. Numbstat anesthetic and fast acting. NUMSTAT. Available at Walgreens.
Numbstat did work.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. Keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details and clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Barkley.
First pick. Sorry, kid.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and Inman FDIC.
With Easter right around the corner, put all of your eggs in one basket this year and hop on over to Family Dollar for deals on everything for the season. Save time and money with fun, affordable, pre-filled Easter baskets. Or get creative and craft your own with a variety of basket stuffers like plushies, candies, and toys. And don't forget to decorate with a large selection of Easter and seasonal decor at great everyday low prices. Only at Family Dollar. Helping you do more.
Your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
Addressing hair loss has never been easier thanks to Advanced Hair Restoration's simple one-day treatment. The most difficult part? Making the call for your free consultation. Call 844-333-HAIR and get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. AdvancedHair.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy.
They would really don't oppose. Your bag would be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
We call someone? No, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Thanks for calling Toyota. This is Jan.
Hi, Jan. My kids are really excited about spring break, so I'm looking for a new Toyota to help make it amazing.
Well, now until April 1st is the perfect time for an exciting new Toyota. Just imagine you and the kids in a ton. Or imagine taking a Grand Highlander
To the mountains for some spring skiing.
or maybe driving a Camry
To a towering water slide.
or even taking a RAV4.
To an animal sanctuary to pick goats.
Sounds like your kids aren't the only ones excited about spring break.
Oh, what makes you think that?
Let your imagination run wild at your participating Toyota dealer. Ready, set, go get your Toyota today. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Portions of the following program are pre-recorded.
Hi there, I'm Joel Larsgaard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Tomorrow at noon on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the fourth report, all things food, beverage, and beyond. I'm Lisa Baker, your well-fed host. Thanks for hanging out today. All right, getting back into it. As far as the Newsom and the California Assembly Bill 1228, that was the law, as we recall possibly, that raises the minimum wage for fast food workers from $16 to $20. This is all going to start on April 1st, strangely. Now, I want to say that I'm all for people making more money. I'm also a believer in a tiered system that motivates you to want to move up and out of certain positions, and that there has to be starting positions. There's just no way in life that every single job is going to pay a living wage. It's supply and demand, and if you don't have abilities or skills, insights, or something, even brawn, whatever it might be, that sets you apart, then you will fit into smaller jobs that don't pay as well. That's just the reality. The truth of the matter is, businesses aren't just going to pay more money to pay more money. They either pass it on to the rest of us, or they find more efficient ways to do it, or ways to automate. And that's coming. More and more you will see that. But it's not just about that, because I think, yes, there should be natural raises, cost of living. That's just the way things work. You can't hold somebody at one pay is that Americans, we tend to really get behind something if it's done in one thrust, right? Do you remember years ago when the gas prices started creeping up, and everybody's like, man, if it hits $5, I'm going out of my mind and we'll take it to the streets. Well, it did. Went to 5 and beyond. But because of the way it did it, people still needed to get where they were going. And although people were angered and annoyed and pointed to, the usual suspects, whether it's Newsom here in California or Biden in the Oval Office, people point their fingers and go, look what's happening. You remember, you go to the gas station, you see those little I did this stickers of Biden pointing at the cost. Funny marketing. Whoever came up with that. I think it was just a single guy who did it. But anyways, what I want to point to, and I don't want this to get lost, is this is not a bill to raise the minimum wage for fast food workers. That's the law. And although the conversation has moved to Greg Flynn, this guy, this billionaire who controls 2 dozen Panera Bread restaurants across California, and his tie Newsom, the reality is, even if Panera Bread was exempt, which it looks like they may not be, but even if they were, it doesn't matter. Because who's going to work at that restaurant for $16 when they can go to a fast food restaurant for $20? So to compete in the market, Panera and everybody else, even non-food related jobs, are going to have to automatically go to $20. Otherwise, people will leave. So we're being sold that it's for fast food, but it's not. It will raise everything, and then that $20 is nothing again. And I'm not saying, look, if your price is going to go up, you should never give raises. That's not my point. An artificial boost of $4 is going to shift everything around us. Mark my words, not just fast food places. And in this comes the absurdity of it all. Rather than looking for natural progressions, education, teaching people skills, trades, and the like, to actually move up, make more money, make room for younger people to come in, make that money, grow, get into management, and do those proper steps. Instead of saying, give me a reason to be able to stay on the bottom rung and pay me more. That's what bothers me. All right, much more to come, including yogurt. FDA says that it might play a part in preventing type 2 diabetes. Why that is, and why you will probably start seeing that on labels very soon. When we return. This is the Fort Report. I'm Newsom Pedra. This is KFI and KOSD HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Full bandwidth stimulation.
KFI
and KOSD HD2
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live from everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Standoff ends. I'm Heather Booker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man police believe shot 3 people in Falls Township, Pennsylvania, is now in custody. Officials say 26-year-old Andre Gordon shot and killed his stepmother, 13-year-old sister, and the mother of his 2 children before barricading himself in a home in New Jersey. The standoff lasted for several hours, and hostages were in the home at first, but police were able to get them out. Police say Gordon used an AR-15-style assault weapon during the attacks. An oil sheen off the coast of Huntington Beach has delivered a steady flow of tar balls and oiled birds, but a source has not been confirmed.
Where is this coming from, and how do we stop it from happening again?
OC Supervisor Katrina Foley says officials can use oil samples to identify a source similar to fingerprinting.
The testing found crude oil, but they can't match it to any particular source. And the testing also confirmed that maybe there was some natural oil.
Feathers from 9 more oiled birds found Thursday will also be compared with samples of the tar balls, nearby oil rigs, and the oil sheen, which was first reported last week. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
LA County's Hollywood 2.0 mental health program has been modeled after a similar one developed in Trieste, Italy, where patients are treated individually and welcomed into the community. Supervisor Lindsay Horbach says the model is an innovative way to keep patients engaged.
If we see them as people who are deserving
as opposed to being defined by their illness.
The program is expected to be fully operational in Hollywood in the 2025-26 fiscal year. Of the 170 beds created for it so far, 119 are occupied. Former Vice President Pence says he's not endorsing his old boss.
It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump.
Pence says that former President Trump has backed away from many conservative issues, including abortion and getting tough on China. Pence says he won't be voting for Biden either.
I would never vote for Joe Biden.
Pence says he won't be running as a third-party candidate either. The Department of Health and Human Services is investigating a recent cyber attack against United Health Group. Last month, a subsidiary of United Health fell victim to a ransomware attack that disrupted billing operations for patients across the country. The survey found more than 80% of hospitals say their cash flow was directly affected by the cyber attack. HHS announced it would start an investigation. A man in Florida who complained about persistent headaches has been diagnosed with an infection caused by tapeworm larvae living in his head. The American Health Journal said last week the man hadn't traveled overseas or visited a farm, but ABC's Jim Ryan says he did admit to having a taste for undercooked bacon.
Researchers say his case is a reminder to eat only fully cooked pork and to thoroughly wash your hands before and after preparing a meal.
CDC says larval cysts can be found in undercooked pork. The journal reports the man's headaches improved after treatment. At least 14 tornadoes have touched down in Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Illinois, Arkansas, Missouri, and Texas. ABC's Alex Percha says more than 100 homes have been damaged or destroyed in the storms.
Southern Arkansas, more than half a foot of rain sparking life-threatening flash flooding. In Ohio, authorities say rebuilding here will take time.
Officials in Lakeview, Ohio say 3 people have been killed and dozens have been hurt. Rescue crews are still searching for survivals. And measles is marking a milestone. Federal health officials are reporting cases this year already tie the number reported in all of last year. The disease, which is normally contracted in childhood, is extremely contagious. ABC's Michelle Franzen has more on what you can do to protect yourself.
The measles outbreak in the U.S. has health officials sounding the alarm. The CDC logging nearly 60 confirmed cases across 17 states so far this year, as many reported cases in all of 2023. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel says this virus is highly contagious.
If one person has the measles, 90% of people around them can also catch it if they're not already protected, usually by vaccination.
Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
The lead prosecutor in the election interference case in Georgia against former President Trump has resigned. A judge ruled either Fulton County DA Fannie Willis steps aside or her ex-boyfriend Nathan Wade resigns. ABC's Olivia Rubin says Willis praised Wade.
She said you were the one who had the courage to accept this role, even though you did not seek it. And she said, I will always remember and will remind everyone that you were brave enough to step forward and take on this investigation.
Rubin says the decision allows the case to move forward faster. The judge did not find that Willis's relationship with Wade amounted to a conflict of interest, but created an appearance of impropriety. Supreme Court has ruled that public officials can block social media followers under certain situations. Justice Amy Barrett says the court is setting a clear standard for when officials act as state actors online and when they can have more control over their social media presence. The court also ruled public officials can sometimes be sued for blocking their critics. The ruling comes as government officials in Michigan and California blocked followers on Facebook who were criticizing them. Let's take a look at your drive this afternoon. Right now, there is a disabled vehicle in Downey on the 605.
Outside of the 605. Right at Telegraph Road, a broken down vehicle clearing out of the carpool lane to get back up to the 91 freeway junction. South outside of the 605 is worse when it comes to slowing. You're tapping brakes for safety down to the 5, the Santa Ana Freeway. Onto the 5 Golden State Freeway heading southbound right at Hollywood Way. A serious accident here. All lanes are blocked except for the right-hand lane because of a crash. Expect delays from the 170 portion of the Hollywood Freeway. AFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
Paz interior, para mí se la mano de la banda de radio.
Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
Me and my pet, we share everything. The bed, the couch, our favorite blanket, but not fleas and ticks. Because I protect him with Nextar, the fastest acting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't give fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nextar. Shop Nextar Flea and Tick Protection now, online and in store.
That's the comparison. On the home, basically the things that start cleaning to cover. If dogs are going to leave a dog up over to be out.
You never know until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now.
Southland weather from KFI. There's a slight chance of rain this afternoon with highs in the low 70s in Metro LA and OC. Highs around 70 on Sunday. Those highs will be in the mid-60s at the beaches today with highs in the low to mid-60s in Riverside and the IE. And it will reach the upper 50s in the Antelope Valley. Right now, it's 65 in San Dimas, 65 in Playa Vista, 70 in Burbank, rainy and cool. It's 56 in Temecula. Wheatley Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary treat. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to make.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Happy Saturday, folks. It's Neil Spaker here. Of course, this is the fourth part where we celebrate food. Talking about it a lot. Some news, tips, and tricks. You can go to KFIM640.com after the show and listen to it on demand as you wish. I encourage you to go back and if you didn't get to hear the technique of the week, we got to talk about cooking and heat transfer and cooking proteins and all of that. So check that out if you are so interested. And I sure would love for you to join me on social media. That's X, that's Instagram, that is Threads, at Fork Reporter. I'm on Instagram a lot. Not the others as much, but I'm certainly on them, and it is me. So I'd love for you to join me at Fork Reporter. Don't forget, you've got both Koala Shark coming on at 5, SoCal Saturdays, and that's followed by Unsolved with Steve Gregory. Should go nowhere. So check this out. The FDA just gave yogurt a little boost by saying it might help lower the risk of type 2 diabetes. Now, the evidence is super duper strong, but they're allowing these kinds of claims with disclaimers, technical aspects, if you will, since there's not a ton of solid scientific proof behind it, but there's not information. There's more information about it working than there is against it. And it's not new. They do this for dietary supplements the same way, and some foods. Every now and again, this will pop up. But not everybody's thrilled about it. Some folks are saying this label change could actually make things worse. It's going to encourage people to eat more yogurt, especially those sugary kinds. We know which ones they are. If you can eat yogurt without making that weird, funny face, that's the sugary kind. Otherwise, if it's silky smooth and sort of has a choppy finish, you know what I'm talking about. The ones that are really good for you, those tend not to be the ones with all the sugar and ingredients to put in there, like fruit and all of those things too, that are often covered in sugar, all of that. So you know the difference. But
but that can up the risk of diabetes, right? That causes the exact opposite of what you're hoping for. Critics also say that relying on just a limited amount of evidence for these claims is kind of silly. So while yogurt right now might be getting just a little bit of that so-called halo effect, health halo effect by saying, hey, look, we're healthy. Most people think that it's healthy on its own as well. But it's not a magic fix for diabetes, nothing like that. So don't get too excited. How does this work with food? Well, believe it or not, think about it. You and I have heard these claims on other things as well. If I say cranberry juice, what do you think? You think, oh, well, isn't that good for the kidneys? Doesn't that fight against urinary tract infections and things like that, yeast infections, whatever it might be? Well, yeah, we've heard those things. Well, that comes from studies. Now, they may not be double-blind this or whatever they have to do to get a consensus. But science, believe it or not, doesn't always come to a consensus on things. There are major things like gravity, but if you do studies of gravity, you can see that there have been different beliefs as to how it actually works. Not that it doesn't exist or something like that, but how it works and how it's applied. So those so-called laws are things that they've come to a consensus that exists, but still the mechanics of them may be a little different, for instance. So in this particular case, when they get certain studies going on, and they have found that generally they have shown this positive response, that there's certain markers that they can back up and point to and say, this is what we noticed, here's the control. Then the FDA is saying, yes, it will come with an asterisk, but you can put those claims on a food label. You know, heart healthy, you see things like that. Well, what makes it heart healthy? Well, low in cholesterol, or it's high in fiber, or these things that they've already studied in other studies about fiber specifically, or what have you, then that points to the fact that now that if this product has those things in it, they can make those claims. The new jump on this one, the FDA and yogurt in this case, is that really it's finding a way to allow that to be written on a label. And you know what happens, any sort of health claims on a label, we all think is great because we see things. Think about all those different qualifiers, if you will, those descriptors that we find on labels that don't really mean anything. What about natural? You know, naturally delicious, or made like nature, or natural ingredients, or these things. Those aren't regulated. We don't even organic has an issue as to how it's regulated, by whom it's regulated, and whether it's certified organic. You know, there's things. For instance, when it comes to beef, they say grass-fed. Well, grass-fed is a good thing. That diet's going to change the taste of the meat. I hate to say this, I know. Forgive my vegans, or my vegan listeners, those that are plant-based. But they do say that happy cows are tastier cows. Sorry. I'm sorry. Bad host, but that would be sad. However, there's a difference between grass-fed and grass-finished. So finished, that means that through the entirety of the process, they've been treated with that rather than fed grass for a certain time, then finished off with things that will bulk them up, make them heavier, do things that will get more poundage when you're raising more money. So there's often these terms that are used when it comes to food descriptions to make us think they're better than they actually are. When it comes to the FDA and yogurt, we will have to see how this ends up playing out and to what end. But for now, don't be surprised if you see something about yogurt and how it could be helpful in the battle against the risk of diabetes. So it doesn't say it helps diabetes per se, but it says, hey, if you're having, I think it's 2 cups, at least 2 cups of yogurt a week, that can help stave off the risk of type 2 diabetes. More to come about that, I suppose, as we learn more. All right, now let's get the latest news in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I'm Heather Booker, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man police believe shot 3 people in Falls Township, Pennsylvania, is now in custody. We've been following the story all day. Officials say 26-year-old Andre Gordon shot and killed his stepmother, 13-year-old sister, and the mother of his 2 children before barricading himself in a home in New Jersey. The Supreme Court has ruled that public officials can block social media followers under certain situations. And the Orange County Animal Care is asking for help with 83 cats and 2 dogs that were living in deplorable conditions in one small home. Southland weather for KFI, slight chance of rain later this afternoon with highs in the low 70s in Metro LA and Oosty. Weather is brought to you by Wendy's Classic Hamburgers. We're going to check the 5 when we come back.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and the free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change, valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. When a service member or first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty, who's there for them or their families left behind? Who's helping our homeless veterans and our nation to never forget 9/11? The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Tunnel to Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifice
in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Louis Baker here with Fort Thanks for hanging out this Saturday. Don't forget, you've got the Wall of Sharp. SoCal Saturdays coming up at 5, and then at 7, we'll have Steve Gregory and Unsolved. And then after that, at 9 for 1 hour, you will have Before the Coast, your very own Clay Road, and then Coast to Coast David. So, no reason to go anywhere else. Stay right here, and we will have you covered. Again, want to remind you to join me on social media. It's a great way for us to connect and have a really good time posting stuff and getting fun feedback. I'm kind of one of those scrollers. Gives me inspiration. So check it out at Fort Reporter, on Instagram, X, Threads. Not very far. Boy, they have never and probably will never run out of ways to put boysenberries into food. Stuff that will surprise you but always pays off. The 2024 Boysenberry Fest will run daily from March 8th through April 7th, and then Friday through Sunday, starting on April 12th through the 28th there at Knott's Berry Farm. And if you haven't been, man, I can't recommend it enough. They do such a fine job with the foods that they come up with, the concoctions, and the very smart ways of using boysenberries. When I went, one of the last times I went, I was broadcasting for the event. By the way, I thought it would be fun to dye it. Some of you know I dye my beard. It's white. And I get bored with it. And it's the only hair on my face. Well, my eyebrows. But I get bored with it. And so I'll dye it from time to time. Usually blue. But it's been red. It's been black. It's been striped. All these things. Well, I thought it'd be fun to go to the Boysenberry Festival and dye my beard purple to celebrate the Boysenberry Festival. Man, that's one of the hardest colors I've ever worked with. It left everything looking like a crime scene. Anywho, just in case you're going to be dyeing your beard or something there. But people do dress up in boysenberry purpley colors, which is kind of fun as well. So they come up with these menus, and Knott's Berry Farm imports 300,000 pounds of boysenberries every year from Chile, New Zealand, Oregon, and this is all to feed you and me, who feast on more than 80 food and beverage items each year for this annual Boysenberry Festival. And you know, boysenberries, that's what started the farm. And when you think about Knott's Berry Farm, it is the only that I'm aware of. It's the only place of its kind, as far as here in Los Angeles or in the Southland, of an amusement park that really started because of food. Food was sort of an afterthought on other parks and amusement parks, but for Knott's Berry Farm, it was the thing that brought people there. The restaurants, boysenberries, all of these things brought people there. The line was so long, that fried chicken, that they had to come up with stuff for people to do while waiting in line. So the food is always outstanding. The stuff that they put together for the Boysenberry Festival is absolutely amazing. I mean, really, the creativity and the fun. I mean, there's hits and misses everywhere, but I was blown away how many hits there were. And the misses to me weren't like, oh, that's nasty. It's none of those. It'd be like, oh, that wasn't as boysenberry forward as I expected or something like that. But man, when they come up with these things, I've had spare ribs with a boysenberry barbecue sauce on them. It was outstanding. They have plenty of boysenberry style beverages and the like. And it just is one of those things that you can really taste that they've been focusing on this well in advance, coming up with all of these different things. So booze items, different food offerings, always there. The menus are throughout the park, different places, different booths, different stands, and it really is pretty amazing. So just, get in there, you can get a tasting card, has more than 50 items, most offered in folk food booths and restaurants there in Ghost Town. And you can go and enjoy, because there's tons. It's a $55 tasting card, by the way. But it's kind of like a map, a mini dining plan, if you will, that encourages those of us that love food to sample all the festival fare and return to the park for another visit. So get in there, get the card, do your thing, and enjoy it. Again, the Boysenberry Festival is coming very soon back to our friends there at Knott's Berry Farm. 2024 Boysenberry Fest runs daily, April 7th, and then Friday through Sunday, starting April 12th to the 28th there at Knott's Berry Farm. Get in there and have some fun. It is the Fort Port Onions, major KFI 640. Let's get the latest news now in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I'm Heather Brooker, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA City Council has approved millions of dollars for enhanced protest training at the LAPD.
The $9 million will help create an 8-hour mobile field force, a 4-hour field jail operations course, incident command training, and the improvement of when and how to use less lethal force. The efforts in response to a report that noted operational deficiencies during the George Floyd protests in 2020. The 3 more progressive members of the council voted against the funding yesterday. 4 other members were absent. Officials said the training reduces the risk of harm and mitigates liability. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The 39th LA Marathon will be up and running this weekend. The 26.2-mile route starts tomorrow at Dodger Stadium. It will make its way through LA, Chinatown, Olvera Street, Little Tokyo, Hollywood, Route 66, and then end up in Century City at the Avenue of the Stars. Roads will be closed to the public for the event as early as 3 a.m., so keep that in mind when you head out in the morning. The LA County DA has charged 13 people allegedly associated with the Mexican Mafia for a violent attack and running a drug ring in jail. Officials say a member of the Mafia in state prison relayed orders to his associates on the outside to set up an attack on an inmate who was claiming he was a member of the Mexican Mafia. Investigators also served a search warrant at the alleged Mafia leader's home, where they say they found a gun, 10 ounces of meth, and $16,000 in cash to be paid to his associates. 2 of the men were arrested, and 1 was arrested yesterday. 8 were allegedly in prison, and 2 are on the run. Investigators with a San Bernardino County Sheriff's Operation have recovered 320 ghost guns. Sheriff Shannon Dykes says the majority of the guns were built using parts bought at gun stores and online.
There are some 3D printing operations, certainly that we've come across.
Operation Consequences started in 2022 to fight crime across San Bernardino County. Dyke says investigators became interested in targeting ghost guns as more criminals were firing them at deputies. Artist Bad Bunny has filed a lawsuit in California alleging a fan posted substantial portions of the artist's show on YouTube. The suit claims the fan was asked to remove 10 videos featuring several of Bad Bunny's full songs from his concert last month in Salt Lake City. The complaint says the videos have unauthorized bootleg footage that infringe on copyrights. The YouTuber says he has the right to freedom of expression and argues the footage is a newsworthy event of high public interest. All right, let's take a look at your drive right now. We've got an accident in the city of Industry on the 16th.
Westbound south of the 60, right into Suicide Avenue, an accident clearing off the right-hand shoulder, but you have reduced speeds leaving Brea Canyon starting at Airway Drive. Hollywood Freeway, 101 southbound at Vermont Avenue, a car broke down in the middle lane. 101 southbound, nothing but brake lights for Vine Street to the East LA interchange. Not all that far from the Brea Canyon in the city of Brea. 57 southbound at Imperial Highway, it's an accident in the left-hand lane. Expect delays starting at Brea Canyon Road. You head toward Fullerton and Anaheim. KFI in the sky car to get you there faster. I want moments.
Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender, the bath enveloped by a rainforest soundscape. Enlightenment, here I come.
Free one-day delivery on backlogs and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Greg.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most flirting time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/meatball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effect symptoms may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur and can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your Dixon specialist about Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
Handle on the news, weekday mornings at 6 on KFI. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, Neil's Fager here. Happy Saturday. Listen to the Folk Report. We just celebrate food, the people that make it, the culture behind it. We talk cocktails. We talk everything that kind of ties into food, whether it's gadgets or techniques or cooking at home. All of these things, it's really a sanctuary. There's a lot of heavy news during the week and everything like that. It's just kind of a place where we try and shake the heaviness of those things off, come together, celebrate food, and agree that, man, good food and good beverage, there's nothing like it. So we have a new, it's funny because when I invited them on, they were not a sponsor of the show. It just so happens they started as a sponsor of the show today, and that's Zellman's. And these minty mouth mints are fantastic. And you've heard Bill Handel talking about them. So it just coincides with the fact that we're starting them today, but I actually invited you guys on before that happened. So welcome to the program, gentlemen. Yeah, it's been a while. It has been a while indeed. So father and son, and coming together on this is pretty impressive. Explain a little bit about the journey, where you are now, and what's so special about Zellman's Mickey Mouth mints that are different than things that are out there. Oh, wait a second. No, it's not a problem in here, brother. Okay, well, why don't we bring you onto this mic here? Because that sounds just a little not okay. Look at that. He's quick like a bunny. Magic of radio. Yeah, I know. Live. This is what you do. Okay, there you are. The upgrade. That is Anthony right there. Yeah.
So as I was saying, you like eating foods, garlic, onions, the tastier the food, the better, sure. And there's some terrible repercussions if you're eating food with that much garlic and onions. People tend to back away from you, and you can lose your friends. You don't have the confidence to get close to others. And as you know, about 30 years ago, I pioneered the original breath capsule with parsley seed oil, and we did that very successfully for many years. And then I got out of the breath business, and it was about 5 years ago that Jared and the next generation in the family said, Dad, let's get back into the breath business.
Jared, of course, is your son who has mad marketing skills, and we've talked at length about the box, the design, and everything like that, because I'm kind of a geek about that. So you're too kind. No, it really is beautiful, and I was a fan of the first incarnation, if you will. So this is an easy transition to me, but man, everything is on point, and I have it in my pocket right now.
I mean, here's what it comes down to, Neil. Maybe you talk about the branding and marketing, it's so sweet of you, but the reality is nobody wants to talk about bad breath, right? For some reason, we made that concept of bad breath taboo. There are other products out there that might impress you. Others, in other words, your body, we talk about this all day long, but to look to someone and say, hey, Neil, your breath smells a little bit, you can't do that, right? So what we're going to do is change the conversation. That's why we started the business. That's why we built the brand the way that we did. Because at the end of the day, no one has to be afraid of their bad breath. Change the conversation, we normalize things. People are going to be more comfortable.
I think I have a theory on that, actually. Because I think when you say something, like your hair is messed up or you've got something in your teeth, I think we all know But I think that's what it is, Jared. I think that most people don't know what that next step between brushing your teeth, flossing.
You're so right. The thing is, we love our language, right? We brush, we floss, we use mouthwash. That's great. Wake up in the morning when you're getting ready for bed. But what about every moment in between? We do things all day with our breaths to make our breath stand.
I just say, I've never ever said I love oral hygiene.
Nice to you, dentist. Listening out there, that
I do, but on a real, I get to go do. But you're right. Being able to do that after a meal, or when you don't feel, I almost said fresh, but I will not say how. You guys, you just don't feel fresh. No, that's not. That is not. I'm not saying.
Or you're shying away from people getting, standing further back. Everybody wants their personal bubble. And when you're eating food, you're socializing, and that's often the time when you're getting closer to people.
Yep.
And you go, well, I've just had, some delicious pasta filled with garlic and onions, and then you're backing away. There's two basic types of bad breath. There's the bad breath that comes from the oral cavity, which if you have systemic bad breath, see your doctor, see your dentist, figure it out, because that could be a bigger problem than just having bad breath.
Gingivitis.
That's totally different. Exactly. But if you love eating food and you want the confidence, there's nothing in the world like supplements. We took a capsule with parsley seed and sunflower oil and developed technology to put a powerful mint coating on the outside. So you supplement coating, you enjoy the whole sensation of the mint, because people have been trained for decades that if your breath is minty, your breath is fresh. No, there's nothing worse than minty garlic breath. So what Xellians does is, oh my God, you're not masking it. Correct. We don't mask bad breath. We say get rid of bad breath. Enjoy your food. Get out there. Take your Xellmans. Enjoy the minty coating. Swallow the capsule, or you can chew the capsule. It was designed to be swallowed or chewed. If you chew it, it's got a very strong parsley taste. And as you know, we were talking about this the other day, parsley's been used for centuries as a natural breath deodorant.
Since the Roman time, we go back to where they would have piles of it in the middle of the table, and some of them would actually put it around their neck for when they eat, they would chew it afterwards. So we've known for a long time. Okay, hold that thought. We'll come back more with Anthony and Jared, raising as we talk about Xellmans, minty mouth mints. You've heard Handle talk about them. I'm proud to be a partner with them in getting the news out to you on how you can find them, how you can purchase them, and in a little bit we're going to tell you how you can get a special deal just from listening today. We'll get back to that in just a moment. So stick around. It is the Fort Report. I'm Neil Spader, KFI News 640. Let's get the latest moves now in the KFI 24-hour news.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man in LA has been charged with allegedly killing his girlfriend's 3-year-old son in Lancaster. And the LA City Council has approved millions of dollars for enhanced protest training at the LAPD. And the 39th annual LA Marathon will be up and running this weekend. The 26.2-mile route starts tomorrow morning at Dodger Stadium. We're going to check on the 5 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how your Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Fish should take better care of that diabetes.
I know, but needles scare me and blood tests hurt.
Then try Numbstat.
What's Numbstat?
Numbstat's a prep pad that will help you avoid needle stick pain and fever. Just rub it on for 60 seconds first.
Our name says it all. Numbstat, anesthetic and fast acting. NUMSTAT. Available at Walgreens.
Numbstat really worked.
In this edition of the Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, Chief Marketing Officer of Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us, but all of it's been extremely helpful, and we have seen a huge return on our investment. The methodology by which we're approaching audio and then seeing the real results with real numbers has helped us continue to invest moving forward. One of the things that's been really important for us is to see the extension of reach to new audiences that we could not really speak to before. We get about a 20% lift adding audio to our overall portfolio.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. From national to local, every audience, live conversations of trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a marketing company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
In year-round comfort, or your home is backed by industry-leading limits of agreements with conditions at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning. Special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 504-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlatesheating-ac.com/keep-on-smart.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, though, he probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. In a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or Advanced Hair.
24/7 comedy.
If you really don't have holes, the bag will be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
We call someone. No, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
If you're tired of politicians in Southern California, how about this election cycle? We do every single thing in our power to vote individuals into office that are actually going to do more for those that they are elected to serve.
Tawala Sharp.
This evening at 5 on K5.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, happy Saturday to you. Listening to the Fourth Report. I'm your well-fed host, Steve Spade. You do. Don't forget 12 Sharp coming up at 5 o'clock, and then Steve Gregory with Unsolved after that. Right now, we're talking to Jared and Anthony Raisin from Zellman's Minty Mouth Mints. By saying that 5 times fast. ZELMINS. And the cool thing is that these mints are really special. Handle started doing that. I met Anthony decades ago. Handle introduced me to him. And we've had great success with them. Great partnership with KFI. And they've been just wonderful partners with KFI. So they come back on. Hannah's doing them. And I said, gosh, I haven't seen Anthony in a while. I met his son Jared. I said, well, let me invite them on. Well, it just happens to coincide with the fact that they started a campaign here on the program, which I appreciate. That's, how we keep these things going. And I really love the product, so it's a very easy thing for me to tell you about. Do you find that there's, before we do that, I did pitch that Jared told me you guys have a special for today. So Jared, if you want to share what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think here's what we want to tell all the listeners out there. If you've been listening to KFI for weeks, you've been listening to Anthony's program in the mornings, and you've been hearing these ads and you're saying, I don't know, can it really be that good? We're here to tell you, give us a try. If you've been on the fence, we want you to try Zellman's. Even if you don't like it, we want to know about it. We want you to order it. We want you to experience the product. And Neil, if it's cool with you, what we're going to do, we're going to do a special we never really did. We're going to offer 25% off just for today's listeners. Should we extend it to the end of the weekend?
Yeah, let's do it to the end of sorry, because people are listening to the podcast that are already there. Okay. Wow, that's very like a infomercial where I'm supposed to do this now. Wow! No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Stop with that. How are you you're gonna honor the business giving so much away? I do love the fact that you're one that's incredibly generous, and thank you. I love my listeners. I love the KFI listeners. So anybody that treats them well, I'm happy with.
So here's what we're going to do for all the listeners listening today to the end of tomorrow night. Use the code FORK25, FORK25, 25% off your first order. We never do that. We're going to do it just for the Fork Report listeners because, like I said, you've been listening. Maybe you're a skeptic. All of our skeptics out there, we love more than that. So fresh breath, try the product. Let us know what you think of FORK25.
But more important to young listeners, for the most part, are foodies. They want to enjoy what they're eating. And we're happy to put our money where our mouth is. There is nothing in the world like Zellman's. Try it, love us, or we give you your money back. And, if I can add a personal note, I love meeting listeners. And I've met many of them. You need these mints. They get very close to you. I'm kidding. But I do worry about myself when I'm meeting listeners. Because I don't want to get up in their face and they go, oh, what the hell did food guy eat?
Neil, you should hear what your listeners say about it. You're lucky they can't smell you.
You know what's funny? I thought about Handle because you were saying that, Handle's doing these and his breath is fresh so people aren't pushing him away. And I'm like, no, people are still pushing him away. It's just not because of his breath anymore. It's like, yeah. They're like, gee whiz, that guy's annoying. So that's a whole different thing. There is no mint or capsule you can take for being what's going to be filled in there. So totally different. I appreciate you guys coming on. I appreciate that massive 25% discount. Again, that's $4.25. You go to Zellmans.com. Is it right?
It's just Zelmins, yeah, ZELMINS.com. Zelmins, ZELMINS.com. Be sure to use the code FORK25 for that discount through the end of Sunday. And that gives you time to get that. Now, it doesn't suck after that because you can just use fork after that and you still get 50%. But try them. You guys also have a money back guarantee you do.
Absolutely. If we tell people, try us, love us for your money back. Not everything works for everybody, but we're that confident. As Lincoln always says, and you'll be saying soon now that we're a sponsor of the Fork Report, you're never going to ask for your money back. The product is that good. That's how confident we are. You wouldn't have had us on the show had you not tried the product and experienced it. And hopefully Kate is much happier sitting opposite the mic from you now that you are a loyal Zelmins user.
I got 2 of them under each armpit right now, as a matter of fact.
That's not designed for that.
Good luck. I will tell you this, and this is no joke. We moved from down the hall to these studios a year and change ago. And I was telling Anthony this, that the old version I held on to for so long, had boxes of it that you'd given me, and I hoarded them. I even tried to find other mints that had some that had mint in a capsule type thing, and that whatever. And I hoarded them, so when I moved out, I found them, and I'm like, holy smokes! And I would keep them in my office at home and use them. Probably past the date. I don't know what that is.
You know, hoarding them doesn't work. You gotta use them.
No, but you know what I'm saying? It's like I wanted them for those times where I'm like, I need one extra.
Yeah, if this was television, you'd see we put you in this is lifetime supplies. We want you to enjoy, and flattery is a great compliment. We've had many different novels, people trying to copy us.
Sure,
but truly, there's nothing like this.
Well, being a sponsor is great because now I can go to people and go, if they have bad breath, I don't have to say they have bad breath. I say, have you tried being a sponsor?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be doing that if we weren't sponsored.
Yeah, it's kind of slip. All right, thanks so much for coming in. Great to see you guys. Thanks for the discount for the listeners, and we'll have you back on. We'll be talking. Thanks so much for thanks to you. We appreciate it, and
good luck with the audience, and stay fresh.
All set. All righty, excellent. It's AFI AM 6 and KOST HD2 Los Angeles.
Well, at least you've decided to listen to KFI. See, you're making progress.
KFI.
And KOST HD2
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Got the ghost guns. I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Operation has netted 320 ghost guns.
2 of those guns were recovered earlier this month. Sheriff Shannon Dyke says officials decided to target ghost guns as they became a common tool for criminals.
We saw a large number of our officer-involved shootings that our deputies were being shot at or shot with ghost guns.
All the guns have been taken as part of Operation Consequences. The operation, which began in 2022, is a countywide effort to fight crime, including drug and gun crime. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A man in LA has been charged with allegedly killing his girlfriend's 3-year-old son in Lancaster. LA County DA George Gaspon says the man was charged on Friday for the murder for a murder that happened on February 20th. That man goes to court on April 14th. 9 more oiled birds have been found near an oil sheen off the coast of Huntington Beach. OC Supervisor Katrina Foley says officials have been testing oil samples like fingerprints to find a source, but nothing has been confirmed so far.
Samples from the oil that's in the water, samples from the tar balls, samples from the feathers even of the birds that have been oiled to test, to track back to a particular source.
Foley says the oil sheen first reported last week has been cleaned up, but tar balls continue to wash ashore. They say people can call the Oiled Wildlife Care Network when an oiled bird is found. OC Animal Care is calling for volunteers to give some love and patience to 83 cats that were rescued from deplorable conditions.
2 dogs were also among the dozens of animals crammed into one small home.
Their behavior is very typical of animals involved in an
cats which were rescued last month.
They're getting used to human interaction, being touched, but they're still very fearful and need a lot of help.
She says local animal rescues and people in the community can help provide the individual care needed to get cats ready for adoption. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
After a carjacking and shooting spree in a Philadelphia suburb and standoff in New Jersey, police say Andre Gordon was taken into custody without incident. It's a story we've been following all day here at KFI. Police now say Gordon wasn't inside that home after heavily armed police surrounded it earlier today. Apparently, he slipped out before they were able to establish a perimeter. Gordon is accused of shooting 3 family members, including his 13-year-old sister. Vice President Harris and rapper Fat Joe have met at the White House to discuss easing penalties for people who use marijuana. Harris said yesterday it's absurd that the federal government defines marijuana as a more dangerous drug than fentanyl.
We have directed the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Justice to reassess how marijuana is classified under the federal drug schedule.
President Biden has issued pardons and reduced sentences to thousands of people for marijuana possession. Kanye West says over $1 million worth of Yeezys were stolen from his warehouse in LA. West's chief of staff reported 60,000 pieces of clothing were taken from the facility, and while they're not entirely sure where the clothing went or who took them, there are allegedly several suspects police are looking into. Tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, but one local beach town is getting a head start with some street closures.
Hermosa Beach is getting a jump on the holiday with a parade today down Pier and Hermosa Avenues. Lakers host the Warriors in a crib this evening, with Galaxy hosting St. Louis over at Dignity Health Sports Park in Carson. 2 big freeways are set to close overnight, both sides of the 90 and the 405, and both sides of the 105 and the 110. Heads up, it's the LA Marathon tomorrow with many street closures planned, including some big ones like Sunset, Santa Monica, and Wilshire. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, Will Holschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
Okay, Taco Bell fans, Taco Bell has a new menu. The new Cantina chicken menu features new items like a soft taco, crispy taco, burrito, quesadilla, and a bowl. The items will have new ingredients like shredded purple cabbage, avocado salsa verde, and pico de gallo. Now, some of those items are available now for Taco Bell Rewards members, but everyone will be able to get them starting March 21st. And the winner of the nearly $1.8 billion Powerball jackpot from last year has been announced. The jackpot was the second largest ever, but Theodorus Struck represents a group of winners who bought the ticket from Midway Market in Kern County last October. Midway Market got $1 million for selling the winning ticket. Let's take a look at your drive right now. We've got a crash on the 5 in Sun Valley.
Looking on the southbound side at Hollywood Way, it's a crash coming from the carpool and the 2 left lanes. Traffic is backing up to Lancashire Boulevard to Riverside area, 215 southbound before University Avenue. A crash here has the right lane blocked. Traffic is backed up to the 91 freeway through Irvine. The 5 northbound to 405. A wreck here blocking the 2 right lanes. Traffic is stopped from Avery Parkway. And look out for a closure in Malibu, Pacific Coast Highway northbound at Big Rock. Right lane closed there for a mudslide removal. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jonathan Weiss. What college hoops fans? It's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Southland weather from KFI. There's a slight chance of rain this afternoon with highs in the low 70s in Metro LA and OC. Highs will be around 70 on Sunday. And we will see the mid-60s at the beaches today with highs in the low to mid-60s in Riverside and the IE. Highs will be in the upper 50s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 70 in Simi Valley, 66 in Placentia, 63 in Monrovia, and 65 in Irvine. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Brooker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary treat. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to make. Let me teach you how to make. How to roast a steak. Let me teach you how to make. Let me teach you how to make. Let me teach you how to eat. Let's go now.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Folk Report, all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your friendly neighborhood folk reporter, Miss Pedro. How do you do? Thanks for hanging out today. You know, I have a special guest with me today, and you may know her because she's got a famous name. Her name is Pamela Handel. Of course, the test tube spawn of Mr. Bill Handel. Mornings here on KFI from 6 to 9. And if you didn't know, she went to culinary school, both for the culinary arts as far as cooking, and then went on to France. Is that where you went to?
Yes, south of France.
Wow, she went to France to learn pastry chefing. So we were having a conversation the other day about getting things at the grocery store and then zhuzhing them up, making them spectacular from their canned or box state. And she goes, "Oh, I love doing that." I said, "Well, come on, let's talk about it." So is there something off the shelf that you always buy?
Every time when I'm making pasta, I love to use pasta sauce. And jarred pasta sauce is one of the most frequently used items in my household, especially a tomato or a vodka sauce.
Sure.
And I find that one of the easiest things to zhuzh up, as you say.
You gotta zhuzh it, you gotta chefify.
Of course, you gotta turn it gourmet.
You gotta pickle up. So, what is something? Is there a brand that you particularly like to use?
Right now, I've discovered a brand called Yo Mama.
Where did you find Yo Mama?
At Ralph's, actually.
Really?
Yeah. It's a vodka sauce, and it's actually really delicious. And you make it even more delicious for really cheap, actually, with some really basic ingredients that, personally, I believe everyone should have in their household at all times. But that's just me.
Okay, so what are the things that in a vodka sauce? You've got that yummy, really pinkish look to it. What are you adding to make it even a little bit fresher or homemade tasting?
Well, the first thing I do is I like to take either grape or cherry tomatoes, whatever I have on hand. I cut them in half and then I throw them in a pan with a little bit of olive oil and I blister them, which is super easy. It takes maybe 5 or 10 minutes just to get them really soft. And then I pour the sauce in, and that just adds a little bit more texture, a little bit more flavor, a little bit of freshness, chunkiness, which I really enjoy. right? If you don't like the chunkiness, you can throw it in a blender after if you want. But I personally like the texture of just the whole tomatoes. After that, I really like to use this stir-in garlic paste, and you get it in a tube.
Oh, it's great. I have those on hand as well. We have parsley, basil, garlic, and really chunky and smooth, right?
Yes, I always keep ginger and garlic paste in my fridge at all times, and I go through those things very quickly, but I always have some on hand. So garlic goes in the pan. I fry it up a little bit, and it's so easy because if you want to, you can chop up some fresh garlic, but I gotta admit, I'm pretty lazy when it's a pasta sauce night. I don't want to do very much work, so that goes in the pan. Of course, you add a little extra salt. I add heavy cream if I have it on hand. Heavy cream does go bad if you don't use it a lot. You can add whole milk. That gives it, that milky, delicious kind of both look and taste. And if you simmer it a little bit, it does make it a little thicker. And of course, enough Parmesan cheese to drown a small country. And honestly, with just those ingredients, it makes it taste like it comes from a really high-class restaurant.
That's awesome. And a little tip on Parmesan, if you're getting good stuff, you can leave the rind a little back in the line, and you can just toss that in.
I always keep my Parmesan rinds.
Yeah, and then you pull it out. Just let it melt a little bit in there, and then you pull it out afterwards, and it will give you that distinct Parmesan Reggiano flavor, and that's awesome. So you're just kind of picking it up a little bit and using it as your base for cooking. That makes total sense. What other sauces or things do you pick up a little, and how do you do those?
I eat a lot of Asian-inspired dishes at my house. I find stir-fry really easy, just to whip up really quickly. Stir-fried rice, vegetable stir-fry, anything I can throw in a pan and whip up in a couple minutes. And I actually recently made a 3-ingredient sauce, and it is sour cream, soy sauce. I use the lower sodium because I like to control how much salt I put in my food.
Sure.
And chili crisp, which is a very specific ingredient, but you get one jar and it lasts you forever. And you just use the smallest amount, and it adds a beautiful garlic, chili, oily, but not in a really gross way.
It's just not like it's unctuousness.
It is. It has umami.
It got umami. Yo mama umami. And it also, a lot of times when you're doing those things, you think it's going to add heat. Does it add heat?
Honestly, I use about the size of a pinky fingernail. I don't add much of the oil. I add the solid part of the chili crisp, and I just stir it in. Not even enough to change the color, just enough to add that garlicky chili crisp flavor. It does not add heat. The sour cream dairy cancels it out. You can add more if you like it spicy. You can add less. It really is to taste. Start with less and go for more, depending on what you like.
What are some other things that you buy off the shelf that you pick up?
Some other things, honestly, just basic stuff. Sour cream is the base of almost every sauce I use.
Really?
I really like Mediterranean stuff as well, and one of my favorite sauces that I make almost every single week is just sour cream, garlic powder, or that garlic stirring paste, depending on what I feel like, and lemon juice, salt, pepper. That's it. That's the whole sauce.
Yeah, the basics really, I know a lot of people think that each chef, you've got to add 1,000 different things to it, but the reality is you can get really great flavor from a handful of ingredients. Some of the best things that we eat are the simple ones.
Absolutely. And honestly, it's just about trying it and adjusting it to your taste. I have made that sour cream, garlic, lemon juice sauce dozens of times, adjusting it each time, and I found the perfect ratio of ingredients. It really is just about continuing over and over, finding the perfect amounts for what you like. And that sauce goes on anything Mediterranean, to be honest.
Do you ever pick up any frozen foods? Is there, do you put stuff, if you get a frozen pizza for whatever reason, do Do you add anything to it to make it taste fresher?
Definitely, absolutely. Grated mozzarella cheese is one of the biggest things. And mozzarella cheese is pretty hard to grate because it's so soft. So what I do is I throw it in the freezer until it hardens up to a point where you can grate it. I do not like to buy pre-shredded cheese because it's coated in a powder that stops it from melting very well.
Yeah, it's in there to keep them from sticking to each other, but in doing so, it ends up.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, block cheese tends to be cheaper than the pre-shredded stuff.
Oh, most definitely. There's no handle or anything like that. All right, stick around. Talking to Pamela Handel. Pamela Handel is the daughter of Bill Hagel, but she went to culinary school, and we're just talking about, going to the grocery store, you grab something, you want to taste fresh or more homemade, some tips and tricks that you can do to kick it up a notch. So stick around, we'll be back with more. It is the Fourth Report. I'm Neil's favorite, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now from the KFI 24-hour news.
I'm Heather Brooker, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police say a man was taken into custody after a carjacking and shooting spree that killed 3 people in a Philadelphia suburb and a standoff in New Jersey. Residents in underserved communities across LA will get to vote on how to spend the $5 million fund from the LA Repair Program. And a giant concrete slab that's over 7 feet tall and 46 feet long has washed ashore in Long Beach. It landed during the severe February storms and has been drawing large crowds ever since. Southland weather from KFI. There's a slight chance of rain later this afternoon with highs in the low 70s in metro LA and OC. Highs will be around 70 on Sunday. The weather is brought to you by Wendy's Classic Hamburgers. We're going to check on the 605 when we come back.
KLA Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024-SWEEPS-LA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Odds of winning vary by location. Void where prohibited. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy. Medical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's Let Us Do Good Village in Land O'Lakes, Florida, is a community of about 100 homes being built for the foundation's program participants. 3 families have already moved in. A Gold Star family and the family of 2 severely injured injuries can heal. Make the Let Us Do Good Village the first of many communities like it. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at ttt.org. KFIV 646 Stimulating Talk.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Fork Report. I'm your friendly neighborhood Fork Reporter, Neil Phaedra. How do you do? Happy Saturday to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Right now we're talking to my friend Pamela Handel. I've known her so long, I knew her before she existed. She is the daughter of Bill Handel, of course, from the Bill Handel Morning Show. Her here Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. But she also went to culinary school, not only for cooking, but also for baking and pastries, all that kind of stuff. Do you bake much these days?
I live in a house with a very small kitchen, and the way I bake requires a lot of space, so I haven't done much baking recently, but occasionally I'll get in, some cookies or a cake or so, but nothing to the level that I did when I was in school.
Are you sloppy? What do you mean you need a lot of space?
There's a lot of equipment that I use, like a KitchenAid itself takes up some serious space.
Yeah, they're a beast, a heavy beast, but man, are they fun. What's your favorite pastry to make?
This is going to sound very stereotypical, but I love to make macarons because they seem so simple, but it's the little things that really count.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and when they turn out well, it's just so satisfying.
What's your favorite flavor and filling to make?
I actually really like to make passion fruit macarons. Passion fruit is one of my favorite flavors. It's a little harder to find in the United States, but if you can find it, I like to make a passion fruit buttercream to go inside.
Wow.
And I find it really goes well with the almond.
Ooh, that sounds good. Okay, back to tips about zhuzhing up or taking things off the shelf from the grocery store and making them a little more homemade, a little fresher, a little brighter. What are some other things you like to work with?
I, like a lot of people, try to get more vegetables into my diet.
Sure.
And so I get fresh veggies when I can, but frozen veggies are usually cheaper and more accessible. So,
yeah, and the freezing process now, they're super fresh.
Yeah.
It doesn't ruin the nutrients and things that people think it does. It's actually a great way to keep good vegetables in that.
Yeah, and they taste just as good if you can do it right. So what I like to do is I usually thaw them out and dry them off with some paper towels because too much water can really screw with the cooking process. But if you thaw them out, you dry them out well enough, what I like to do is put them in a big enough bowl, drizzle them with a lot of oil, and then depending on what I'm eating, even just a little bit of salt and pepper, or I have this really good lemon rosemary salt. Or if I'm doing something a little more ethnic, I have curry powder or za'atar seasoning, or anything I have on hand, and I just give it a really good toss. And then I usually use my toaster oven because it's really easy, it preheats really quickly. Do one layer on a baking sheet, and I toast it until tempered brown. And honestly, it tastes so good. It's so much better than just your regular steamed veggies. And it can really elevate a dish.
Brown food is yummy food.
Brown food is delicious food.
Indeed. That's a great one. And I think the things about vegetables, they do have their own flavor profile, but what you put on them can really change, like you said, the little different cultural seasonings you put on can change, how they marry with another protein or whatever you're having on your dish.
Absolutely. And I found that using different types of proteins and carbs that you usually use can totally change your experience. I never really ate couscous until recently, and now I found the combination of couscous and chickpeas one of my favorite things.
Oh, really?
And honestly, to me,
As a side dish, or?
no, as a main dish, actually.
Really?
And it can be pretty cheap because you can buy couscous and chickpeas in bulk, use it, however many times a week you want, and totally change it depending on what spices you use.
Wow, that sounds delicious. All right, what's your next go-to item that you can pull off a rack vision?
Well, if we're just going with the non-perishables, and we're not talking about pasta, honestly, rice.
Oh, rice.
You can do so much with rice. And I actually use chicken or beef broth or stock, whatever I have on hand, when I'm cooking it instead of water. It lends so much flavor to the rice. And what I usually do is my rice cooker has a browning and saute setting. So I throw in a little bit of olive oil and butter in the bottom, maybe some green onion whites, fry that up. If I'm doing an Asian-inspired dish, some of my garlic and ginger paste. And then I just fry up my rice for a minute and then pour in my liquid. And honestly, that itself can be a dish if you just crack an egg over it.
So you're toasting up your rice on that a little bit?
Yep, absolutely.
I like that because, sometimes like you were saying about couscous and garbanzo beans or what have you, it's like when you're doing that, you can make it a meal unto itself.
Yes, you definitely can. And it's filling and it's delicious.
Do you ever, I know you went to school for pastry, being a pastry chef and all of that. Do you ever take box cakes and things like that and modify them as well?
I do, definitely. And actually, a lot of what I learned about modifying box cakes, I learned from my mom. And a lot of that, I took what I learned from my mom, and I took what I learned from pastry school, and I kind of married those two together. My mom, growing up, my mom always had a bunch of different kinds of extracts in the house. So we had orange extract, almond extract, of course, the standard vanilla extract. So we never had anything just plain, chocolate cake or vanilla cake in the house. It always had a little bit of extra oomph, as you say. And there was always cinnamon in everything. And so I remember the first time I actually did something like that was I took box brownies. I added a little bit of instant espresso powder.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly, that changed the game for me.
Oh, yeah. People don't understand that. They think it's going to taste mocha. Really, what it does is it enhances the chocolate flavor.
It does. It doesn't taste like coffee. A lot of people who aren't coffee lovers, like my sister, she cannot stand coffee, cannot stand the taste, cannot stand the smell. She tried those brownies, couldn't even tell.
Wow. Well, those are all great tips. I know we only had you for a little bit today, but when we were talking yesterday, talking about you coming on, I got excited because I get asked this more than anything else is substitution to making stuff off the shelves taste a little better. And I know you gave excellent tips. It was, of course, it's always good to see you. Down the handle, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming on, my friend.
Of course, I had a great time.
Nice to see you. We'll be back. Go nowhere. It is the Full Report. I'm Neil Fader, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I'm Heather Brooker, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County DA has charged 13 people allegedly connected to the Mexican Mafia for a violent attack.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The Round is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
And to the other, so she could finally go home. Lopez was born weighing less than 13 ounces. Wow. She is now 17 pounds and ready to see the world. Congrats to Mom and Dad there, and of course, little Eliana. Let's take a look at your traffic right now. There is a stall on the 105 in Hawthorne.
Outside at Prairie Avenues, Comcast Highway blocking the right lane. Traffic's backed up to Hawthorne Boulevard. Duke Boyle Heights area, anywhere to crash up 10 westbound to the 5. That is blocked from the left lane. Traffic's backed up to Soto Street. And this wreck is still in Riverside, 215 southbound for University Avenue. Crash here blocked in the right lane. Traffic is stopped from 60. And look at some heavy delays due to Irvine area, 5 southbound between Bay Parkway and El Toro Road. KO5 in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jonathan Weiss.
Wow, we are springing into spring this month, but we've been dipping in and out of rain and winds throughout the past few months. Time to upgrade your lousy windows. If you have rattling old windows, or worse, those old single-pane windows, replace them now. It's Neil Cervedra. We needed new windows and French doors in our home. We went to American Vision Windows. They installed dual-pane, energy-efficient windows. They're both beautiful. They're sturdy. We love them. 20 years ago, the owners, Bill and Kathleen, started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows. They won't let that happen to you. All of their windows are custom-made to fit your needs and the style of your home. And for March, American Vision Windows pays the tax, gives you free expert installation. CSLB number 778-326. Trust the window company that I use and trust. My family and friends trust American Vision Windows. Call today, get your free estimate, 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Southland weather from KFI, slight chance of rain this afternoon with highs in the low 70s in Metro LA and OC. Highs will be about 70 on Sunday. Right now it's 64 in Inglewood, 63 in San Clemente. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Mitry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. Anywhere from when we have the live event, there's the customer event ahead of that. We will do sound check parties that only Capital One card holders can get access to. And we can't pull that off without the relationship iHeart has with the artists, with venues to create these really exclusive events, festivals that iHeart puts on, gives Capital One the ability to create those moments. People are passionate about their favorite artists, and so we try to tap into that together.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. From now, is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. M50. It's 100% electric and 100% BMW. Experience the power of over 500 horses stampeding in a whisper as BMW M-engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of intuitive technology keeps you connected to the pure performance.
That is the category of not racism, but cultural discomfort. Cultural discomfort comes from when someone out the way they speak, or the way the names are, or the food they eat is either confusing or so different to you that you can't help making fun or belittling it. And then, at that point, it tips and goes into a type of harassment and racism. So those lines get blurred sometimes, and sometimes in a culture like the United States that has many different cultures, and I know there's lots of people that think it's pejorative to say that America's a melting pot. It's like, well, what about all those cultures? How come they have to assimilate? And it's not about that. It's that if you go, it's actually the reverse. You go to other countries, there isn't a multitude. There isn't a rainbow of different foods, flavors, and cultures. That is one of the things that I think makes America special, is that we have a lot of cultures. But still, as there is assimilation, things that are different that come in, people point them out, and it's happened throughout history. It still does happen. And one of those things is false claims or stereotypes that either from a long time ago or are just so foreign to the American culture that they are continually pointed out. And one of those stereotypes about Asians and dog eating, because in the United States, dogs are pets. They are, man's best friend. They are partners. They are part of the family. All of those things. Well, I'm not going to get into all the backstory of where these things come from, but they have come to prominence during great times of pain, or brush-ups of different cultures, or times of war, all of these things. And producer Kayla passed a story along to me from the AP that talks about a place in Fresno, California, a restaurant, and some of the struggles they've gone through, and how, let's say, the manure that came with that situation has brought forth and bloomed into beautiful flowers of a brand new restaurant. And what a story this is. The story is about David Rothschild. That's what I'm going with, Rasavong. He stands in front of a mural depicting his family's journey from Laos to San Francisco and then to Fresno. His new restaurant is Love and Thai. And it opened up just near the end of December of last year. And Interestingly enough, it came out of the ashes of a horrible situation. When you think about the freedoms we have here in the United States, I'm always weirded out by people who refer to themselves as patriots or lovers of our country that don't want people to have their own freedom. That always confuses me. Like, everybody's freedom is our gain, right? Some people from different cultures that come here, they succeed, they have that American dream of wanting to open anything or start an organization, a company, whatever it might be, in service. Like, we should all be rooting for them, right? But what an ugly story that this man and his family had to go through before coming to this point. When we come back, I'll explain that story and the stereotypes that I know sometimes are funny, or people will use them and say, oh, it's just a joke. But what that does to a community or other cultures, and like I said, we're all part of this at one point or another in our lives. We all see something, go, ooh, or that's a weird name, or that's hard to pronounce, I can pronounce it, or ooh, I would never eat that. We all do that. I get that. But when it becomes so prevalent and it grows into something sturdier that becomes those stereotypes and then points of racial separation, or what I refer to as cultural discomfort, because everybody likes their own culture, their own tribe, their own people. That's just the way humans are. When I come back, I'll explain more about the story and the good news that came from it, and the food scene, how being open to other cultures, flavors, and textures is part of the growth of all of these things when it comes to enjoying different cultures. So stick around, I'll explain more about that. All right, let's get the latest news now in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County DA has charged 13 people allegedly associated with the Mexican mafia for a violent attack when running a drug ring in jail. A man from Westminster is being hailed as a hero after he was stabbed to death while trying to protect from an attack by his roommate. An Oscar nominee, Coleman Domingo, is leading 3 individual acting nominations heading into tonight's presentation of the 55th NAACP Image Awards, including one for Entertainer of the Year. We're going to check on the 215 when we come back.
I'm decorating, it's a new thing. I'm going for mid-century with rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract writing. Looking nice.
Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
My brother-in-law brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Providing for your family is a top priority. What happens when you need affordable health care? Christian Healthcare Ministries can save you up to 40% today. As a member, you can choose your provider without with restrictions. Sign up at your convenience without any time limit. Join a Christian community that supports each other's medical expenses, offering peace of mind as you prioritize what's most important. Enroll now at yourchm.org.
Small Business Saturday Spotlight. Feature a different small business every Saturday from now until next Small Business Saturday in November this year.
Tawala Sharp this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's the Folk Report. Yay! Woo! Consumables. Yummy things. I'm your well-fed host, Nancy Baker. How do you do? So, well, you know what? I just came across something on accident. Dog consumption legality in 2024. So, in general, dog slaughter is allowed in 44 states of America. The only states that have said no dog meat are California, Georgia, Hawaii, Michigan, New Jersey, New York, Virginia. Interesting. Okay, so obviously this ties into what I was talking about, and we don't get heavily into the news, but there are times where I think the culture of food and different ethnic foods and the beauty of the United States being multicultural, not in the pejorative sense that I know politicians have tried to put on it, but in the true sense of how cool it is. And I've been to countries that have one religion for the most part, and one culture, one food. And yes, there's regions and things like that, but I've been to those countries. America is not that. We have the beauty of different languages, and you can't say that person doesn't look American, but you can say that in other countries that they don't look Native American, or they don't look what have you. There, you can go to different countries and say, this is what that in Fresno, only to have a misunderstanding of what I know about the story is someone saw a dog tied up to a neighbor's house, not even on the property of this place, started passing rumors that dog was to be eaten and that they were serving dog, which is not only a false accusation, but goes back to a horrible slur against Asian cuisine and cultures that persisted here in the United States for 150 years. So these types of things that we perpetuate even through humor can become very damaging. So this gets picked up, and this was, within the years of the Stop Asian Hate becoming a rally cry for many Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, and where these jokes, we tell them that everybody likes their own culture, you talk about other people's culture, but when it becomes true racism is, it usually starts by joking. There's an old saying that the devil wants nothing more than to be portrayed as red with a pitchfork and a goatee in the pajamas. Because the more he's a cartoon, the less you think he's real, and that's what we do to other people. The more we joke about them, the more we tear them down, the more we build up the caricature of a culture, and the more we can take it apart. I'm not one to point the racist finger. I think racism is a very specific thing to me. Racism is somebody thinking that somebody is less than in build, like their entire, you chemically are different makeup than a human. You are less than a human. You are like when you push somebody down to be less than someone else for a color or a culture or any of those things. But culture discomfort is when you go, I can't, that's not something I would eat. Well, trust me, there's things you eat that other people think are weird too. The taste of root beer, for instance, in some cultures, I don't know if it's Sweden, the taste of root beer is the taste of their toothpaste, like that same flavor. So when they come here and drink a root beer, come across root beer flavors, they think that's disgusting, that's toothpaste. So it works both ways, and I want to separate them because the finger wagging I don't think helps anybody. But now you have this family that went through all these things. They had to shut down. People were throwing things, writing things, graffiti. They were receiving calls from people that were, based on lies. That they were serving dog and all of these things. And that hostility and the narrative of Asian food being dirty or weird or exotic passes on to even things I've said. Like I've even joked about how I look for a semen in the window when I want good Chinese food. And I never thought of it as being anything but a compliment. Like I'm going, hey, I want authentic. I want somebody focused on, when I walk into a East Indian place, I want it to stink. Because that food should be stinky. And then you say these things, and I say these things, and I think nothing of it sometimes, but then, it's exotic maybe to us, but to them it's just food. This is what I ate. And so many kids that I've heard stories about that, come to this country and then bring their lunchbox and they open the food that is their comfort food, and people go, ew, what's that? And how this can break down a deconstructed culture that is equally as legitimate as any other culture, to the point where they had to close down. The best part of this story is that this family picked up the pieces from this, got help from a lot of really lovely people, artists, designers who said, we're gonna paint murals for you, we're gonna decorate your new place. Somebody that heard the story said, hey, I have an open venue and this really lovely shopping center or whatever it was, and said you can bring a restaurant here. People came and helped. David Roosevelt opened pronouncing that right again, Rasapong, and his cultural pride now shows throughout this Fresno restaurant, Love and Tie. And I wish them well. And I hope that if you're in the Fresno area listening, that you go check this place out and you support them. Because the garbage that they went through based on, lies, misinformation, quote-unquote jokes, is just vulgar. It is un-American. It is undignified. It's beneath that which our flag and our country stands for. And I know we're all capable of doing stupid things, misspeaking, or going, oh, that's gross. Like I joke about balut. I'm sorry, man, I can't eat balut. But the fact that other people do, and it's part of their culture, I have to understand that because there's stuff we eat. And they go, man, that peanut butter and jelly, that's the weirdest damn thing I've ever seen. Unless it's, what is that, Marmite or whatever, that stuff they eat in Australia. Maybe I should stop myself. So I just want to bring that story up because it really bummed me out. It just seems so un-American. And to open your arms to a place like that with good food that comes from a culture that they want to bring and share. We're lucky to have that in this country because I've been to countries that don't. It is the Vork Report. I'm Neil Spavra. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County.
We'll help you figure it out. It's kind of what we do.
KFI
and KOST HD2,
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Shooting spree arrest. I'm Heather Brooker, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police say a man accused of killing 3 people in the Philadelphia area, then traveling to New Jersey, where an hours-long standoff ensued, is now in custody. ABC's Michelle Franzen says the shooter was homeless and knew the victims.
After a carjacking and shooting spree in a Philadelphia suburb and later a standoff in New Jersey, police say suspect Andre Gordon was taken into custody without incident. But Trenton Police Director Steve Wilson says Gordon was not inside the home that heavily armed police surrounded earlier.
He wasn't in the house at one point, but before we to establish the perimeter, he slipped out.
Police say Gordon fled to Trenton from a Philly suburb of Falls Township after he shot and killed 3 family members earlier at 2 separate locations. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
There's a new attraction drawing people to Long Beach, but it's not what you think. A giant concrete slab that's over 7 feet tall and 46 feet long has washed ashore. It landed during those severe February storms, and city workers had to move it down the sand closer to a maintenance facility where it will eventually be torn down. But until that happens, people are running to the shore to see what officials say is a piece of concrete dock that broke off from an unnamed marina. It almost looks like part of a highway overpass, but it's covered with marine life, graffiti, and now caution tape. Seal Beach resident Rob Wygod says he's among those wanting to get a closer look.
Well, it kind of looks like it would be a dock, but obviously it's cement. So, but I think it does look like that. It's just if it was a dock, it would be sinking. So I don't understand how that works.
A Long Beach official says the dock is made up of cement, plastic, and styrofoam covered in mussels and seaweed. A new mental illness plan in LA County has been inspired by a program in Italy.
The pilot program is called Hollywood 2.0, and County Mental Health Director Dr. Lisa Wong says it's an adaptation of the Trieste model in Italy. Wong gave an update to the Board of Supervisors last week. She says the program wants to treat mental health patients with dignity and include them as members of the community.
A person living with serious mental illness could be better integrated into a community and have more of a sense of connection, purpose, well-being.
County officials visited Trieste to learn more about it and expect Hollywood 2.0 to be fully operational in about 2 years. Michael Monks, KFI News.
A Metro train has hit a person in downtown LA. The pedestrian was hit by a Metro Red Line train early this morning on South Hill Street. That person was taken to the hospital but is expected to be okay. A quick hailstorm hit Orange County. The hail was seen in Mission Viejo yesterday afternoon. There was high winds at the time as well. And a similar thing happened across Southern California last Thursday when a thunderstorm moved through northern and central LA County. Former Vice President Pence says he's not endorsing his old boss.
It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump.
Pence says he's not going to endorse Trump because Trump has backed away from many conservative issues, including abortion and getting tough on China. Pence says he won't be voting for Biden either.
I would never vote for Joe Biden.
Pence says he will not be running as a third-party candidate. President Biden has celebrated St. Patrick's Day in D.C. Biden said he's proud of his Irish roots during a Friends of Ireland luncheon with Ireland's Prime Minister yesterday. The president used the event to also plead with Republicans to push for foreign aid to support Ukraine as it fights against Russia.
And continue to urge every member of this room to stand up to Vladimir Putin. He's a thug.
Ireland's Prime Minister says he will stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. Millions of people lined the streets of New York City decked out in green and shamrocks for the annual St. Patrick's Day parade. This year marked the tradition's 263rd year, moving up Fifth Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. Organizers anticipated around 150,000 marchers and up to 2 million spectators. I saw it last year live and in person, and it was incredible. The police there in New York City say there were no credible threats during the parade, but they were prepared just in case. Let's take a look and see how we are prepared for our drive this afternoon. So far, we're going to crash on the 10 in Royal Heights.
Shipping on the westbound side at State Street, this one's blocking the two lanes. Traffic is stopped over Soto Street. Still seeing some heavy delays on the drive to the Hollywood area. On southbound between Gower and Glendale Boulevard, very slow through that stretch. And to the Hawthorne here, getting further back on the 405 southbound at Rosecrans Avenue. Crash here along the right shoulder as you slow from Jefferson. Also through Riverside, crash clearing 215 southbound before University Avenue. That's been moved to the shoulder. Traffic is still stop and go from the 91. KFI style helps get you there faster. I'm Jonathan Weiss.
Paz interior. Para mí es el uno de la banda del baño en las construidos más significado fondo. Paz interior. Me voy. Entregas gratis en un día de bombas de baño y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
Upgrade your business tools with an American Express Business Platinum Card. Unlock over $1,000 per year in statement credits on select purchases in categories including tech, wireless, and recruiting. And so big expenses can deliver big benefits, you'll also earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on single eligible purchases of $5,000 or more. Terms and points cap apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/business-platinum. Amex Business Platinum. Built for business by American Express.
Read the book that inspired the Oscar-nominated film Killers of the Flower Moon. In the 1920s, the Osage people were the wealthiest in the nation, but after oil was found in the land, they were being killed off one by one. Uncover the shocking conspiracy, David Grann's Killers of the Flower Moon. The best-selling true story is now available wherever books are sold.
Southland weather from KFI. It is beautiful out there today, folks. Slight chance of rain this afternoon with highs in the low 70s in Metro LA and OC. Highs around 70 are expected on Sunday. Those highs will reach the mid-60s at the beaches, and highs will be in the low to mid-60s in Riverside and the IE. And of course, they'll reach the upper 50s in the Antelope Valley. Right now, it's 63 in Mission Viejo, 65 in Northridge, 66 in Compton, and 65 in Placentia. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Booker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
It never rains in Southern California. Hate to rain on your parade, though. There is some political shenanigans going on that just caught my eye, got my dander up, so to speak. Interestingly enough, and I thought this was done, but Prop 1, Governor Newsom, some was $6.4 billion overhaul of the mental health care system as far as ensuring that there's more treatment beds and housing. That is actually still on the bubble. We've gotten results almost every single proposition, ballot bill, whatever, anything. Anyone running, we know who's in, all that. But this one seems to just be going back and forth. And it's interesting because I'm wondering how many people are voting, say, against it or for it, who actually know what it's for, who actually know what it is that he is looking for beyond just the additional funding and all that. I'm wondering if those of us who continuously complain about the homelessness, the blight, the unsightly scourge of our society here in Southern California, I wonder if we are also that concerned with where they may be sleeping at night. We don't want them sleeping in the underpasses, and we don't want them camping their campers, on the corner or in front of our houses or whatever. What is it that we want for them? So, I mean, I get that there is some pushback from organizations that say, hey, we're already out here doing the work, and this is going to undercut our funding. But I think it's a fair question to ask. Are you really doing enough? Are you doing enough? And if you are doing enough, does it hurt to have this kind of kick in with more oversight? Just to make sure we're all above board here. Add more oversight. I don't know. I'm of the opinion that this is likely going to pass, even those who are detractors and those who are the naysayers against it. They're like, yeah, it's likely going to pass. We're going to fight it tooth and nail. So, whatever. That's just weird activity. Even weirder, if I told you that Johnny Bus, one of the Bus children, the Bus family, the Bus family, they own the Lakers. If you didn't know that, yeah. Johnny Bus is one of the co-owners of the Lakers
Court, Sean killed his stepmother, 13-year-old sister, and the mother of 2 of his children before barricading himself in a home in New Jersey. The Supreme Court has ruled that public officials can block social media followers under certain situations. And a giant concrete slab that's over 7 feet tall and 46 feet long has washed ashore in Long Beach and landed during those severe February storms and has been drawing large crowds ever since. We are going to check on the 60 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease a 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4. Blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross-path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart. Car buying made truly simple. 36 months, 1995 Delta Squeeze due inside no security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year includes all incentives. Operates 3/31/24.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
We all need help understanding God's Word sometimes. The In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio provides biblical teaching you can trust, featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station in Kentucky. The In Touch Radio Network will lift you up throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's Word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine. We're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Attention parents, is your child struggling with reading? Watch their confidence soar as they jump a whole grade level in just 3 days with Hooked on Phonics. It's simple and fun for kids. Engaging lessons with catchy songs and games keep them hooked. It's easy for you. No teaching experience needed, just 15 minutes a day. Guaranteed results. See at least 1 grade level improvement or your money back. Get your first month for just $1 and free access to Hooked on Math and Hooked on Spelling apps. Visit hookedonphonics.com now. That's hookedonphonics.com.
A fraction of a raindrop, 3 grains of salt, at up to 100 times more potent than morphine. The tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Fentanyl can be mixed into heroin, cocaine, pressed pills, meth, and other drugs. It could be in your drugs, and you wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop-overdose.
When you're an American Express Platinum Card member, don't be surprised if you say things like, or,
Shoot that!
and even,
Check out Dr. 4, so...
because the American Express Platinum Card offers access to exclusive reservations at renowned restaurants, elevated experiences at live events, and 4 p.m. late checkout at fine hotels and resorts both Amex Travel. That's the powerful backing of American Express. See how to elevate your experiences at americanexpress.com/Amex. Terms apply.
Response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make them feel as safe as possible. Like an open heart surgeon or your home. You'll do fine. No worries. We got it.
Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
This is Soul Cal Saturday. I'm your host, Wallace Sharp, taking a look at how expensive it is here in California. Jeez Louise. Got a little combo at Taco Bell the other day, and they said that would be $25.84 at the window, and it was just one combo. I'm like, jeez Louise. And they say it's got to do with inflation on this happening at Taco Bell. What crime is happening at Taco Bell is causing them to make their fees go up? I mean, I understand that maybe a store or something like that, perhaps the Target or something like that, got it. But if they're getting ransacked, I was running into a Taco Bell stealing tacos. Something's happening, but okay, I digress. A new report is giving us a solid indication of just how expensive it is to actually Irvine. If you're single, 126,000. If you're in Oakland and you have a family, 316,000, 291,000 if you've got a family. I mean, these prices here, I mean, really, who is making this money right now? Because they're already saying that there is a job shortage. Who's making enough money to live out here when simultaneously it is also being reported that California is ranking dead last for job growth? So it doesn't matter what fact or figure I throw out at you. It doesn't matter how much you need to be making. If right now in California, especially here in Southern California, job growth is extremely sluggish. There's not a lot of hiring. There's actually maybe more people who are being let go because of maybe automation, even though some supermarkets are trying to bring back cashier, but whatever. There's a lot of a stalemate, so to speak, in actual job growth. I'm talking like, salary career jobs, in the minimum wage world. Right now, it's already a fact. California's minimum wage is not enough to keep up with the cost of living. There are people who actually have jobs working at places like McDonald's, and hell, there was actually a report not long ago that came out that individuals working in Universal Studios who are making the California minimum are not making enough, getting enough hours to be able to keep themselves from living in their cars. They're finding folks, sneaking and trying to sleep in the parking lot at night at Universal Studios. So, I mean, while for a fact my heart goes out to our unhoused community, to those who are living in trailers and such, we constantly seem to miss the mark when it comes to taking care of those who are able to work, to make sure that they are making enough to take care of their family. I'm not saying that we all need to eat at McDonald's, even though last time I took my kids to McDonald's, it was Jack in the Box, and I think that was like $45. I know you're thinking, $45 at a Jack in the Box? Yes, damn it, $45 at a Jack in the Box.
How much did you say they needed to make?
In California, right here, I believe we have to be making over 100 and it was over 120.
Yeah, I think that's just I'm sorry, I that took my breath away.
This is just basically live comfortably. If you're really under that 6-figure mark, you're literally scraping by. You are scraping by.
Just like here at KFI, as the news anchor, just scraping by. No, I'm kidding. I only say that because I think my news director is listening right now. So just want to drop that knowledge.
There's throwing shots.
Shots fired.
Shots fired. Yeah, no, if you're freaking under that, it's, we may be downstairs in the parking lot sleeping. That's a comfortable looking parking lot. There's a lot of little places to be, a lot of little dark little nooks and crannies where you can sleep. Trust me, I've scoped it out. KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's head over to the KFI 24-hour news with Heather Brooke.
The LA City Council has approved millions of dollars for enhanced protest training at the LAPD. All right, we're obviously having some technical difficulty there. Hold on, let me see if I can try this. All right, we're going to move on. The man police believe shot 3 people in Falls Township, Pennsylvania, is now in custody. Officials say 26-year-old Andre Gordon shot and killed his stepmother, 13-year-old sister, and the mother of his 2 children before barricading himself in a home in New Jersey. The standoff lasted for several hours, and hostages were in the home at first, but police were able to get them out. Police say Gordon used an AR-15 style assault weapon during the attacks. An oil sheen off the coast of Huntington Beach has delivered a steady flow of tar balls and oiled birds, but a source has not been confirmed. My apologies, we seem to be having some technical difficulties with our sound, so I'm going to continue on with the other stories. At least 14 tornadoes have touched down in Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Illinois, Arkansas, Missouri, and Texas. ABC's Alex Persha says more than 100 homes have been damaged or destroyed in Thursday night storms. Officials in Lakeview, Ohio say 3 people were killed and dozens more have been hurt. Rescue crews are still searching for survivors. The Department of Health and Human Services is investigating a recent cyber attack against United Health Group. Last month, a subsidiary of United Health fell victim to a ransomware attack that disrupted billing operations for patients across the country. The survey found more than 80% of hospitals say their cash flow was directly affected by the cyber attack. HHS announced it would start an investigation. Artist Bad Bunny has filed a lawsuit in California alleging a fan posted substantial portions of the artist's show on YouTube. The suit claimed the fan was asked to remove 10 videos featuring several of Bad Bunny's full songs from his concert last month in Salt Lake City. The complaint says the videos have unauthorized bootleg footage that infringe on copyrights. The YouTuber says he has the right to freedom of expression and argued the footage is a newsworthy event of high public interest. Let's take a look at your drive right now. There's a crash on the 5 in Glendale.
It's going to be on the southbound side, right of Western Avenue. Some crash along the right shoulder. Traffic is stop and go from Alameda Avenue to Westminster on the 22 westbound and Golden West. Some very slow traffic through that stretch. And in Albert, we have a closure on PCH northbound and Big Rock Drive. That right lane taken away there for slide removal.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory that runs with all. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease a 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo 4x4, backup cam, 8.4-inch touchscreen, and pre-collision warning for just $419 a month, while returning lessees for just $377. Brunswick Auto. Car buying, it's really simple.
39 months, $29.95 now. This fees are exciting. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year includes all incentives. Offer ends 3/31/24.
No matter what the day brings.
What the hell are you doing, man?
What the hell are you doing? How are you, crypto monster? What up, baby?
Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no
How are you?
no
Yeah, you can't help it.
and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within.
Evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. The all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, get your fill of sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Bainbridge offers the Parity Flex annuity, designed for women's complete retirement needs. Flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying even if your account balance is zero. Bainbridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Visit Gainbridge.io/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and important information.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine. We're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+.
Absolutely. What's going on, John Dick?
Attention parents. Watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on Math and Spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit HookedOnPhonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Knee-jerk legal opinions from America's foremost bagel enthusiast. Do they have a case? Bill Handel, Monday mornings at 8:30 on KFI.
Mountain Valley and Willamar. This is Soul Cal Saturday. I'm your host, Wild Sharp, and I am super excited, even though I have been accused of being in the pocket Now, Tesla's already there. It was already exciting people. This is just next level. This is taking it to new heights, and Waymo is all around LA. I am still working on trying to get a representative from Waymo to connect with us for later from Kelly, because Mo is just lockstep against the idea of this happening. Well, he's not against it. He's not all against it, but he's not with this. He doesn't think it's ready. He's ready. He doesn't think that we can appreciate nice things here in Southern California. He feels that we're going to abuse these things. I'm like, look, whatever's clever, we need these things up and running sooner than later, and the sooner the better. So they're here, and hurrah. One thing that I was really, really on board with too, another advancement in technology as far as transportation goes, this bullet train project from Cali to Vegas. Yes. I was all the way with that. I like going to Vegas, not because I hate gambling. I do not smoke, so I don't even really like spending of just taking pictures, looking at the casinos, all that. I'm a tourist. I'm a sightseer. That's what I do in Vegas. And to be able to get on a bullet train, just get down there and lickety split. Yeah, I would have wanted that. Of course, I was with this bullet train, but now on top of the money that they're already asking for, it's looking like they're going to need another $100 billion or so to complete the project. But yeah, we knew that was coming. We knew the original ask and the original funding that they received. We knew that wasn't going to be it. You knew there was going to be more. Come on, this is a bullet train. Even just testing to make sure that they're not destroying any wildlife or disturbing any animals or anything along the route is going to take a lot. And now you got to lay the tracks and hire the crew. Yeah, definitely put another $100 billion on it. Again, just think, you could live in Las Vegas and work in LA. Traffic already, driving around LA. Look, you can spend 2 hours in traffic just going from Burbank to LA. Okay? Mo has done it. Right? He lives out, I believe, in the Torrance area. Yeah, in about 2 hours. So what's the difference between taking a 2-hour train home and cost of living in Vegas? It's a lot cheaper than it is in LA, but sure, let's go with it. Last thing on the transportation services here in Southern California, LA was awarded $900 million for transit improvements ahead of the 2028 Olympics. This is, I believe, part and parcel why there's been such a push for more funding for adding officers and getting the green shirts out there and doing the surveys and cleaning up, train stations and all that, with the mayor's office and the city council's office, because they're trying to get this funding together to ensure that the Olympic experience in 2028 is top notch. And that is why I believe, that's why there's been this huge, at least, public push to move the homelessness out of sight, because the Olympics come. You can't have them running down the street carrying the torch and passing by 10 cities. Can't have it. It just can't happen. But hey, the LA Metro is going to get some $900 million to improve their metro system, and it's needed, because damn it, we get one more report of a stabbing on Metro. I don't know. This is KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Now let's see what else is happening in the KFI 24-hour newsroom with Heather Brooker.
A man in LA has been charged with allegedly killing his girlfriend's 3-year-old son in Lancaster. And the LA City Council has approved millions of dollars for enhanced protest training at the LAPD. And the 39th LA Marathon will be up and running this weekend. The 26.2-mile route starts tomorrow at Dodger Stadium. We are going to check on the 5 when we come back.
For decorating, it's a new thing. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract wood. Looking nice.
Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
Me and my pet, we share everything. From the bed, the couch, our favorite blanket, but not fleas and ticks. Because I protect him with Nexstar, the fastest acting 30-day flea and tick topical. Because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't give fleas and ticks time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect what matters with Nexstar. Shop Nexstar Flea and Tick Protection now, online and in store.
That's the comparison of dog food. Nexstar Flea and Tick Topical. Dogs with the leading dog food. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Auto show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto Company. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease a 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4. Blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross-path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart. Car buying made truly simple. 36 miles, 1995. Delta fees to inside. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year. Includes all incentives. Operates 331.24.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This subseason, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. The all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Water control coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
We all need help understanding God's word sometimes. In Touch Radio Network and iHeartRadio provides biblical teaching you can trust. Featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station in Kentucky. In Touch Radio Network will help direct the right community and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Some people it triggers like fear and paranoia. I mean, Yeah, that's why it's so fucked up.
That's why Acreage offers the very best designed for
like that. It's weird.
withdrawals plus
Yeah, like the thing is, I feel like watching Jurassic and like it doesn't make me nearly as fucked up as Jason. I don't even like I get worse. It's like that incense felt like the worst trip of my life. I can eat like 5 grams of cigarettes and be like.
It doesn't bother me at all. I'm like, oh, I'm so fucked. This is hilarious. But like when I smoke weed, man, I get so fucked up.
Oh, bro. I used to be exactly like that, but then it stopped being like that. Weird. Like,
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't care. Like I don't need to smoke weed. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I like getting high, but
America's greatest provides explosive he's still like why the fuck to towers like I can be like smart the fuck out of my and I'm so high and I'm so butterfly and it doesn't bother me $9 to tunnel to towers number 2 when I saw the year of this like Trinity Linux created expertise a great routine special activities and film experts I got so I'll find some or visit us online at
She's so afraid of those needles. I would do anything.
Available at Walgreens.
That's that word.
If you have a 401k, you're not getting the most for retirement. But with the IRA on top, then they'll boost it by 3%. You can do that. And if you transfer it and you retire, you get 3% on top of it. No limits. Probably will get you the biggest contribution after any IRA. Sign up for $1 a year and find it up to access to these subscriptions.
Yeah, she's my sister. She makes the word.
What up? How are you? Oh, dude, I want to hate me too, so that's cool. I want to hate everyone. Absolutely. I'm sure you're like everyone, where you hate everything and then it eventually grows on you. But at first, everything sucks. Yeah. Absolutely. Here we go. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Machuto Olam. We're gonna be wealthier than hell. Dog, did you know? You're welcome. Did you know you're live on 34 different platforms right now? Ask Lunch and Thursday. 34, yeah. So you're live on 5 different YouTubes. Somebody just sent me a message. Check my Telegram, dude. This could be good. So I'm gonna do so as I do this at the same time. Dude, your Telegram is hot as hell. It's amazing. And yeah. And you have that AI generator that is a game changer. And I can't believe other people don't utilize it. I think so. It's amazing. All right. Here we go. Oh, definitely. Did you find it? Oh, absolutely. Okay, so you're live on 5 different YouTubes. You're live on 5 different Twitches. You're live on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different Telegrams, 5 different X/Twitter, 5 different Instagrams, 7 different Instagrams, 5 different, yeah, it's a big deal, girl. You're live on 5 different Kicks, 5 different Rumbles. Now, I'm going to name some platforms of which you've never heard. So, like, don't be surprised if you're, well, I've never heard of that. Dude, no one's ever heard of it. But that's how they start off. All right, so here are the other ones. Just one moment. And if you're like, are you like live on all of those? All you have to do is type in Rabbi Rothschild and any of these and you'll see. All right, here we go. Currently streaming to 5 Rumbles, 5 YouTubes, 5 Twitches, 5 Conduits, 5 Breakers TV, 5 Vaughn.live, 5 Nico Lives, 5 Loco.tvs, 5 Vaults, 5 Kicks, 5 Instagrams, 5 Africa.tvs, 5 D Live, 5 Lozengers, 5 Arena.tvs, 5 UNows, 5 SC2s, 5 Nemos, 5 Trovos, 1 Joystick, 5 Nono Lives, 5 Caffeine, and 5 Twitter Flashbacks. Now these are live stream videos. Additionally, I have 5. Yeah, I have 5 Chromebooks. Sometimes I do 6. No. Yeah, that's true. It's more data than any human has on the internet. It's essentially a compilation of a human life for the past few years, last 3 years, the timeline of human events. Goes back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, it is the world's largest compilation of footage. No person has ever uploaded this amount to YouTube. To give you an idea of how much information this is, I have about 300,000 hours of myself on YouTube, and Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined don't have 10,000. So I basically have 30 times more footage on the internet than the biggest YouTubers in history. Thank you. So I needed better internet so I could be able to stream from so many different places, and so I got an Airbnb. I appreciate it. Oh, I've got everything. It's all in storage. Yeah, no. I called the body armor, and yeah, it's still on lockdown. It stands up vertically. That's true. Spring is dead. How's life in your neck of the woods? How is life in your neck of the woods? How are you? All right, well, Bitcoin for Ask Month, you have a hoppin' Telegram. Do you come in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu Telegram anytime? I know, that's what I noticed. I got it. Do you ever do Discord?
Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps.
I gotcha.
Customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game entering
Okay, spring is dead. I'm glad you said that. Everything's so fucking complicated with that thing. I don't understand it. I can help you as best I can, just because I've been a member of the biggest Discords. But when it comes to making one, I've made one, but I only have basic features. What I don't understand, what I do, I totally understand it. It's just annoying. I'm someone who will join like 30 different Discords a day just to see what's going on there. And usually all of them are dead. I mean, 99% of them are absolutely dead. And they still make you answer like 4 or 5 questions before even seeing anything about the, like, they ask you what your interests are, what your gender is, how old you are, like your location in the world. Like, I get that you need some of this information, but just to see if anybody's there, like, I don't know, like, you need all that. Anyway, I do stream on there, kind of interestingly. I go to the bigger Discords, like, well, dude, let's see here if I can show you. I can show you. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so just one moment. It's gonna take me a little bit. Not good. It'll take me like less than 1 minute. So all I have to do is go to Bitcoin Ask. I just have to search for it. I think Bitcoin Ask Vision. Dude, what do you think about the price of Bitcoin? Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean? Let's talk. What Bitcoin are we referencing? I mean, what do you think of BTC? Yeah. What are you talking about, dog? It's worth like $80,000 a coin. Okay. And then the other Bitcoin has hit all-time highs within the last month. Harry Potter. What is? What do you mean? It's like 17 cents or something like that. I look at it.
Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find out more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your home community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. With a tip from iHeartRadio. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways to
All right. Bitcoin's at 12%. 12%. I'm sorry. Harry Potter bomb is not anymore. Okay. Now. Harry Potter bomb is selling Tanina? Yeah. What do you think of that coin? You don't like it? Okay, why not, if I may ask? They stole your idea of Bitcoin Ask Vision was your idea? Or, I mean, Harry Potter bomb is not Tanina? Okay. Okay, that's okay. I have a question. How do I get do you know what the link is to Bitcoin Ask Vision? Because I wanted to show you what I do in Discord. Oh, dude, you're a baller. Thank you.
It's a class of Pago High. Now stick around to the early morning hours tomorrow. Overnight lows around 50 for Metro LA and OC. The beaches in the valleys. And tomorrow will be sunny after the morning. Highs around 70 for Metro LA and OC. Mid 60s on the coast. Low 70s in the valleys. And for Monday, this is going to be mid to upper 70s for Metro LA and OC.
Copy link. I didn't realize I was muted. Okay. This is going to be so baller if I can get it. Alright, I'm going to come over here. I'm sending myself this link. And once this link is sent, you're going to blow your mind. Have you ever seen somebody stream their screen in here? I'm sure you have. What do you stream? Okay. So I think I just did it correctly. Bitcoin Ash Vision. Do you ever do it while streaming your face as well? No. I'm saying you stream like using multiple accounts. Hey, look at you. I just saw you.
Not here.
Okay.
And then it's all fucked up today.
Hold on 1 second.
Where'd Rabbi go? Where'd the Rabbi go, goddamn? Super spectacular, totally awesome. Clubhouse. Totally, let's go.
What up, Tim? Dude, it didn't let me speak initially. Okay. Here we go.
That's weird.
I know. Exactly. But because you are so amazing, you've given me admin privileges, I was able to just boom, allow myself in. We're going to be sharing our screen right now. Is there something you want to watch? Like, we could watch a TV show or something together. Spring is dead. What's your favorite TV show? What is your favorite TV show?
My favorite TV show. I don't know. I've been watching a lot of Real Housewives in Miami recently.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look, it's Malaysia.
Yeah, I got Chinese like that. I do this great. I was in Don's Lounge earlier. This nigga's left.
Oh, yeah.
I like to be with my real homies.
Yep. What's up?
Yeah. Gotta deal with the OGs, you know?
Yeah, bro. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
No, I was chilling. I was bored today. I was say hi to y'all. See how y'all doing.
What up, Tim?
Oh, yeah.
How are you, baby? You're watching yourself.
I'm glad you stopped by, Elijah.
Dude, Elijah, stick around, man. Dude, Elijah, let me tell you.
Let's go. I knew it was cereal. It sounded like cereal.
Elijah, okay, here we go. I stream my life 24/7, 365. I've been doing this now live on YouTube for 3 years. It's more data than any person has on the internet. It's like a real-life Truman Show. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, you can study a human, their ups, their downs, their circadian rhythms, their behaviors. Everything about a human has been documented. I eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, do everything online. And I'm live 24/7 in the Harry Potter Masonic 10 email telegram. And I'm also live on 5 different YouTubes, 5 different telegrams. You can ask these guys. I just read them all. They're like a ton of different platforms on which I am. And I didn't even read them all of them. There's also locals and some other ones. So with that, Elijah, I do it for world peace. Anything you want to say to the world?
My name is Elijah. Then I'm used to.
That's tight, baby. Dude, Elijah, I'm gonna add you to contact. I don't even know if I can. Open chat. I'm just saying hi. It'll probably be like, oh, dude, you can't even say hi because you're not connected or Facebook or something. All right, there we go. We got it. Elijah, can you see yourself? Well, you can't see. Can you see me? No. Can you hear yourself?
No.
You're live on YouTube right now. You're a big deal.
I just like, can I see myself? What?
Elijah, what's your Instagram?
Hey, Brian, y'all can look at all my pictures. I have like 40 pictures up there.
Absolutely, we're gonna look them all.
Of you? Never looked
Yeah, over the past like 2 years.
Elijah, what's your Instagram?
Well, it's Elijah, so it's gonna be literally it's Elijah OAO. The it's is also in there.
Oh, you look exactly the way you sound.
So,
Yes.
I'll be the judge of that.
That's crazy that she said that you sound black, bro.
I know, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I didn't do that though. I very directly asked him that, like, probably the first day I talked to him.
Pretty sure. Okay, yeah.
So it's Elijah OAO. It's
Yeah, it's Elijah OAO.
E.
One and only.
I gotcha. ITSELIJAH. Oh, I see. I got a Aaron. I have an Aaron. Ooh. Letter in there. Oh, I gotcha.
You gotta request the phone, guys.
I followed you. Dog, do you know I have over 100 Instagram accounts, over 2,100 Twitter accounts, over 1,069 TikTok accounts?
Fire.
It is fire. So if you get followed by like, exactly. I'm like half the internet and no one knows it. Like you could literally look at me on some kind of like cloud map and I'm like half of the internet, just all of my data. So if you get followed by a whole bunch of accounts, you know why.
I ain't accept them. I got like 12 people trying to follow me right now.
Wow. So all those people, 7,000 people have to be manually accepted?
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
Actually, well, technically not my account. Well, I was like, they got it, yeah, I did it manually because I just worked.
Word Mockingbird. Elijah, what other telegrams are you on that are fire? Like Bitcoin. You were just in a. Hold on. Bitrise is one? Okay, I just asked you a question. What are some good telegrams that you're in?
Everrise, Rothschild, it started really, I have like obviously like there's all these other things I also do, so they're not like, they're not big enough for me to be like, oh yeah, maybe,
Sure. All right, so is it Cashverse Portal?
Yeah, Cashverse is 88 Cash and Soul Cash.
Okay, let's see here. So is it Inc. Cashverse with 5,000 members?
No, they have 1,100 members.
All right, so what do I type in to find it?
Oh no, it is idiot cash check.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and you're on treatment, talk to them about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was
Excellent. I heard correctly. You said you just sent me the portal. Apologies. Discord is lagging for me really badly.
Eating a little cereal, smoked a little bit. Oh, whoa! Chilling.
French fry at McDonald's.
How did you know? I know. I know.
Artificial sweeteners. Available in family size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite
I know
local
these
retailer.
things.
And order at juicyjuice.com.
So what's this all about Bitcoin acid? Break it down.
Oh, I didn't that's it yet.
Oh, that's probably right.
That's Project Zombies.
Yeah.
Do you care about your friends, family, and children?
Only on weekends.
Well, then now it's probably the Dubai, yeah.
Yep, it's Saturday. It's Saturday, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty smart. Took off. But it won't be too. I won't be. I'm not buying tomorrow. You're
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm
That's
not going to
exciting.
off my wallet.
Oh, you're good.
My brother tomorrow.
We need your seed.
A seed.
We want your seed phrase.
Elijah, word. That sounded like he wanted you to come in an envelope.
So they got sold.
Oh, you sold the pigs.
Yeah.
Okay.
It costs more money if they were using it just in there. Right over, pick you up, maybe. Maybe right one.
Dude, they'll eat you.
You're supposed to send me one.
I'm sorry. I'll send you what they're made for. Made from chicken. They put McDonald's, you know what I'm saying? Like, house of burgers. Oh. No, yeah, Nick Rich.
Well, yeah, but that's only one time of the year, and that's not the time of the year.
That's why I gotta make it right now. I got you. Otherwise, the nigga, I'd be like, hey, let me get a piece of
Also, who the fuck eats McRibs?
Those things are fucking good, dude.
When I worked at McDonald's, usually anyone that would get a McRib was obviously still not normally get a McRib like a regular, you know. Or some like 400-pound man would walk in, and like 500-pound man, and they like, can I get 5 McRibs, 2 Big Macs, 2 large fries? I'm like, God damn.
God damn.
Where we go?
I love the McRib. Woo.
I could never try it.
I've only ever eaten one once, and I swore I would never, ever eat one again.
Hey, that new sauce is pretty good, though.
McDonald's?
With the
Yeah, pretty good.
I read something on the other day. How to work there. But yeah. Good.
pre-mixed with heroin. Okay.
I really got that. Yeah, we applied there last week. I interviewed for our company. I interviewed for last week. But,
Oh yeah.
Learn more.
Yeah, it's probably the second job and shit. Just working forward.
Yeah, my ex was a manager at McDonald's for a long ass time.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Yeah, you can make pretty good money, honestly, out here in Cali.
Yeah, the manager in Cali probably did. They probably get back 25. They're almost 30.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Everyone I've ever known to work at McDonald's has gone on to later success in life. Exactly.
Everyone's working at McDonald's.
1 in 10 people in America.
Everyone's always working at McDonald's or fast food company.
Oh yeah, definitely, bro. I never worked at McDonald's, but I worked at a different fucking burger chain.
Yep.
Same shit. Same shit.
Same shit.
I worked at Hungry Howie's when I was a kid, and they hired me like after 2 days because I was black. At least they said I was black, but I'm really not. They said I was.
Oh, you are out of your face. Not a gas would even serious fire.
I've seen the back of your hand. Don't lie. You fucking Oscar and motherfucker. I'm just fucking with you. Faggot.
Right. This turns out finally. And it's like. About the circle swimming suit.
Oh, what? What comes, bro? Let's go.
With the playing Rooster Rep and War or something.
Yeah, come live in Cali, bro.
I thought about it. For sure.
Fucking cheaper than living in Washington now, bro.
Pretty close.
Damn near at the straight. I know in Portland and shit, the rent is crazy.
I used to look at a 2-bedroom fridge.
Oh, yeah. That's what's up. I did a project in fucking St. John's, you know where that is? It's like the northernmost part of Portland, like underneath the bridge and shit. Yes, sir. Well, I've been there. I did a job. Yeah, a short job. What's the name of that town? In Renton? Yeah, I don't know if you're by Seattle, but it's from Seattle.
Kind of. It would just take me a ferry to get there. Yeah. I can look that up now. It would really take like half 45 minutes to get there. If I drove, walking around like an hour and a half.
Where you at? Like Bremerton?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool. Literally.
Lucky gas, bro.
But yeah.
I have no idea.
So probably we're in DC, so I could care less.
Yeah, no, I'm just fucking with you.
I'll tell you, bro. I'll give my yeah, that's it.
Why?
Because
I get people there. Hey,
I don't.
hey, real question. What can they really do if they have a picture right?
I mean, a lot of people with just your birthday, your name, and your address also then figure out your social security number, and then that's basically have everything.
You want it? I'll try you mine. You can figure it out yourself.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
You know what you're going to do. I'm off right now. You get kicked. You do it for me.
Somebody that's not me. Definitely other people. You wouldn't have to look too far.
I wouldn't do it.
I'm not saying it's not. I know for a fact what you're talking about, but I'm not scared of that shit. Like I said, I'm talking how to do it too,
When you go to file taxes, as soon as you file taxes for you, and you have to deal with IRS for you. You're not never done.
I thought someone did it for me. I thought I didn't have to. Yeah, I thought you guys started doing it for people while we were my total taxes done. I'm like, thank you.
Oh my gosh. So thank you. Jesus Christ, bro. You're too much.
See, the only reason why I got paid this year taxes, or I didn't get paid, but the only reason I didn't get paid this year's taxes is that my taxes from last year. But literally before that, I've been paying in general, okay, at least $5,000 for no bullshit reasons, or towards crypto, but it's okay. I don't like to report my crypto anymore.
No, don't do it.
Don't need more. This shit makes me pay, bro. What the fuck? If you want me to sit there and like make $10,000 and then put $5,000 back into the dirt and the cover,
Prison in Dublin, east of Oakland, which has 600
nothing.
inmates.
they're not giving me no other
The federal
stuff.
lawsuit filed in August by 8 inmates
Yeah,
in the
fuck together, man, my boy.
Then we're government airdrop, nigga.
Sexual abuse and exploitation was not stopped.
Then I was
They were airdropping during COVID.
Yeah, that's true.
You right. Those are some good ass airdrops too.
They were.
Good time.
I like it. I'm probably gonna hop out of here. I'll catch y'all around for sure.
Elijah, pleasure to
Bye,
meet you.
Daddy. I look forward to your bye.
Sir, don't call me that, but I'll catch y'all.
Bye.
Have a nice night, y'all.
Peace, baby.
Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet
Yeah,
any
look
college
at that.
basketball national tournament game.
Don't.
$50 instantly in bonus
But I'm
bets.
scared.
That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year,
What is your in your life?
customers are sure to rack up some
It's
bonus bets.
I love it how you know
the movie Lamborghini, the man behind the legend.
Man behind the legend.
Man behind the legend. Is that Charlie Sheen?
It is not.
No. Is that Charlie? Is that Charles Sheen? That's weird.
168 hours after
Might be Charles Shields there.
deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/be.
Oh, wow.
Call 1-800-9 with it.
Tanya here, and
Charles
there are many ways
Sheen.
that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead
Maybe I left
Sciences.
some else inside.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get
Somebody's got a donkey fucking running down the stairs.
conquer the day.
That's exactly
Juicy
what it
Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and
What
no
are they?
salt.
What are
Size bottles and juice
issues that connect
Find
muscles?
Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
JuicyJuice.com.
I'm fucking this up.
This subseason, evolve your
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, but
with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage.
Nicki Minaj is live on Twitter Spaces. Let's go.
In the questions, I'll Google them and give you the answers.
oh, it tells me the answers once I fail the quiz twice, and then you can take it again, and then you got the answers.
I'm sure they could see that you failed multiple times.
Yeah. Well, they go fuck them stuff.
Do you guys ever go on Twitter Spaces?
What now, for spaces?
You guys don't go on Twitter Spaces?
I don't.
Oh, you're missing out on a huge community, ass munch.
Yeah. I'm just like, every time I try to join some, and they're all like fucking shit. I don't like that.
Maybe we just have to do our own.
Exactly.
They quite honestly don't know it's Twitter. They kind of would do that.
Dude, and we'd have FM there. We'd have FM there as well.
You know, what's up, bro? Sorry, my phone died.
Dude, there's no excuse for that FM. No, you're cool. Don't worry, no excuses needed. FM, how are you?
I'm alright.
FM, do you ever go on Twitter Spaces?
No.
Why
I
not?
have a Twitter. I don't use Twitter that much.
Dude, Twitter Spaces is where it's at, and particularly for crypto discussion.
Yes.
FM, do you like crypto?
Oh yeah, I like it.
Well, then you should be in Twitter
How the
Spaces.
fuck am I not following fucking Bitcoin ass on Twitter? Why do you not tell me about these things? Look, I even retweeted a fucking.
You retweeted. You retweeted. You didn't follow.
No, I just did. I don't know about things. Everything. That's good.
And it sucks up. We got 50,000 followers, and none of them are even from the television.
They just searched for ass and found Bitcoin ass.
Should I mute the chat and let some people follow or something? Fucking race eaters.
No. Don't do that.
Evan said no, then I wouldn't have all the Bitcoin ass. But I can
You're a race leader. Race leader.
And you're the perfect person for this project. How do I? Here. Let me slap you with the wall.
The community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Learn smart changes for your home at a free AARP. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
Oh, let's go.
Nice. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. There you go, buddy.
Sweet. Oh shit, I got the lead. I got in. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. You can put this on your
Yeah, I want to use my powers.
You're good.
Get tickets now. We're giving away $500 cash
Oh man,
every half hour.
how's it going, bro?
Good. Peanut butter and you're trying to fucking learn about fucking strains and stains, sprains, avoiding the pain.
What pain?
I don't know. If you hurt yourself at work.
Oh, yeah.
Go to ProjectYellowLight.com, a scholarship competition for high school and college students to take the brakes on distracted driving. Submit your radio ad idea.
I didn't match with that, man.
Just like the one you're listening to now. Win a scholarship, save a life. Go to ProjectYellowLight.com in partnership with Project Yellowlight and iHeartRadio.
Why is something dead? Spring, why is dead?
I was born dead.
You were born dead?
Yep.
Nice, I like talking at corpses.
Yeah. Fun sometimes.
It's a play on words based on something you can know. You meant spring.
Spring, Bruce Springsteen?
She is Springsteen, yep.
That's my daddy.
Your dad is Bruce Springsteen? Yeah, you were born in the USA. Fuck yeah.
I was. What's that?
And USA is nice. I like
You live in Canada, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like Alberta.
Oh, you're fucking.
Oh, how are you, baby?
That's cool.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, how's it going?
Kicking and taking names. What's new with you?
So what?
What is new?
I like you.
Not really that much, man. Just here. I'm kind of like laying on the bed too. I'm just chilling here in the dark.
Do you come to the Telegram often?
Yeah, I'm here.
How about the VC?
Yeah. About the what?
The VC, the video channel. I've never seen you here. Maybe I have.
I
Maybe
know,
I
man,
have.
but I don't really speak ever.
Yeah, no, I understand that. All right, well, we're happy that you're here. What's new with you? You're just chilling on a bed.
Yeah, I'm just here. I just kind of woke up. It's like the middle of the day over here.
Do you
Actually, no, fuck. It's like 9:30 where I'm at right now.
Do you want to join? I'm in another Telegram right now that has like 5 other people in it. You want to join it?
Which one is it?
Bitcoin Ass Vision.
No, I'm alright, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Alright. Yeah.
Peace. Wow, not a fan of Bitcoin Ass Vision.
Like getting some shit out of our storage unit, and then I fucked her in the storage unit.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I did that this year.
Yeah, she loves. I don't know why, but like we just get super horny when we're in a storage unit. It's like, yeah, we'll just like pop. We just like pop the thing down. You know, like how you lock the storage unit. You just bring it down, and you're hanging out in the storage unit, and then you just like whip your fucking dick out. It's like, yeah, wouldn't go. Yeah, yeah, totally. Like I was thinking, because I'm like, I can guarantee you that we're not the first people to like fuck in a storage unit.
No, I didn't.
No, yeah, I'm sure lots of people do.
Yeah, it's like it's an awesome place to fuck. Storage unit.
I did it a year ago.
It's like our little joke. Like every time we go to the storage unit, it's like, oh, you want to fuck? It's like, what, in the storage unit? Just fucking roll the fucking blinder thing down, and then there you go. Got your own little storage unit.
I should just turn it into like a little sex dungeon.
I mean, you could.
I guess that might take the fun out of it though, because then it's just like a place where it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's just like a place where everyone's like fucking, right? It's like, oh, I don't know my sex.
Well, I don't know about everyone, but I mean, maybe. That's what helps people.
No, but it's like, you know, oh yeah, my like sex stuff. So it's like, it's not gonna be as cool.
Yeah. That's true.
Like, I think when you have a sex dungeon, like, it probably just gets like boring after a while. It's like, oh, I got a sex dungeon. So it's just like, oh, I can just do whatever I want.
If you're parking at Dodger Stadium where the race starts, vehicles must access the lot through the Golden State.
Like Prisons are enough of that, and they're more fun.
2000 Academy Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like prison.
Yes.
No, fuck that.
Parking, if you're there's free for that. Parking.
Man, you don't want to have sex in prison. Have you ever been thrown in? Have you ever been thrown in jail? Prison fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, dude, there's no way, man. Like, sorry, I don't want hepatitis or like HIV. Just like this, because that's what, like what you're gonna get in fucking prison.
Oh, I wasn't being serious about that.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't.
So that's what you get to shit.
I don't want it. I will tell them too if they're changing, but hey, sir, I do not want that.
Yeah, the problem with jail is like you have to like fight and shit. It's like dudes will like just fuck with you and you don't have a choice. It's like, okay, well, if I don't try to fight this motherfucker, then I'll fuck. You know, like it fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Like you just don't have a choice, right? You either have to fight or just try to fuck you in the ass later.
Bring those up. ETA is based off of her life. She's crap, really.
There's not much trash fucking going on in the East Jail, you know.
Oh really? What happens in ladies' jail?
I know nothing really. Pretty boring. They raise other chairs and stuff, you know.
She's black. People stuff.
Yeah.
Make great Kool-Aid in the fucking toilet.
And pay oranges.
Oh fuck, I clicked the wrong one on accident. Whoops. To put down a load, you should.
Too bad you can't do like essay questions for these.
Yeah, I'd be like, I need to fucking.
Yo, but that's one shit you watch. You gotta watch that show, bro. You're gonna love it.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, Rocco Siffredi, man. He was the fucking king of porn. He's the king of.
I've never heard of it.
Huh? What is the show?
Super Sex on Netflix.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's Rocco Siffredi. He's an Italian porn guy. He's like in the. He's like Ron Jeremy era.
Is he Canadian?
No, he's Italian.
Maybe Rabbi could dream them for us a little bit.
Yeah, I guarantee
Oh, yeah.
his cock. You've seen his cock, like, in like some random clip of porn.
Oh, maybe. Maybe. It's possible.
You've seen this.
I don't like penises in my porn usually.
So you like the porn?
The 13 simply.
Yeah, you don't have to do a penis in those.
Yeah, part of theatric.
Yeah. I think being a porn star would be like weird. Be hard.
Why? I would do it.
I don't know. It's just because, like, you know, you're trying to fucking go out and then someone like recognizes you. Like,
Oh, that wouldn't be my issue. I think it would make sex not fun anymore. It would just be like an all the time thing. It would be like work.
yeah, or like someone that, like, once someone you know, like, knows you have a porn, they could, like, always, like, blow it up and, like, show it, you know?
Vladimir Putin. Tell me whether from Kiev rivals they clear.
Unless like you're rich, or if you're like a rich place, wouldn't matter. But I don't think too many places that you like.
Right after this. College hoops fans, it's tournament time.
Yeah.
The thrill and excitement of
Like they're not like Rocco. They're not Rocco Siffredi tier. They're not getting net. They're not getting Netflix like miniseries.
Yeah.
That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings
Wow.
is giving new
Pretty sure
customers
there are like some OnlyFans girls that make a shit ton of money.
Yeah, but they're not in the same league as like Eagles.
Oh yeah, that's true. Not saying.
Wait, are we talking about females or males?
Yeah, because there's no like males. No one gives a shit about males.
Yeah.
Unless you're the force.
Yeah, you're like that bald guy that's in all those fucking homes.
Yeah, exactly. With like a fucking 10-inch cut.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where do you want to go? Right, say hi to Asma. Asma. Like French.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
How it helps you lose skin from food. But you can't
Excellent.
see how Pixel can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results
Okay.
serious allergic reactions can occur to the skin. Can help
That's the name on the certificate.
Asma.
mouth, tongue, and throat.
Yeah.
Tell your doctor about new or worse
Asma Jr.
such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurry
Yeah.
joint aches and pain. Or
It's like you spell it the same way as Robert Munch, that Canadian guy. I think he was Canadian.
yourself.
Robert
Ask your
Munch.
specialist about Dr. Pixel.
Do it, doctor.
Or call 1-844.
Robert Munch, he was like wrote like books, like kids' books. But it was spelled N-S. Robert Munch. Just Google Robert Munch.
Juicy Juice is
Oh, you know what? They're looking like great
Oh, nice.
artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles. And juice
Yeah, I forgot about
Find Juicy Juice at your
Oh, damn, Robert Munch. No, he's from Pittsburgh.
bar at juicyjuice.com.
He's from Schittsburg.
Yeah, that's
This
what
summer here with new Banana Boat 360 pound.
Hey,
It's a new way to spread the all-new bottle.
Well,
New
you're
mist
40.
experience.
Sorry.
43.
43.
43. Line again. That must be the zeros talking.
Cherries are awesome.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Hey, it's
Sure.
Jerry. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV.
Yeah, sure.
There are
Say hi to Asma.
that take it as
What did I say? Hi.
She doesn't want to say hi. Just had
Hi.
If you're living with HIV
Yeah.
and not want treatment,
What is she?
learn more at
Latina.
HIVtoday.com. This message was sponsored by
Did you buy her from the internet?
Auto show rebates?
No, I just had big white cock.
Selection of inventory. Don't miss the
Show us.
celebration.
Show us that.
Release the 2020
No, I want to show
Grand
you.
Cherokee Laredo 4x4.
Does she do your steroid injections for you?
No, I do them myself.
For just $4.19 a
Do they go in your butt?
month. Let's see.
No, I'm doing them in my thigh.
Brunswick Auto.
Oh.
Just like insulin, you just inject it and monthly.
Not any muscle. I just find thighs easiest.
After 9/11, the total
But I mean, you can put it in any muscle.
never forget.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, you can.
Heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Cook, who was killed.
Yeah, you can do it in your. You can do it in your butt, in your thigh, in your like bicep. But best part is thigh. I like that.
Yeah. Seems like it would be easiest. I mean, especially if you're doing it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, shitty and yeah, you do.
No, it's hard, man. I tried doing it. It's weird because you gotta like aim it right. And, like I don't know. I didn't like it. It's like,
You
fuck.
got it. You didn't like it in the
No,
side.
seriously, like you have to like aim it in the right spot. I don't know. I didn't do it. I tried that a couple times. I was like, fuck this. Like thighs like way better.
Wait, so it goes right in the hole? Is that why it's hard to aim?
No, you don't put the needle up your ass, bro. It's in your muscle. You shoot it in your muscle.
If you did aim it at that thick rump that you got, brother.
Yeah. Straight up the ass. Or just, you don't just shove it up there. You shoot some steroids in there.
Yeah. Where did I find you? I'm casting that reflex, right?
What's that?
Where did you come from? Where did I find you from? Reflex?
I don't fucking know, man. I've been on Telegram for like fucking 3 years, 4 years, bro.
Yeah, we've been in all the same groups for fucking ages, bro.
Yeah.
Less than 10% of kids in America
Yeah.
fiber. Then my kids do.
You get fussed.
Delicious Metamucil kids.
I like Telegram though because it's like one of the few places left on the internet where you can just say the most like degenerate shit. That like no one cares. Not like you don't get canceled. Like no one gives a
Well, it depends.
It's like whatever.
Sometimes you
say
do.
like the most disgusting shit. Like everyone's like, oh cool. Right on.
Great steroids.
Yeah, no, steroids are awesome. Like, and the funny thing is too, like, I get them like prescribed, so I only pay like $40 for like 4 months worth of steroids.
Wow.
Yeah, $40 Canadian. So that's like nothing in American dollars.
Yeah, Canada money starting to turn into Mexico money, bro.
Yeah, it's fucking garbage.
Yeah. They used to be about the same, but now it's fucking.
Yeah, shit, because we got that fucking garbage prime minister.
But, and that too, see, your currency is weak, and then the American currency is fucking almost not worth the fucking house.
Or whatever, man. You should sponsor me and my wife. We'll come down and we'll live in your compound. We'll come hang out.
Me and Spring are starting a poll, actually.
Yeah, no, I'd do it. Yeah, and we could probably, if you do some loophole shit, we could probably, like, move to the States to get the
If me and Spring are poll, I feel like it'd do well.
Yeah. No, the United States is awesome. I've been everywhere in the United States, and I love like the United States. You know, like United States compared to Canada, it's like not even a comparison. Like Canada is a fucking joke compared to United States.
It's so refreshing that somebody from Canada is saying that for once. Usually it's
No, dude, Canadians are in denial, bro. They're the biggest coping like retards you'll ever meet in your life. Like, Canadians, like, the only thing they ever have is, like, poor healthcare. That's the only thing they have, dude.
Yeah.
That's, like, literally...
You're the first Canadian to come on this DC and admit the truth.
Yeah, no, I know the truth, bro. It's a joke. Canada is a fucking joke. Like, if you talk to a Canadian and they tell you why Canada is better, like, ask them why. Be like, why is it better? Explain like one thing to me that's better about Canada, and like they won't even be able to. They'll just like fumble around. They'll be like, "Oh, Canada, stick to you, dude. Fucking country sucks." It's fucking shit, man. You want to pay $600,000 for like a garbage house? Yeah, move to Canada.
It's so refreshing to go in the fucking street.
Yeah.
That's Canadian. It's so good. I live in the fucking street in the fucking cold.
Yeah, exactly, man. Canadians are the biggest copers you'll ever meet in your life. Like, Canadians cope so hard, it's so fucking funny, man.
They're like, also.
Yeah, they cope like hardcore, man.
Here, but
yeah, they're the cope like masters. They cope so much that they don't even realize they cope. They just think like, oh yeah,
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Ducky? How are you, girl?
I'm good. I missed you.
I miss you as well. What's new?
Well, there's a few new things. Well, I'm looking for a different job now, so that's happening. I'm like trying to put my resume together, which is like weird. So I never had a formal one.
Yeah. So, have you used ChatGPT for this?
Oh no, to like what? To like
Dude,
structure it.
oh my God, it does it for you automatically. Here, let's do it for you.
Oh. Right now?
Absolutely, it's really fast. Do you know what ChatGPT is?
Yes, yeah, I have that.
Okay, so what you do, if you already have it, just go to your account, take your resume, put it in there, and then whatever job you want, so what job do you want?
Well, I mean, right now, I'm not 100% sure because it's supposed to be like the next job that I get hired for, I don't want it to be like my job for life, you know? Like, I don't have my degree yet.
Of course, the strategy is get a job, then get a better job, then get a better job, then get a better job. That's the strategy.
Right. But I do want to work full time.
Okay.
And I was trying to figure out, I don't know, honestly, like job searching is really, I'm not that experienced with it. I mean, I've been working since I was able to get a job at 16, but I don't know, like I don't know how to go about this, because like I need to get paid a certain amount, but like do you negotiate that with like anyone that you apply to? Like obviously I'm not going to apply to like a fast food restaurant. Because,
What do you want to do?
What?
What do you want to do?
What do I want to do? Well, this is supposed to be sort of just a temporary thing, I guess. I don't know. You know what? I guess the honest answer is I don't know what I want to do.
That's okay. Do you have the opportunity to work 40 hours a week?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you thought about becoming perhaps like an assistant or a receptionist?
Yes, yeah, I have.
Okay, so that's a really good position I think that you might be able to do. So you can do it. So, and people need those all the time. And so what I would do, take your resume right now. I'm going to walk you through it. You have your resume right now. I know you do. So go get your resume. I'll wait.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking for, see, my resume is it's not even made up yet. Like, it's in my notes app. I have, descriptions of my job and stuff.
Okay. ChatGPT will just take all that information and know what to do with it. Don't worry about that.
That's crazy. I've never done anything like that.
It's amazing. And it will write a cover letter for you as well. Amazingly. So just take the information that you have in your notes app that's kind of just not really well structured and take it and put it in ChatGPT and say, please turn this into a resume. And then what we're going to do is we're going to look at it, and then you're going to correct any kind of small inaccuracies that are in it. And then what we're going to do is take that resume and compare it to some job positions, and then we're going to tighten it so that it has keywords, and that's going to make you look really good in the career management systems that are the thing that recruiters use when hiring for new positions.
Right, cool. Thank you, Rabbi. Alright, so I put it in the text box.
Yes.
Should I put quotations around it?
Yeah, so let's now format it. Put a quotation to the beginning. What up, Khalid? Come here and stay here. And then put them at the end. So like you're quoting that. And then at the very beginning, put, please take the following paragraph and turn it into a resume that is best structured for a full-time position. Just say a full-time position, that's it. Don't say for an office work or anything.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool, how you doing, baby?
Yo, what's up, my friend Rabbi?
Are you living like a pimp?
I'm fine.
That's good. We're helping Ducky with her resume. How are you doing?
What are you helping Ducky?
With her resume, like her curriculum vitae, her CV.
I just went home. I was on a death metal concert here, and I'm kind of drunk, and I'm abused because of the mosh pit, and it was a fucking great evening. I enjoyed it very much.
Well, let me first say,
But yeah,
that's amazing, Coolidge. I'm glad that you had a good time. I'm glad that you're slightly inebriated. I'm not glad that you're abused, but I am glad that you're in one piece, and you seem to be in good spirits.
Who did you see?
Miss Sugar.
Where are you from? Are you German?
Yeah.
I don't know the band, but I do know one German band in particular that's like
But
that.
they are not from Germany, they are from America.
Oh, okay.
I saw tonight, yeah.
What up, B? B is my friend John Appleton. Ducky, what up, baby? How are you, B? You okay? Dude, shout out to the party. Dude, tell the party. Dude, that's baller. Dude, tell the party I'm about to start streaming your party live on YouTube. So just one moment.
I'm gonna tell them that you're going fucking viral. You're gonna make us millions of dollars.
Yeah, do it. Like literally just foolproof it. Lie if you have to. Make them believe it. It'll be fun.
I like how Ducky is down for lying right away. When this is all truthful, we have the biggest event in global history going on right now, and I'm about to pull it up. And if you're like, how are you going to pull it up, Rabbi? I am a man of many different talents. So here we go. It should be pulling up in the next 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Boom. Now you're seeing yourself.
Drink some water.
Wow. He'll be back. Oh, Vamp's here. What up, Vamp?
Yay.
Wow. We have Vamp here. Vamp.
Everyone is coming home. Everyone is coming home here, guys.
That's right.
What do you mean home?
Home base.
This here is our home.
That's right. Home base.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Of course.
Home is where my heart is, and my heart is where Rabbi is.
Oh, you're so sweet, Kool-Aid. Thank you so much.
I agree with that sentiment.
You're so sweet. Thank you, Ducky. So my friend John, he'll be back. He's at some party right now. We were helping Ducky. Ducky is formatting her resume with ChatGPT. Ducky, where are we at in the status? As of last connection, she had put her resume in quotes and was just about to send it off in the text form. What's going on now?
So I put it through, and it's actually AI is crazy.
It's crazy good, isn't
I
it?
can't believe it.
It's amazing. Exactly.
Yeah.
It did an
When I
hour.
don't know something or don't know what to do with it, just throw it in ChatGPT and ask it different questions about it. Like you always get at some point. It's ridiculous easy.
Exactly. And Ducky, isn't it amazing how quickly it did it for you? Like, that's hours of work.
Right. Like I wish I was the person that invented AI. That's great.
Right.
You just think of rephrasing stuff, yeah? There's sometimes you don't even think of words. Yeah, for example, I'm not a native English speaker, so
Hi.
yeah.
I'm in multiple. Somebody's waving at me.
Oh, okay. I'm like, who are we waving to?
Dude, John,
but
that's
yeah,
here
Vamp,
too.
I hear what you were saying.
Yeah, sometimes I don't have the vocabulary to make it so good sounding, you know, and sometimes you don't even think of those words even in your native language because this is not your own vocabulary.
Yeah.
So my friend John Dick is here. He's from.
What, Rabbi?
I was just introducing my friend John Dick. He's JD here. He's from Perth, Australia.
Hi.
We have Vamp and Cooley, who I believe are from Germany. Ducky and I are from the United States, and we're all having a good time.
Yeah.
John Dick, how are things down under?
Rabbi, are you Dr. Good?
I am. That's my alias.
Are you Ass Man?
I am Ass Man as well, definitely. That's my vanity plate.
Oh yeah,
I
man.
love Australians.
Oh no, I'm from Columbus.
He's not from Columbus.
Columbus, Ohio.
Where do you live right now?
Why did you think he was Australian?
He is. He moved to Australia when he was a little boy.
Oh.
Yeah. Rabbi knows everything.
Oh, I don't know everything, but John Dick, how long have you lived in Australia?
No, he does. He knows everything.
Thank you. How long have you lived in Australia?
Probably like 10 years.
Okay, well you
Were
could.
you raised there?
Yeah. Oh, kind of.
Because you have the accent.
Exactly. That's what. Once he had the accent, I figured he was from there.
Probably. You don't know?
No, not off the top of my head.
So you lived in the United States like 10 years and like 15 years, and
Yeah,
Australia 10 years.
around that. Yeah, I like moved back and forth.
There you go.
But
I love Australia. I think your accent is better than British people.
Oh, thank you. John Appleton is from I think he's from Chirac. He's from Chi-Town.
Chicago?
Yeah.
Did you just call it Chirac?
Wow, I don't know how you deciphered that.
Gotcha. That's all right. I'm here to explain.
Thank you.
Rabbi, you're like human chat GP.
I am. You want to go over some really cool stuff? I think you do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you will see right now, I am sharing my screen with another screen, and it's the list of emerging technologies on Wikipedia, which I feel is a very important, like extremely important list that we should discuss as humanity. So with that, I'm going to read the first 5 different types of technology, and then we can discuss. So this is just in agriculture. These are all agriculture related. There are agricultural robots, automation of agriculture, and creates agricultural drones. I was talking about this with some people earlier today. Imagine agricultural cannabis drones. It's very cool. The next thing are closed ecological systems. This is like a greenhouse, the Eden Project, bioshelters, seawater greenhouse. There's also the Biosphere 2. We looked at this earlier, and I don't think anybody was here for that. So this is what it looks like, Biosphere 2. It's in Arizona, but it's very cool. And
That's fucking sick.
Agreed. If you ever saw the movie with Pauly Shore's Biodome, it's in a facility very similar to this. All right, next thing that they have is, this one really, I think is important. I think for all of us, it perhaps.
Wait, Rabbi,
Go
I
ahead.
need you to go over again. What is this?
Biosphere 2.
Why is it important?
Oh, well, that's a great question. So it allows us to be able to study Earth's ecology in a closed system. So what it is an American Earth System Science Research Facility located in Oracle, Arizona. Its mission is to serve as a center for research, outreach, teaching, and lifelong learning about Earth, its living systems, and its place in the universe. It is a large structure originally built to be an artificially material closed ecological system, or vivarium. What up, baby? It remains the largest closed ecological system ever created. So basically, it's the world's largest indoor facility where people live. I understand. John Appleton's at a party right now.
Talk to you when you're taking a shit.
Exactly. John Appleton just took a huge dump.
It's too loud in
John Appleton, how are you? How's the party?
I know, taking a piss is totally okay here, West Brothers.
It is actually. We used to have contests.
Dude, we have pissing challenges on space, okay?
That's absolutely true.
Deutschland.
Did we ever have a female pissing contest? Did we ever have a female pissing contest?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but
But we had some girl.
Rabbi's female Viagra company.
dude, that's legal right now. People don't know, but at least in the United States, female Viagra is a real thing. Female Viagra is a real thing in the United States. It increases a woman's libido. It makes you hornier. But in the 6
How
years,
swelling and producing of slick.
in the 6 years,
Like just the physical aspect, or like does it also help with like
achieving orgasm.
I mean, getting that up is already putting you into a mood because the
Exactly.
organs are just working for itself. You know?
Exactly. All that is going to be
What
very
is it
positive.
called?
Just one moment. I'll look it up.
Every time
let me see.
Anytime I ever look at any type of aphrodisiacs, like they're
It's
just
called-
like holistic.
It's called filbonesirin, and it's also known as it's Addyl, ADDYL. But get this: in the United States, it's been prescribed for 6 years to only 500 women. That's not that many. Well, here's the thing: a lot of women don't want to talk to their doctors about it.
Oh, no one cares. That's so stupid.
But yeah, female Viagra is definitely a thing.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Okay, it was actually used for people with depression, but they found out you could have hyperactive for hyperactive sexuality, and the possibilities are now more open for people who have problems to have sex. That's interesting.
But isn't this interesting that the male one is known very well, but no one knows about the female one? Here I am telling females about it. You don't even know about it.
Rabbi, I know you told me like once ages ago, but do you know who like told you to start doing this again? Wasn't it your rabbi who said like you have to go alive 24 hours, like you told him you're gonna do it or something?
Yeah, basically, like it was somewhat like a dream that it gave me all these ideas of what was going to happen in the future, and female Viagra is definitely one of them. It's not something that I knew about before I had this dream, but that it basically like I would be the spokesperson of it, and like I think it's a really good thing for women. And I feel as if women, at least in the United States, it's a taboo subject, and it shouldn't be. If men are allowed to use Viagra, why shouldn't women be able to use the female equivalent? Yeah, there were some other like interesting things for women as well, where I would be an advocate, particularly on the internet with women and the nipple. So, basically the free the nipple movement or the areola movement. If you're on Instagram right now and you show your nipple as a woman, you'll lose your account. But if I do the same, I won't. And that's unfair. That is de facto, on its face, discrimination against women. And I don't think that is right. And I'm an advocate for women.
It's kind of weird still.
It's very weird, especially when we get into the transgender, transhumanism debate and what a human is. Basically, it's one person's opinion of what they don't want to see on the internet, and they're able to silence the account of another person. That's not right.
It's super weird. Some accounts I saw, and those people have been like really guys, okay? But the only fact what was different had a bit more boobs, yeah? So the nipples were kind of different, and people got canceled for those pictures. And I'm just like, okay, that literally could be a guy, but natural things like that happens to guys, yeah?
Agreed. Yeah, it does. So,
Wait, what? Guys having boobs?
Yeah, that's a condition. Some guys have condition to get more breast fat.
Isn't that
gynomastia.
I've met a man that has that.
It's like 30% of men in the United States. It's huge.
Yeah, so it's a normal condition, and just imagine you upload a photo and you're getting canceled just because nature thought you're like, yeah, that man should be having more. Yeah.
Yes.
I love that. I love when guys have boobs. I think it's great.
All right.
Well,
Well,
the guy that I knew that had them was really insecure, but like you should.
so those were some ideas, at least female Viagra was one. Another one, I'm a huge advocate for the menstruation cup. If you know what a menstruation cup is, it's also known as a
I'm
pixie
familiar
cup.
with that.
Yeah.
I haven't used one though, but like,
No.
why do you know about that?
I would buy them on Amazon and give them to girls because they didn't know
Why?
about them.
Don't do that.
No,
Rabbi.
they would write me thank you notes.
What? Alright, I believe you, but like, in what like context was it appropriate?
I was seeing a girl and I asked her if she knew what a menstruation cup was, and she was like, "No, what is a menstruation cup?" And I'm like, "Here it is. It's this little silicone thing." I had purchased 2 of them. They're called pixie cups. I thought it was game changer because if you know anything about tampons, there are all kinds of chemicals on them and also on pads. So, and it can mess with a
And
woman.
mine are organic.
And as you know, you have to buy like special kind that don't have anything on the cotton, et cetera, et cetera. And the menstruation cup, the menstrual cup allows you to avoid a lot of that. It's reusable, so it's environmentally positive. So I bought some, and there was a girl who I was seeing, and I made her. She didn't know about them, and she was just like thrilled that this thing existed. They're for a lot of women. They're more comfortable. They're more hygienic. People really like them. The reason why they're not talked about in society is once you buy one menstruation cup, you don't have to buy any more tampons or pads again. So that means that you basically save hundreds of dollars a year. They call it the pink tax or the female tax, basically, and I'm in agreement with it. It is a lot of money to be a woman just to survive. And I mean, I'm telling you
I know,
that.
bro, and like they don't even fill up the tampon dispensers in bathrooms anymore. Like they're like barren.
But you're absolutely right. They're
It's
barren.
really weird how it's just like acceptable.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ducky. And it's really unfortunate. And we're at a point, at least in society, that if you buy a menstruation cup, you don't need any of that stuff anymore for the rest of your life. And so they don't want people to know about them.
Rabbi, did you ever fix Amazon? You know how you like?
Yeah.
You know how they were fucking ignoring?
No, I still think that problem exists. So what John Dick is referencing, I have a somewhat viral video where I called Amazon 3 times. I've been an Amazon member for 19 years. That's a long time to be a member of Amazon. And I called in to complain that something on their app wasn't working. Basically, one of the functions in their app is the ability to provide a cover photo and a profile photo. Well, you can provide a profile photo, but you can't provide a cover photo, at least on their iOS version. And their app makes billions of dollars a year. And this is, to me, unacceptable that they have such an obvious function of their app that isn't available to use. And so I called them.
Like Amazon Prime?
Amazon company, yeah. Like the Amazon app. I can show you.
Do you mean like from the business perspective? Like you should be, are you saying like they should offer a cover photo?
No. They already offer it. When you try to use it, it doesn't upload the photo. Their app.
Bugged on the app, and you pissed when you're like, fucking Amazon picture shit.
Right. The app is broken, and I've told them about it 3 times, and I've called in to have them fix this issue. And what I do, or what I think is funny, is I call in and I am recording them while they're recording me. But then I make videos of what their employees say, because I make their employees, I'm like, okay, do you have an iPhone? They're like, yeah. I'm like, can you take your, I'm like, you have the Amazon app, right? You work at Amazon. They're like, yeah. I'm like, all right, well, go to your Amazon app, and I want you to go to your profile. I mean, it's really easy what I have to have them do. I'll do it right now. You just go to your Amazon app, and you go to the profile picture, and you can change the profile picture, but when it says change the cover image, it doesn't work. And it's just annoying to me that they're like a huge company. And this is like a really easy feature that all companies basically get right, but Amazon can't get it right. So I called them the first time to fix it, and they're like, oh, wow, this is really weird that this doesn't work. Okay, so I made a video of that. Then I did it a second time, and they're like, yeah, this isn't working. We don't understand why. we're going to go tell one of the people who are, the first one, they're like, okay, we'll create a ticket for it. The second one, they were like, yeah, we just talked with one of the developers on the iOS app who works in our same facility. And he was like, well, there's a lot that people don't know isn't working correctly at Amazon. So this doesn't really surprise him. And that it's essentially like just one of the things that perhaps doesn't work with Amazon. And then,
just one more reason to avoid Amazon, I think.
And then
because I never use Amazon. I just try to use the different sellers who are not in the Amazon network involved because of supporting the underground or independent sellers, because Amazon is so huge. I don't know.
And then the third time I called,
it's easy to avoid.
The third time I called, they recognized that it was an issue. And the guy on the phone, he was very funny. He's like, yeah, it doesn't work for me either. This kind of ridiculous that you've called 3 times, you've been a member for this long, and they're not fixing it. And I'm like, does it work on all the other apps that you use? Like that change the cover photo. He's like, yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work on ours. And it's just funny how he says it. So I made a video of that, and it got some airplay. But yeah, that's what John Dick was referencing. John Dick, quick question for you. If given the opportunity, would you live in a biosphere like this with me?
Yeah.
Dude, it'd be amazing. Absolutely. How about you, Ducky? Do you want to live in a biosphere like this? We could live like Adam and Eve.
1,000% yes, Rabbi.
Rabbi, is Ducky going to be a billionaire as well?
Absolutely. So will Vamp, so will Kulik, and so will Bob Dobbs and Tempura. You guys, I mean, they're on their way to be billionaires much faster than we are, JD, with this coin, with this cryptocurrency. I mean...
Wait, Rabbi, are you involved with the coin?
A little bit.
I'm not involved. I don't gamble, so...
Well, it's not gambling.
It's not a gamble. It's a safe game. It's not...
It's...
no, it's not. Yeah. If you... I'm true to you. If you want to go safe, then just buy the Boomer Bitcoin. If you want to...
Boomer Bitcoin? What's that?
That's the original Bitcoin. BTC. When you hear Bitcoin referenced on the media, that's what he's talking about.
Yes.
We call it Boomer. Hold on. We have to explain. Okay. So there's what we call Boomer Bitcoin, which is also known as BTC, which is also the Bitcoin that you'll hear about on television or on the radio.
Right.
Then there is Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, which that's this one, and its ticker is Bitcoin. Now, if you're like, well, why did they use that ticker as Bitcoin? Isn't that confusing? That was part of it. Basically, whenever anybody's referencing Bitcoin, there's the argument to be made they're referencing our coin as well. And it allows for many more meme opportunities, because whenever you have anyone of any kind of influence saying, buy Bitcoin, it sounds like they're buying our coin.
Oh my God, just like that one. Wait, hold on.
Thank you. It's confusing.
I don't know what ticker is, though.
Okay, so let's explain that. When you're buying a stock, you need to know what the ticker is to accurately purchase it. And so when we say ticker is Bitcoin, that means that's what you have to search, BITCOIN, to get the right cryptocurrency. If you put anything else in, you won't get the right cryptocurrency. So we want people to buy the right cryptocurrency. So we say the ticker is Bitcoin. That means when you see ticker, that's what you type into whatever you're purchasing. And so you would type in BITCOIN. And then
what is ticker fundamentally? Like, what is that? Is that separate?
Like a shortcut.
Yeah, perfect way to describe
shortcut
it.
to what?
Like
I'm gonna help you guys learn how to teach people.
The shortcut from Boomer Bitcoin is BTC, and the shortcut from Harry Potter.
Do you guys mean like the acronym? Is that what you mean to say?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's how you can see it. So are you familiar with the stock tickers? You may be, you may not.
I honestly fell into this. Like I don't have much knowledge on it.
So, but no, it's fine. We're gonna find all of the reasons, all the questions that you're bringing up. So I just asked ChatGPT, why is it called a ticker? And why is
I use ChatGPT to explain this stuff to me too.
yeah. And so why is it called a ticker? Honestly, I think it's because in the old days they used to have a ticking machine with these long like receipts. They have ticker tape parade, so it's a machine. But let me make sure that's correct. Okay, the term ticker in the context of stocks refers to the scrolling electronic display of a stock price information, typically seen on financial news networks or websites. It gets its name from the noise made by a machine, so I'm right. Thank you, appreciate that. Made by that printed stock price information on a narrow strip of paper, which was called the ticker tape machine. The machine was used in the past to transmit stock price information across telegraph lines, allowing investors to stay updated on market movement in real time. Today, the ticker tape machines are largely obsolete. The term ticker persists to describe the real-time display of top stock prices. So when we say the ticker, that means we want it to display the real prices of ticker Bitcoin, basically our coin. And I'm sure you've seen this, but these were very famous ticker tape parades in New York City during the early part of the 20th century are exceptional. I mean, like after World War I, after World War II, they have their own Wikipedia. We're pulling it up so you can see what a picture of this is. They were really, really cool. Basically, people would line the streets and throw paper outside of, can you see this? People would throw paper outside, so it was like snowing. But it was paper. And you would do this after the victory in World War I, World War II, after Prohibition, after certain teams won sporting events. It's a really big deal. So anyway, that's where you get the term ticker. So when we say the ticker is Bitcoin, what we're saying is to anyone out there who doesn't know what to purchase, if you type Bitcoin in, that's its ticker, that's its search term, you will find our coin and buy it. That's why we say the ticker is Bitcoin.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for explaining that.
Absolutely. That's one. Okay, so we were helping you with your resume. What's it look like? What's it look like in ChatGPT right now?
Well, so I mean, it definitely shortened what I had because what I wrote it would definitely not be appealing to professionals because we don't read your resume. They don't have time for that.
Right.
So it definitely shortened it, which was fine, but I have to go through it to see if it actually sort of filtered it correctly.
So read it.
But honestly, I'm kind of drunk right now.
Okay. Well then, it may not be the best time to do that. What you can do though.
I can do it right now.
Then do it. You go, girl. Take 5-10 minutes to do it. Literally, all you have to do is read one page about yourself. You should be able to do this in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So go read it. Girl is cute. We're gonna give Girl is cute 2 minutes to read one page about herself.
That's my bio because of SPX.
Okay, Girl is cute. So what you need to do is take 2 minutes right now. Read a page about yourself that you wrote about yourself or that AI wrote about yourself, which is even crazier, and just make sure it's accurate. And when you're done, get back to us. In the meantime, we're going to see how everyone else is doing. Bob Dobbs, how you living, baby? Bob Dobbs in the house. Bitcoin Martin Luther King Jr., how are you, baby? That's all right. I can live with that. All right. Next thing that we were reading on this Wikipedia page, which is just fascinating to me. Bob Dobbs. Now I can hear you. How are you, baby? Bob Dobbs. Bob Dobbs, can you hear me? Bob Dobbs. Bob Dobbs. Bob Dobbs, he'll be back. All right. Bob Dobbs, can you hear me, baby? Wow, that was wild. I just got booted randomly. Sometimes Discord does that. Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay, great. Bob Dobbs, how are you?
Oh,
Maybe he can't hear me. Oh, good. Okay, so Bob Dobbs, we were reading on the Wikipedia page, list of emerging technologies, the new types of agricultural developments that we should be seeing over the course of the 21st century. And we're doing this while our friend Ducky is formatting her resume. Actually, it's already been formatted. Literally, all she has to do is just review it and make sure that the information is accurate before the next step, which is basically filling it with keywords for recruiting management systems. So that's the next step. So she's got it. We gave her 2 minutes. We're going to give her another 2 minutes. If you remember Chuck Lorre 2 and 2, we're going to give her from the Love Connection 2 and 2, back in 2 and 2. Anybody here get that joke? It's an old game show reference. Anyway, we're giving her another 2 minutes, and then what we're going to do, it's 2 and 2, that's what it is. We will help her with that, and I am going to read more on agricultural development. So the next topic is cultured meat, which is humane, resource efficient, healthier, and cheaper meat. I don't know if you've ever seen this, but they make 3D meat now. I haven't ever met anyone who's ever had 3D meat, but I really want to know what they think of it. Have you seen this 3D meat? If you haven't seen it, I'm going to pull it up right now, what it looks like.
this is crazy, honestly, how it has filtered through when I sent it. Like it's worded so well.
Isn't it? Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
And that machine will replace your job in 5 years. So it is your job right now to get a job to basically allow it to replace you. But very soon it will. And then we will have universal basic income, and we will
What do you mean by that?
Well, universal basic income is basically an idea where at a certain point where you get to late stage capitalism, which is where we're at, you have such a wide difference between the haves and the have-nots that the have-nots eventually need a parachute or a some type of income because there are no longer any more jobs because they perhaps have been replaced by AI. So a universal basic income, it has been tested or experimented, at least in California. From what I know, in the city of Long Beach, they gave families $1,000 each month as a universal basic income to just test it out to see what it was like, and it was pretty successful. They've also done it in Palm Springs and some other places in California, and I can tell you that there's definitely the opportunity that may one day go statewide and then one day nationwide for people of a certain income level. And what is it? It's basically $1,000 or a certain amount of money that you are allowed because it is to supplement the lack of work that you may have. You may not have any kind of job, or you may have less work to be able to do. And that really comes with the growth of the Industrial Revolution. This happened at several different instances of the Industrial Revolution. We're still going through the Industrial Revolution. People don't realize that we are just in another emergence of it, perhaps the third wave of it, which is the technological wave. The first wave of the technological revolution arguably starts with the loom. If you know what the loom is, L-O-O-M. Let me show you what the loom is. The loom is a very important thing. I really mean this. If you ever think of me and any type of machine, I don't want you to think of me in a camera. You can, you probably will, but I would want you to think of me with the loom. And why is that? It's not because I like clothes. It's because this type of machine was the original type of machine that began the creation of the modern computer.
Extraordinary.
It's extraordinary, is right. Computers came from this type of technology. And if you're like, well, how did computers come from this type of technology? essentially what you would have is a long time ago. Well, before we do this, let's read about the Luddites. You know who these people are. This was a member of a 19th century movement of English textile workers who were opposed to the use of certain types of cost-saving machinery and often destroyed the machines in clandestine raids. So these people were very important in society. They protested against manufacturers who used machines in a fraudulent and deceitful manner to replace the skilled labor of workers and drive down wages by producing inferior goods. Members of the group referred to themselves as Luddites, self-described followers of Ned Ludd, a legendary weaver whose name was a pseudonym in threatening letters to mill owners and government officials. Essentially what these people did, they were very early anti-technology people in England and around the beginning of the 19th century, so the 1800s. And we're seeing a resurgence of this today where people are afraid of AI and what it can become. Well, this fear of AI is not a new thought. This is something that has been around for hundreds of years. So when we talk about the manufacturers who use machines, the machines that they used were, the big one was the loom. And from the loom, we get the next big emergence, I believe, was in the first election, 1860 something election, it's in the 1800s. I'll find out. With tabulated. So the big thing was at the end of the 1800s. Let's see here. First election with tabulated results. It was like, it's considered like a major event in technology. It's not the 1788 presidential election. We'll say with a computer. This was a huge event. Electronic voting, historical timeline. Yeah, that's okay. So we're looking at this on historical timeline of electronic voting machines. No, that's not it. Well, hold on. Victoria, Australia had it in 1856. First place to use official ballots. 1888. Let's see here. U.S. Census. Oh, this is what it was. The punch card system. So this is what it was. It wasn't an election. It was a census. So in 1889, the punch card system was patented. Herman Hollerith creates a method of using punch cards to compile data from the U.S. Census. Although this punch card system was not used for voting, the technology laid the foundation for the punch card voting system in the 1960s. That's where I confuse it too, and I do that. There's a lot of information up here, and sometimes I mix it together. But the U.S. Census was a big thing in the development of that. So the first wave of this was the loom. Arguably the second wave of this was the punch card system, and into now we're in the third wave with like modern computing. There are different breakups of this too. Basically the emergence of AI. But as you see, and what we're referencing here, Ducky, you can see that AI basically, any kind of writer, creative writing, any kind of customer service, AI can already do it better. That little, I mean, it's not little, but that piece of software that you're using right now, ChatGPT, you can see everything that you've ever done from your work from K through 12, this can already do it better. Yeah. It's pretty freaky. So Ducky was asking, okay, to her original point, well, what about this universal basic income? So before we, like, Rabbi, why are you talking to us about Luddites when you should be, there's universal basic income was the question. So UBI, universal basic income, let's see if it shows up. Universal basic income is an unconditional non-means tested social dividend. So what does that mean? It is a social welfare proposal in which all citizens are given population regularly receive All citizens of a given population regularly receive a minimum income in the form of an unconditional transfer payment, i.e., without the means, test, or need to work. People don't know this, but people in the United States. Here's a trivia question for the room. What people in the United States receive UBI right now currently in one way?
People on welfare.
So that's an argument to be made. Absolutely. Let's say there's a certain state. No. What you're saying is definitely understood, and arguable that is a type of social welfare system that's similar. Absolutely. But people don't know this. In the state of Alaska, the citizens get a $2,000 stipend each year because of the oil reserves that are there. So let's look this up.
I've heard of that before.
Exactly. So what is this? Alaskans receive over $3,000 in oil wealth payments. So it's called the Alaska Permanent Fund. It was a constitutionally established permanent fund managed by a state-owned corporation, the Alaska Permanent Fund Corporation. It was established in Alaska in 1976. Basically, this fund is worth $64 billion, and it gives people in Alaska $3,000 per year because of the excess amount of oil that is produced. So
from that specific state.
Exactly. So nearly every single Alaskan got a financial windfall amounting to more than $3,000 in September, and they get that annually. So what I'm trying to say is that don't think it's such a crazy thing in the United States for people to just randomly get money for doing absolutely jack shit. There's an argument to be made that, hey, what about disability? What about even like unemployment? What about Social Security? All of those are arguments to be made as well. But there's an argument to be made. Those are kind of a social security net. I'm sorry, a social security net. Yeah, but what they aren't is just a free handout. You have to qualify for those programs. This, you don't have to qualify for it. So basically, in its own way, it is a universal basic income, and people do receive it in the United States, and it could grow. Now, where do you get the money? People ask, where do you get the money from this, Rabbi? This is the sad part of it. Well, it's not a sad part of it. If you wanted to ask me, how do we fund this and also get out of debt as a country? Well, it's really getting rid of the Federal Reserve. But if we're not allowed to do that, it would be to tax microtransactions of the stock market. So basically, I'm losing my connection.
Can you guys?
Sorry, I was losing my connection.
It's for everyone.
Sometimes Discord does that.
Oh, Rabbi, what do you mean Discord?
I'm sorry, not Discord. I'm so sorry, Telegram.
Oh,
I'm in so many different social medias. I get them wrong. I get them wrong 75% of the time. But essentially, what we may have in the United States is a universal basic income, and so don't fear it. It's coming. In fact, it's a necessity.
Oh, I'm not fearing it.
It's a necessity at certain points. But
yeah, I don't have money that people are going to take away from me, so I don't fear that.
There you go. So
whatever other people are afraid of.
What does this has to do with menstruation cups?
Well, that was a different topic.
We did jump. We jump a lot.
Absolutely. And then has anyone, I don't know, we have more people in here. Some people weren't here previously. Has anyone here yet met someone who has eaten 3D meat, 3D printed meat? I have some pictures of it here.
No, I didn't even know that was possible. Rabbi, that's not a thing. Don't do that.
You can print food now.
Yeah.
No, you guys.
It's real.
All right, you're gonna have to explain it to me because that's not.
It is a thing. You have to understand when you break organic food down.
Yeah.
It's just basic protein, vitamins, minerals, whatever it is in it. So if you have, for example,
all the components and put them together, you're able to produce it.
Basically, what this is.
But the thing is that the people didn't know how to put it together, but they're coming through now.
So, cultured meat, also known as cultivated meat, among other names, is a form of cellular agriculture where meat is produced by cultivating animal cells in vitro. So, if you don't know what in vitro means, essentially that means that it means in glass. So, these are basically like in protected test tubes. And the idea is that if you create this in test tubes, you're not creating the actual animal. You're just creating, like Vamp is saying, the protein and its cellular elements. Cultured meat is produced using tissue engineering techniques pioneered in regenerative medicine. It was popularized in the early 2000s, and it's now being made. I mean, that's why I asked a real question. Has anyone here met anyone who's eaten any of it? I would want to know what it's like. I've heard that it's indistinguishable and perhaps even superior to people, but those are just interviews of people that I've heard. But essentially,
sounds disturbing.
Well, it's not, and here's why. It will hopefully end the livestock killing industry one day when we're able to produce lab-grown meat, meaning no animals will have to die anymore, and we still get the taste of meat.
Right.
Think of it like a mushroom. Yeah?
My knowledge on mushrooms is limited.
Well, they're
yeah, but I mean,
powerful.
I mean the process of how you grow the meat. It's coming out of a petri dish.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And they modify it so long until they get for example, the specific mushroom out of it. And they did it with meat. It's like, just imagine.
Wait, no, you can keep talking. Sorry, I just say that. I'm gonna look this up too because I want to read it along with Rabbi. You guys are. What is the term for this?
Cultured meat, but it's also known as by some other terms. But cultured meat is the best way to find it. I've also seen 3D meat.
What? God, what a term. Okay, cultured meat. I'm looking that up on Wiki.
That's what we're looking at right now. So at least in the United States, there are a lot of companies that have these names.
God.
Now, the reason why it's very expensive right now, to give you an idea, at least recent costs approximately for Australian 3D meat, it was like $1,350 a kilogram. For Israeli,
oh my God,
it was like $3,000 a kilogram. So, but it's coming down, meaning, it is being reduced. To give you an idea, it is like 50 euros a chicken nugget right now. It's like, that's very expensive, but it is coming down. So this is why I love this page of Wikipedia. I do this with people. It's fascinating. It's that we're talking about the future, and we're only in the agricultural stuff. We're not into the part about game development and human development, social development, and energy, all that other stuff. But this is fascinating to me. So another thing that was very important in this agriculture discussion in the future, atmospheric water generation. So what is that? It's called AWG. Atmospheric water generator is a device that extracts water from humid ambient air, producing potable water. Water vapor in the air can be extracted either by condensation, cooling the air below its dew point, exposing the air to desiccants using membranes that only pass water vapor, collecting fog, or pressurizing the air. AWGs are useful where potable water is difficult to obtain because water is always present in the ambient air. So here's one of them. This is called a fog collector in Chile. Basically, this thing can collect water from the air and allow you to drink from it, which is really important in the desert. and that's a really important development. And then this one, I mention this one all the time, is vertical farming. I love this one because it's just such a simple idea where you grow things vertically as opposed to horizontally.
I'm really asking myself why people need it so long for it. It's so ridiculous.
I'm in agreement with you. Basically, these are things that we could have been doing for a long time. So that's just what it has on agriculture. Now we're going to check in on Ducky. Ducky, how's your resume looking? Is it accurate?
Honestly, yeah. I'm gonna add more though. I'm gonna like make it sound a little bit smarter.
Okay. So you don't even have to do that. So then what you have to do, or what you can do, is just in the next little line below it, say, please, let me think of the correct prompt that you want to write. Please enhance this resume for a corporate office position. Just put that. Let's see what it says.
All right, hold on.
KFI AM 640 heard everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. This is Unsolved. I'm Steve Gregory. If you've got a story,
Did it punch it up a little bit?
No, I'm sorry. I can't type that fast. No, I can type fast. But...
That's okay. Before you type that, before you hit enter, put in it as well if you can. Put lots of career software key phrases in this resume.
That's a good. Oh my god, yeah.
Because that's what it sounds like it's missing. I haven't seen it.
And little smarty pants.
There you go. Everybody needs that. Don't think that I'm the only person who knows that.
So you're a smarty pants? Okay.
And once you press enter, it should just start generating for you. Has it started generating?
Oh crap! Wait, what did you just say? You said add more.
Career search terms for recruiting software. So you wanted to ask it to enhance it for a corporate.
Yeah, I said, please enhance this resume for a corporate office position. And add more career search terms for recruiting software. Things it includes.
Excellent. And then what does it say?
Sending it now.
Okay. I'm amazed at how fast it works. When it just starts going like this for me, I get excited.
I know.
I'm like, oh, it's going.
God, I wish that's how I could be.
I know. It reminds me of somebody typing along. Exactly. Like a little, what do you call those people? A stenographer, like in court. They're just like going away, like, shink, like with the typewriter, shrink. And yeah. So is it going?
Well, honestly, I think I put too much for it. Like sometimes I've noticed that sometimes I'll like something that I type in it is like too much for it to load, so it doesn't do anything. But if I copy and paste it and refresh,
that happens.
It will be okay.
That happens. I also have issues sometimes with my connection as well to it.
Yeah, there we go. Right now it's doing it. Yeah.
Is it typing a pretty good one for you?
Oh my goodness.
Is it good?
Yeah, it changed it. It definitely changed it a bit.
Does it make it better?
More.
Well, and then what you can do is you say, summarize this to one page or condense this to one page.
Oh.
So it'll take all that information and condense it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So the next set of discussions that we can perhaps have when it comes to a list of emerging technologies are in the realm of construction. So the first one is an active structure. What is an active structure? Adaptive structures that respond to different conditions or supermassive buildings and infrastructure. Now, this one we're going to talk about a long time because this one fascinates me. There's something called a space fountain. Has anyone here heard of a space fountain? It's okay if you haven't. So a space fountain is a proposed form of an extremely tall tower extending into space. As known materials cannot support a static tower with this height, a space fountain has to be an active structure. A stream of pellets is accelerated upwards from a ground station. At the top, it is deflected downwards. The necessary force for this deflection supports the station at the top and payloads going up the structure. A spacecraft could launch from the top without having to deal with the atmosphere. This could reduce the cost of placing payloads into orbit. Its largest downside is that the tower will re-enter the atmosphere if the accelerator fails and the stream stops. The risk could be reduced by several redundant streams. Okay, so if you know anything about space travel, I know more than your average bear, but I'm in no means an expert. But what I do know is the most difficult part about space is getting there, meaning getting off the ground. And traditionally, we've needed huge rockets to be able to do so. And these rockets are not reusable. And so you have traditionally they're not. Now the newest Starlink rocket, I believe, has some reusable elements to it. But ideally, we want a system that gets us to space without having to use a whole bunch of fuel. So there are some different proposals of this, and we're going to read about them right now. And I love.
Rabbi,
Yes, ma'am.
you're too good. You are too good for where you are. Why are you here? You see, you're giggling because you know it's true.
We're going to help the whole world someday, girl. Don't
Look
you
at
worry.
that giggle. That's a very authentic laugh.
I'm in agreement. I think that the world deserves better than what the current leadership that we have. And we need to talk.
You're just a smart guy.
I just know where the stuff is
Get out of here.
on
Get out of
Wikipedia.
here. You're in the trenches right now.
Absolutely. Don't worry. We'll be at the head of the battle soon enough. So there are some things that get us to space. Go ahead, Papa.
Literally like the smartest, nicest people in the world.
Look, whoever's talking right now, you're not even you're not even showing up. So.
His name is Bob Dobbs.
Showing up.
Bob Dobbs, you're showing up for me. Why are you showing up for Ducky?
You're not glowing.
How do you talk to Bob Dobbs?
Oh, no, you're glowing. Never mind, it's my fault. I can't see who's talking.
That's okay, Ducky. So if you're not aware,
No, you guys are smart. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, I don't know. Rabbi, you should be somewhere academic, for fuck's sake.
hey, that's what we're doing now. We're teaching the world. Believe it or not.
That's true.
And I know.
You need to go back to, go to, I don't even, we have to have a conversation or something.
So we have a launch loop. A launch loop is a proposed system of launching objects into orbit using a moving cable-like system situated inside a sheath attached to the Earth at two ends and suspended above the atmosphere in the middle. So here's a picture of it, if you can see. Basically, as I understand, you launch something into atmosphere at a certain speed. Launch loops are intended to achieve non-rocket space launch of vehicles weighing 5 metric tons by electromagnetically accelerating them so that they are projected into Earth orbit or even beyond. This would be achieved by the flat part of the cable which forms the acceleration tracks in the atmosphere. The system is designed to be suitable for launching humans into space for space tourism, space exploration, and space colonization, and provides a relatively low 3G acceleration. And that's where we're getting to. One of my colleagues, Rabbi Benzi Seidman, is the rabbi of, if you know who William Shatner is. So William Shatner, he was in Star Trek, many other famous series and shows and things, movies, and he's been to space. And there's a question that we have religiously, halakhically, within Jewish law. Do you have to don tefillin? Do you have to wear those little boxes? These little boxes that we have as Orthodox Jews, do you have to wear those? Yeah, there are little boxes here.
Ooh, what boxes?
They're like little boxes and Orthodox cheeseware.
Box.
It must also be kosher.
So
No, stop. I want to learn.
So there's basically the question, do you have to do this stuff in space? It's a good question. And we start to have congregants who are having these questions because they're space tourists. And while we don't know one way or another because there's no definitive opinion on the matter, the idea is that no. Once you start going to space, all of the traditions that we have essentially religiously are earthbound. And once we start escaping Earth's orbit, we also begin to escape many things that we've done here on Earth. So space tourism is something that is taking off. And if you don't know about it, it sounds really advanced and like you're never going to get there, but perhaps you may be able to. One thing that I've heard is the most amazing thing that everyone who's a space tourist says is the moment that you escape the stratosphere and you're into low Earth orbit, the stars are spectacular. Like the stars are absolutely mind-blowing. Like everybody just says, you can't get over what the stars look like. They're just so amazing. So
You're amazing, Rabbi.
Ducky, I need believe it or not, people, I don't pay Ducky to say these things. This is all from the goodness of her heart.
I mean it.
This is all from the goodness of her heart. So we're going to get her into a launch loop, which is basically an electromagnetic cable. And we're going to launch her into low Earth orbit so she can see all the stars on her own. Some other things that we have are mass drivers, electromagnetic catapults. It's a proposed method of non-rocket space launch, which would use a linear motion to accelerate and catapult payloads up to high speeds. Existing and contemplated mass drivers use coils of water energized by electricity to make electromagnets. So here's what one looks like. Very fascinating. Now, there are also some, look, these are, I'll continue on just some ways to get to space. There's megascale engineering. There's a form of exploratory engineering concerning the construction of structures of an enormous scale. So all of these are what is known as megascale engineering. As of right now, arguably, there are some things that we might consider megascale engineering, like the federal highway system might be considered that. Perhaps like the Great Pyramid of Giza at one time would have been considered some kind of megascale engineering, but these are even bigger things than we can kind of contemplate here on Earth right now. And we talked about non-rocket space launchers. Now we have an orbital ring, which is really important. It's a concept of an artificial ring placed around a body and set rotating at such a rate that the apparent centrifugal force is large enough to counteract the force of gravity. And I really mean this. I think that Earth will get one of these within the next 1,000 years. And if you don't know what this is, it's basically a ring that goes around the Earth and a maglev train that runs around. So it's basically, it's like, how Saturn has rings around it? The Earth will have a ring around it, and perhaps it may be a place where people actually live. People will want to live in the ring of Earth. The idea of an orbital ring is as a...
Like the sonic rings.
Exactly, like the sonic ring. Just
like the sonic rings, yeah.
We might even make it a sonic ring, you never know. The structure...
Everything makes sense here. Everything makes sense.
I agree. It's all fallen into place. So the idea of an orbital ring is a structure is intended to be used as a space station or a planetary vehicle for very high-speed transportation or space launch. Because the cable is spinning faster than orbital velocity, there's a net outward force that is countered by the internal tension within the cable. So basically, you're always able to stay in orbit because of this thing. It's fascinating. Now, this is my favorite. It's a space elevator. I love the idea of a space elevator. It looks like one of my accounts just got booted from here. So we're going to make sure that we get this bad boy back. No, we're good.
Like are you talking about from Bitcoin?
Yeah, I am.
Who is doing that? Who is doing that?
I think it's Telegram trying to keep me down.
No.
It happens to everyone.
what are you doing wrong? Like, it has to be someone reporting it. That means there's an inside person.
I think
and that means we have to find them.
No, I think it's
Yeah,
just. I think
fuck you, whoever's listening. Wait, what?
I think it's just dropping because of some technical aspects of Telegram at this point.
You just, Rabbi, you just need a education show at NBC, and then everything is fine because Telegram is.
Rabbi, that happens even on phone to me too. So
I know
I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
Don't say that,
Because
girl.
Rabbi needs to have a fucking television show.
Don't worry.
Yes.
Exactly.
We're gonna have the next version of Mr. Rogers.
For 7 NBC, Rabbi.
Absolutely.
Really? No, it's not right. It's not right.
We'll get it. Don't worry. So the space
Rabbi,
elevator.
what the fuck? Like, oh god, we have to have a private call, except we can't because you literally stream your entire life. So I don't know what to do.
Girl, we'll figure it out. Don't you worry.
We'll figure it out.
Absolutely.
I mean, we can have it public, but like awkward.
There you
Well,
go.
maybe not.
There you go. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. So there's a space elevator.
Wait, was that a genuine smirk?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Oh my goodness.
All right. So space elevator. I love this idea. If you don't want to know what a space elevator is, of all the things of which you've listened, please listen to this one. A space elevator.
Wait a second. How did we get here? All right, go on.
A space elevator, also referred to as a space bridge, star ladder, and orbital lift, is a proposed. Absolutely. It's a proposed type of planet-to-space transportation system. The main component would be a cable, also called a tether, anchored to the surface and extending into space. An Earth-based space elevator cannot be constructed with a tall tower supported from below due to its immense weight. Instead, it would consist of a cable with one end attached to the surface near the equator and the other end attached to a counterweight in space beyond geostationary orbit, which is more than like 40,000 kilometers. The competing forces of gravity, which is stronger at the lower end, and the upward centrifugal force, which is stronger at the upper end, would result in the cable being held up under tension and stationary over a single position on Earth. With the tether deployed, climbers or crawlers could repeatedly climb up and down the tether by mechanical means, releasing their cargo to and from orbit. The design would permit vehicles to travel directly between a planetary surface such as the Earth's orbit without the use of large rockets. And that's really what we're getting to. How can we get to space without having to use rockets? And the space elevator, I think, is a fascinating one. And we have a space gun. Space gun. Here's a picture of a space gun. If you've never seen one. Space gun.
Looks like it's in the ocean.
And not to be confused with a ray gun. A space gun, also called a Verne gun because of its appearance in From the Earth to the Moon by Jules Verne, is a method of launching an object into space using a large gun or cannon-like structure. Space guns could thus potentially provide a method of non-rocket space launch. It has been conjectured that space guns could place satellites into Earth's orbit, although after-launch propulsion of the satellite would be necessary to achieve a stable orbit, and could also launch spacecraft beyond Earth's gravitational pull and into other parts of the solar system by exceeding Earth's escape velocity. So there are many ways to get into space, if you didn't know, and we just explored some of them, and I think that they're fascinating, and I'm glad I was able to share them with all of you. Ducky, where are we at on your resume? How's it looking, girl?
On my resume?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's hard to focus on the resume when you're talking
I
about
understand.
it.
When we're talking about 3D meat and space guns.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
I did what you said to do, and I filtered it through twice.
Okay. Did it add more keywords?
No, I did. It did. It made it more fancy.
Good.
So I have that, and I copied and pasted into my notes. I have it.
Excellent. All right.
So
now,
twice over.
do you have an Android device or an iOS device?
No, it's iOS.
Okay. Do you have a PC or a Mac? An Apple.
It's all Apple.
Okay, all Apple. All right. Makes it a little more difficult. All right. So at least you're trying to get a job. Well, because you don't have the same open access that you do on Android. It's what's known, Apple, I think we've had this discussion before, it's a walled garden. Basically, it's much more difficult to do any kind of provisioning of any kind of apps or tinkering of the operating system.
Oh, yeah. Alright, I do remember this now.
Absolutely. Okay, so you want to get a job. Do you know the major job platforms? They are Indeed, ZipRecruiter, Career Builder, Monster. Those 4 would be really good for you to download right now. Have you downloaded those?
Yeah, I have a couple of them.
Okay, do you have profiles on them?
Yeah, I have a profile on Indeed, and I have a profile on.
Oh, and LinkedIn. Do you have a LinkedIn profile?
Yes, yeah, I have a profile on Indeed and LinkedIn.
Okay, that's excellent. Now,
Yes.
are there positions that are of interest to you in your area?
Well, the thing is, I'm gonna be completely honest, like, I didn't finish my degree yet, so.
That's fine. People still want to hire people who don't have a degree. So.
I don't know.
No, totally.
I didn't know about that.
There are millions of college students who are hired in the United States right now who are employed. And you're going to be one of them. I'm not a college student.
Well, I know, but didn't you finish your degree?
I did finish my degree.
What was your degree?
International relations.
International relations?
That's correct.
What does that mean? It's so vague.
It's the study of diplomatic relationships between countries.
Oh my god, what the fuck? That's such a big deal. Did you have to learn multiple language?
Actually, yeah, it was a requirement that we had to learn a second language, so.
What did you learn?
Spanish, as best I could. I had to know it at an intermediate level. Basically, they wanted you to be able to be put in a foreign country and be able to survive, and you can do that basically at an intermediate level. So, yeah, but in your case, don't worry, you don't need to have finished your degree yet. Are you still taking classes, or is it just on pause?
Right now, no, I'm not. Right now, I'm in a huge rut. I'm literally in, the worst part of my life right now. It's really great, because, all of you guys, you can't see me, but, I'm all of you guys are just included in, the worst portion of my life that I will ever look back on.
Ducky, you're in your early 20s. We all have a little bit more experience than you. We've all been there.
I'm super negative. I'm sorry.
We've all been
I
there.
try not to be, but.
We've all been there. Wherever you are, we've all been there.
Have you though?
Definitely.
Everyone lies about it. Come on.
Yeah, I have. If you want to talk about the darkest of the dark days, we can. It's not a very fun conversation.
Yes, we can. Can we please, for fuck's sake, can anybody just talk about something real that has happened in their life? I would love to hear that. That's interesting.
I'm sure
I don't know.
Felix has some things. Well, as we were saying, those are some things that had to do with active structures in future technology. Well, moving on to perhaps our next subject, we have arcology. What in the fuck is arcology? I don't know. I don't know what all this shit is. Arcology is a portmanteau of architecture and ecology. So here's a concept design for NOAA, a New Orleans arcology habitat. It's like a floating city, but that's another thing we'll review, our floating cities. Has anybody ever played the game Halo or any game like that? Doesn't it look like this? Maybe no one's played Halo, but futuristic visions of cities. Hell yeah, you know what I mean then. So these arcology systems are just conceptual at this point, but basically it's the idea of a combination of densely populated areas with low ecological output. We also, and this one, I don't know why we don't currently have, are domed cities. So they're weather-controlled cities, colonization of other celestial bodies. So these are really important. Basically, here, of course, you understand what one kind of looks like. but it's different than there are proposals to do one in the United States at the Mall of America, which is pretty close to one right now. They want to create a planned feature for it. So I think those are some fascinating things. And we have James Kaminsky here. James, how'd you like your fucking Cornhuskers beating the shit out of the Wolverines?
That was sick.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. James, what's new in your
I'm
neck
sad
of the
though,
woods?
bro. We lost to the fucking Illinois today, bro.
It's gonna happen. They're a good squad. Are they? They're kind of shit this year. So are you gonna be in the tournament tomorrow? That's what I want to know.
No, we got beat out today.
So you think you're done?
Is that how that works? Like,
No.
we were in the quarter semifinals, correct?
Yeah, but there's still
Big
the
Ten?
NCAA tournament.
Right, there's still that. I was speaking of the Big Ten.
Oh yeah, you're done in the Big Ten tournament. You're done in that.
Yeah.
But still,
We're gonna win the NCAA tournament.
absolutely, we already have it down. But what I'm saying is, you have the ability to perhaps go to the. We're gonna look it up right now. I should be pulling it up. Okay, ESPN.
Yeah, it's gonna be Husker sweep, easy.
Okay, do you think they're making the tournament?
Of course.
Well, it wasn't, of course, the other day. We were looking for him. We were like, what?
Well, that's ESPN, bro. It's a Disney company, you know.
I do know that, but that's who counts. That's who runs all this. That's basically whose platform is featured. All right, so
We
here we.
need the Antichrist, Rabbi.
Dude, I love James's confidence. He's like, oh no, we got this thing. All right, so here we go. We're looking for Nebraska, and we've got Nebraska as a 7 seed. It looks like they're going to be in it, which is huge. If you didn't know, Nebraska basketball has never won an NCAA tournament basketball game. They're the only Big Ten team to never have won a single NCAA basketball game, which is a huge deal. So it looks like they may be playing Colorado, which would be huge. They are huge rivals.
Easy sweep, bro. Easy sweep.
Definitely. And it looks as if they might be playing in the East, which seems like they're in a good spot of the East. Perhaps. The second round, they might have to play a 2-seed Tennessee, but I don't know. They could probably beat them under the right conditions. So that's good. We got James Kaminsky here. Ducky, who ducked out. What up, girl? How you living?
What's up, guys?
No, I'm back. Sorry.
You're good. No need to apologize. Okay, so where were we? We reviewed Universal Basic Income. We reviewed Nebraska Cornhusker basketball. We talked about dome cities. And now the next thing that we have, and I think is fascinating, is the world of electronics, IT, and communications.
I want to know.
What's that?
I want to know, like, I don't want to know. Okay, look, you have a lot of crystallized intelligence.
What is crystallized intelligence as opposed to normal intelligence?
You don't know what that is.
What is crystallized intelligence as opposed to normal intelligence?
Yeah, crystallized intelligence is like information that you store. Like, you know, like a computer stores a bunch of info.
Yes.
That may or may not be useful. Sort of, like, it depends on the context. Like, you're like that. Like, you have a bunch of crystallized intelligence. It's like stuff that you learn throughout your life.
I'm in agreement with you on that.
Versus, well, wait, hold on. I need to give you something to compare it to. There's, like, crystallized versus, I think, fluid.
Hold on, we're gonna look at this. This doesn't look like something you're just making up. Yeah, no, this looks like it's a formal term. Fluid and crystallized intelligence. You are brilliant. Oh my God, Ducky, you are brilliant. The concepts of fluid intelligence and crystallized intelligence were introduced. Oh, because you're a psychology major. I'm like, damn, girl, how are you so into this? All right, they were introduced.
Am I so into what?
Into fluid and crystallized intelligence. I'm like, how do you know about this? Because you were a psychology major. So it's to be expected. So
no, this affects all of us you know, there was this one thing that my psych teacher said to me in my junior year of high school, and it made me take like the AP course. And she was like, yeah, psychology, everybody loves learning about themselves, right? And I was like, oh my God, like that's it. Like that's it. Yes, everybody loves learning about themselves.
I'm going to agree with you on that. Absolutely.
Like, hold on. Okay, so fluid crystallized intelligence, blah, blah, blah.
So it was introduced in 1963 by psychologist Raymond Cottrell. According to Cottrell's psychometrically based theory, general intelligence is subdivided into GF and GC.
No, hold on a second. You know what, Rabbi? I want to help you. Earlier today, I was thinking, like, I want to help. I want to be a benefit to you.
Please
like,
be a
I want to
benefit to
help
me.
you go, because you want to go viral, right?
Absolutely. Girl, I can think how you'd be a benefit to me. But anyway, yeah, I want to go viral.
Like that. Well, no, you want to go viral, right?
Absolutely. I'm viral rabbi.
So, I'm thinking, like, all right, there's got to be, like, a formula to that. And you're an interesting enough person by yourself, but that's not ever enough. Like, no offense. Like, it's not nothing
no
to
offense
you. It's
taken.
just in relation to the rest of the world.
You gotta have a lot.
It's never enough. So I'm thinking, like, all right, what is the formula to get? How do you get a bunch of attention on, like, one thing? Because, like, really you need, I don't know, like, you need at least one thing to go viral, and then maybe you'll have more opportunity after that. But, alright, so, like, what you're focusing on is to have, like, multiple different ways of getting attention, so you stream everywhere.
Right.
But it's not enough. Like, it's not enough.
I agree.
We need to have more. So we're gonna have to figure out more. Like, what's the next play? So with your attributes, which are, I would say, crystallized intelligence, like, you know so much about random shit, which is good. And it also exemplifies other things in your personality. Like, if you know so much about random things, not like, I mean, I don't want to, like, discredit things or something.
No, I understand exactly what you're saying. Everyone
you know
else
what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like, you know a lot about multiple, like, things. So, and you, like, there's just got to be a way to advertise that. Or maybe not advertise, but, like, I don't know. It's like we're missing something, but we're so close. I don't know.
I am in line with what you're saying, and I think you're right. And I think that your observation of fluid and crystallized intelligence is brilliant. And to give everyone an idea of what the difference is, fluid intelligence is the ability to solve novel reasoning problems and is correlated with a number of important skills such as comprehension, problem solving, and learning. Crystallized intelligence, on the other hand, involves the ability to deduce secondary relational abstractions by applying previously learned primary relational abstractions. So I guess what Jackie is saying is that I may have a increased ability perhaps to deduce secondary relational abstractions.
You're so good at that, which like insinuates that you would be good at other types of intelligence too. Like, but I don't know enough about it. Let's talk about it. But
you're our expert.
Rabbi, you're an expert. Don't yell at me. You're an expert.
Oh, I'm not yelling
You
at
little
you.
hat.
I am definitely not an expert. But what I can tell you is that this...
Yes, you are. Don't underestimate yourself. Stop.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I can tell you that this Wikipedia page is absolutely fascinating. And the next very interesting topic on our agenda are 6G cellular communications. So in addition to remembering that I am all about the loom, here's the other thing. When everybody was worried about 5G, I was worried about 6G. When everybody's worried about 6G, I was worried about 7G. When everybody's worried about 7G, I'm worried about 8G. I'm always a generation ahead of everyone. And so if you don't know what 6G cellular communications are, it's essentially 5G taken to another level. But people don't understand 5G is powerful enough technology that it can move a car. That's how strong it is. It's exceptionally strong. So in telecommunications, 6G is a designation for a future technical standard of a 6th generation technology for wireless communication. It is a planned successor to 5G and is in development by numerous companies. And it names all these companies and research institutions, and it names a bunch of research institutions.
Wait, hold on, Rabbi. I think, okay, look, this is my theory.
Go ahead.
Because nobody else is talking, so, like, whatever.
Absolutely.
Like,
It's your world, girl. We just live in it.
Maybe they're not, like, thinking about it or whatever, but I think, so you have a lot to offer because you are very good at, like, absorbing information and
Thank you.
delivering it again. But if you think about it, like, have you ever been on Twitter? Like, people on Twitter, like...
Girl, I've got 2,100 Twitter accounts.
Right, like that's actually phenomenal. But doesn't matter because doesn't matter if people are listening or not. Because like if what you're saying isn't digestible, people aren't going to engage with it. And we need to find a way to make you engageable, if that makes sense. If that's a word.
It is, and that's what I'm trying to do, at least by having a VC, so that people can interact with me.
For sure. And I think you've definitely found some people that are willing to listen.
Definitely. And it's growing. And it's growing with each month. And I mean that. So, like...
How are you measuring that?
By the amount of people that I get in a VC on a daily basis. And
so what's it like?
Well, I would say 6 months ago, we would get 1 or 2 people in a VC on a daily basis. And now it's becoming a more regular occasion. I've got people in here who are... We're going to have, on Tuesdays, I'm going to start Trivia Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. And I bet you that turns into a nightly event where every night for an hour or two, from like 7 p.m. Pacific to 9 p.m. Pacific or 10 p.m. Eastern to like midnight Eastern, we play trivia every single night. And it's just like the thing to do where people know where to come, and it's an engaging environment. People really like trivia. Anybody who knows me in this space knows that the way that I got into Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu was through trivia. And it's certainly an exciting element that I can bring. So we're going to start doing that on Tuesdays, and that'll get out the word a little bit. But overall, if you want to know what I think is going to be a game changer, it's when Twitter Spaces allows for participants to be in the video. Right now, they only allow for hosts to be in the video, which is fine. I've been hosting spaces, though, nonstop for like a month, video spaces, and very few people come in. But when I can go into someone who has an established presence already on Twitter and be a guest on there, that's a game changer, because then I can come to them and talk to them about 6G and cultured meat and space elevators, and they're like, who in the hell is this? And we have an audience of 500 to 1,000 people. That's a game changer. And if you know about Twitter's implementation of these different types of features, that should be here hopefully by summer. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Yeah, absolutely.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
you are the future.
I am the future. Absolutely. I think so
Who
too.
said that?
That's my friend James Kaminsky. He's the man.
What up? What up?
Jeez.
He
Where
knows
are you
what's
from?
up.
How are you? I live in Nebraska.
Nebraska?
Hell yeah.
What?
He's
I've never
baller.
heard of anybody who lives in Nebraska. All I've heard about Nebraska is that nobody lives there.
No, cool people live there.
Oh yeah, I was